Good morning. Good morning. I'm listening to Jersey J get ready to go to East Palestine or Palestine. I'm not sure. How did the locals say it? I look like crap today. I figured I'd go ahead and just go ahead. Just go ahead and go ahead. Maybe I should go to East Palestine. Maybe Democracy Dino should go to East Palestine. I hope you guys are okay with the fact that I look like crap today. Oh, wow. Oh, boy, there's a lot of people going to Palestine. Oh, wow. I didn't even comb my hair. I literally woke up and just put, good morning, Marie. I literally just woke up and put like clothes on. Thankfully, my lashes are always on. My lashes are always ready to go. I'm listening to Goobies. Oh, wait, what's happened? Is he going? Did he get stuck? I'm watching Chuds. Thanks. I mean, I know it is what it is, so it doesn't really matter, Marie. I get that. But thank you. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. There's a lot of chuds on the way to Ohio this morning, so I would use caution on the roads because there's going to be a lot of chudleys. There's going to be a lot of chudleys. Let me go ahead and I think this light is too pink. I mean, I like pink light as much as the next girl, but you know, maybe sometimes you have to have something a little more less pink. There, that's a little better. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Oh, Eat the Rich. That's not what today's show is. Let's see. Let me change that. Let's see. What should today's show be? Well, we'll pregame the lounge with a little murder. Okay. All right. There we go. A little murder. Oops. Oh, yeah, fine. Damn, dog met frenemy. Oh, no. Uh-oh. How'd that go? Perk up. It's Friday. I know, KMS. What the fuck? GP, are you on your way to bed, GP? Good morning. Good morning, my dear friend. I come from a land down under. Cuckle Chuck. Cuckly cuck 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 truck. Cuck 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 truck. You know, like the Nickelodeon song Marie here in the United States. Cuck 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 cuckle chuck. Some growling. Oh, showing them who's boss. This is my street. This is my street, and I don't want anyone else to come. Oh, man. Cuckly chuck or chuckly cock. He's a chuckly cock. He's a cuckly chuckly cocky cock. I was watching Jersey J get ready to go to Palestine. Oops. Oh, okay. Oh, I think he's quiet. All right. Oh, GP, we gotta love true crime. GP, can you tell me one of the reasons I like to watch true crime? I'm listening to Chuds in the background. One of the reasons. Oh, you know what? I'm not even paying attention. No, come on now. Come on. Come on. Come on. Started. Just started.
But
Like,
it's so funny. I've started seeing news
it already
channels
has
kind of across
2,600 likes.
the country starting to pick up the live trial pool feeds today. So there are
Wow, you really did this
a
right.
lot more eyeballs tuning in to Murdaugh Day 24, and I'm like, Oh, well, there's a lot of context if you missed days 21 through
Yeah, really.
24, which I think is kind of funny, but it's interesting to see how much interest there is, because of course there is. This is a
Well, guess
defendant
what, GP? We're
testifying in his
watching
own
true
defense
crime right
in
here.
a non self-defense case, which is rare to see, and everybody wants to
This
hear
is
his side of the
James's mom.
story.
Did you get
There's
my
still a
take
lot of
back?
questions. The
I don't
timeline
mean
is
to be
tight on this case,
Palestine. Is this
but
stop?
yesterday, do you remember what Alex said
Mrs.
when we were
James's mom,
talking
I love you so
about,
much.
or when he was talking? Well,
I
we've
can't
been
even
talking
tell you
about
what
all of
that
it.
meant to me,
When
but I did
when
send it back to you.
Alec
Hopefully, you
was
got
talking about
the note
Sled
that
and
came
his
with it.
distrust for Sled. First of all,
I
Alec
can't
said he
tell
didn't
you
think he
what
was
that
law
meant to me,
enforcement,
and
but then we learned
I
he's
just
rolling
feel
around
so
in
weird
blue and
about
red
that whole
lights
thing. Like,
with a
I
gun
just
in his
feel
car and a
confused
badge on his
about it.
dashboard. And come
I don't
on,
feel like I'm
you
off
know he thought he was
limits.
above the law,
I love
which is
you so
weird because
much.
he's a Murdaugh. He
Having
didn't
you
just
here,
use his
even
name.
part of the day,
He was
is like
using
a
his
gift to me that
he
you
was
won't
using
even
his
ever begin to realize.
badge as well to gain access, potentially
Yeah.
intimidate. Oh, good morning, George. A rare sighting
Anyway,
for
I
you,
just love you.
friend. All right, buddy.
I
He's
love you.
jumpy this morning. It's the weather for sure.
It's too early for
So the
tears.
other thing I noticed when he
Too
talked
big for
about
happy tears, darling.
not trusting
Don't cry.
Sled, I'm
Don't
like,
cry.
you're rolling around with a badge
Because
outside
I'm
of your
like
car,
little
and you're
water.
really worried that much about
I need
Sled.
tissue.
But he
Anyway,
said that the reason
um,
he lied to Sled is because he
very
didn't trust Sled. Maybe he didn't trust Sled because he doesn't have any buddies on Sled and he knows everybody else. But
got it.
here's the thing. How many of his friends did he tell that he wasn't at the kettles? Adamantly. 4?
Yeah, this kennel thing
4
needs to be a little
friends,
bit bigger
at least, that
deal
we've
than
seen
it was.
testify
I don't know. Is
that
it is
he
the sound
said
okay?
he
Like,
wasn't
I
at
feel
the
like her
kennels.
sound is
So
not
it's not
high enough in
just
relation to mine.
Sled
My
that he's telling that he's not at the kennels. It's all of his friends,
God, you really
his
gotta perk
brothers,
up this Friday.
the ones he
Hey,
trusted the
that's
most.
right. Where the hell? I can't
Rang the jury.
perk up.
We're just bringing the jury right quick. He's like, I don't want to hear anyone's shit this morning. Just bring the jury. You guys, as we're getting in, because I started talking right quick, let me know what you're drinking. I've got, we've got our hot lemon water. Still have questions. Hot lemon water here in Middle Tennessee. Let me know what you guys are drinking. But he told everyone that. And then the languaging he used, and yes, I'm going to pick apart his testimony. He's the defendant on cross-examination. The languaging he used when he said that once he took the chicken out of Bubba's mouth, he got out of there. It was like, and then I got out of there. And it was like, yeah,
This is the time
you
I
got
want
out
to
of there.
focus on.
But are you saying, and then I got out of there? It's an interesting turn of phrase. It's like, when you start seeing people fighting at a party when you're a teenager, you're like, oh, I got out of there. Or when the police show up, oh, I got out of there. Or when you know stuff is about to go wrong, oh, I got out of there. Me, as a teen at an Offspring concert, when my best friend and I were at the front of the stage because we thought it was a great idea and it was our first concert ever, and then the music started and all the people started going like this with elbows. Yeah, do you know what we did? We got out of there.
Thank you. Good morning.
We didn't leave. We didn't go
Day
back to
number
take a nap.
24.
We got the fuck out.
Cross-examination. You may proceed.
May it please the court.
And he was saying, I got out of there because he knew bad shit was coming.
Oh,
That's why he said I got out of there. Maybe. Or maybe I'm reading into it.
oh, Mrs. James's
let's see if,
mom. Those ribs.
Talk about some murder.
Move forward with
Those
this.
ribs are
That'd be
gonna
great.
be our.
That'd be great, Creighton.
They're gonna take some
Little
time.
bit.
So let me know what you
Take a
think.
little time to heal those ribs.
See if we can go back to some things we may be able to
Sending a
agree
hug to
on.
Mr. James.
Good luck with
Hard
that.
to hug because it
I want them
was.
to talk about Gloria
First thing
Satterfield, too.
is that
I do.
the money you were stealing, in addition
The lounge
to your
sends him.
income and the money you were borrowing, was not just to pay for drugs.
Shut Ohio Fest. It indeed.
He said that
is.
yesterday.
I'm watching
Sure.
it on another screen.
And would you agree
Yes, no?
that your stealing, in addition to the money you were borrowing,
Yeah,
increased
I know.
over the years as we
Slow.
moved towards June of
I don't know if he's ever going to get an answer of where the money went, though.
This is
Repeat that, please, sir.
Sure. Would you agree that your stealing
I'm gonna bump this court
increased
feed.
over the years as we move
time to
towards
get
June
high
of
and drink some
2021?
Yes, sir.
I
Murdoch.
like this audio
And
better.
would you admit
I'll
that
switch-
your stealing
I'll
increased,
switch feeds later.
in particular, after
I
the
promise.
boat wreck?
No, sir. I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
I think I continued to do it,
I'm in
but
here with any bottles of anything.
I don't, as I sit here today,
Table.
I don't think I
He might not
took
know.
more money that I should not have taken after the boat wreck than I did before the boat wreck.
Fraud cases are like a waterfall. They sometimes start with a trickle.
But again, those documents speak for themselves, Mr. Waters, and if that's the case,
more,
then that's the case. But
more.
as we sit here, I think that I probably
I don't understand.
wrongly took from clients and people that trusted me as much money before that boat wreck as after.
All right. And
If not more.
I'm just trying to get through this so we don't get bogged down like we did yesterday.
Stealing normally starts,
understand.
especially with like
So,
embezzlement and fraud cases.
You wouldn't agree
Little,
with
little.
me that in
Then a
2019
little becomes a lot.
alone, you stole about $3.7 million?
Holy shit. Well, when you say it like that, Mr. Waters,
No, I think that's correct.
All right, and would you agree with me, though, that figure in 2019 was generally higher than any other year that you've been stealing since
Creighton
2019?
knows he's got
In
all
any
your
year,
records.
sure, I'd agree with that.
Okay.
I thought you were talking about overall, the whole cycle. But
All right.
yeah, I would agree that in 2019, I
But
stole
also,
more money
that's a
than
typical
any other year.
pattern of fraud, though,
Would you agree with me that from 2015 on,
that it increases.
your legitimate income, while still very strong, was diminishing as a general matter?
Well, I think whatever my income is speaks for itself, but as a general rule, a plaintiff's lawyer doing what we do, income ebbs and flows. You have some really good years.
And you get
have
paid at
some
the
really
end of the year.
lean years. And
You never had a lean year,
no,
it seems.
I think I had some good years, maybe not the, $4 and $5 million years, but I think I had some $2 and $3 million years in there, and my caseload was such that, I had, one of the things I was working on that Monday was one of the biggest cases that I've ever been involved in.
Talking about the Dominion case, right?
Yes, sir. And so, I think it was cyclical. So I don't, without looking at the record specifically, I don't necessarily agree with that.
Okay, so you don't remember then?
No, I do remember. I don't think I agree with that. But again,
Grab
those
this from
records
there.
will speak for themselves.
Turned over the Instagram
Um,
to Mrs. James's mom. I think that's true love. He let you do
All right.
He
so
still sees
would you
himself
agree
as a
with me that in
lawyer, even though he's just
2014,
barred.
Your reported income was over $1 million.
The objection's overruled.
Reported income,
I'm going
like
to answer this at the break.
tax-wise, or reported,
Oh,
I assume you have a document that says that, and if you're reading that from a document, I don't dispute it.
I mean, I'm happy to show it to you if you'd like to see
I
it.
trust you, Mr. Waters, so.
All right, I appreciate that. All right, 2015.
Boring.
would you agree that your reported
he knows
income
Mr.
was
Waters
over $2
isn't going to
million?
lie in court because he wants to nail him down on all the other cases he's pending.
Again, I don't dispute that.
All right. 2016, reported income, $900,000.
Okay,
2017, reported income, $218,000.
okay,
2018, reported income of $749,000, roughly.
okay.
And 2019, reported income of $655,000.
Yeah, we've got a mister down with some.
Thank
Okay.
you, Dusty
And see,
Dan.
I mean, to me, that demonstrates exactly what I'm talking about, how it goes up and down.
And would you agree with me that though, during those periods of time where you were making that kind of money, you continued to steal? And I think you've already said that your stealing increased as we move through those years. as a
How
general
lucky we are GP is awake right now.
Absolutely. I don't dispute, and I have never disputed since I was confronted on Labor Day weekend
matter. Right.
that I took money from my clients.
We've gone through that. And I
Well,
think
Yeah.
we
you keep
agree with
asking
that.
me
I'm
about
asking
that.
you if you're,
Yeah. He does keep
Income.
asking you about it. Alex, not
That's your
wrong.
answer.
So the point is I have never, since being confronted that day, my brother and my partner came to talk to me, that I have stolen money that did not
What are we
belong to
doing?
me,
Come on.
that I misled people to do it, people that I
And then
cared about,
food
still care about,
Here.
um,
Nice
a lot
try.
of them that I love and still love.
Really? What does that word mean
And I
to
misled
you?
them to do it, and I was wrong. I have never disputed that from day one.
We've been through that. All I'm trying to establish right now with you, Mr. Murdoch, is as we move towards June of 2021, what your financial condition was like, okay? I agree, you've testified to that multiple times, all right?
Tricia, I'm going to talk about that at the break. I've
Let me
seen that
ask you this.
comment a lot
During
about,
this
are they
time
doing this to get them on the
that your
financial?
income was
They
what we just
shouldn't
went
be.
through, and you've conceded that your stealing was increasing, were you also borrowing
Sherry,
significant
if
amount
he's
of money
acquitted, what's next
from
for him?
Palmetto
Jail
State Bank?
on all the financial crimes and maybe federal prosecutions on
Yes,
those.
I'd always borrowed significant amount of money from Palmetto State Bank, or
Either way,
for the last, more
he's
than the
going to
last
remain in
decade.
jail, likely the rest of his life.
So, yes, sir, I agree with that.
Yeah, but as we move to June of 2021, did you have $1 million line of credit with the bank that was pretty much maxed out?
He's been charged with tax evasion in
Yes
the
or no?
state
In,
As we move to June of 2021.
to the tune of like 5
so
or 6
in
million.
June of '21,
Sure,
yes.
all right. And did you also have a $600,000 line of credit that was pretty much maxed out around that time?
I did.
And did you also, over the years, repeatedly borrow
Caitlin, it's a fair
six
point.
figures from,
He just had the money flowing in from everywhere.
You didn't really just break.
And I don't think he
I
parsed it
borrowed
out.
money from a law partner,
which one?
Johnny Parker.
Johnny Parker, okay.
Fuck.
And that was
Oh my
a
God.
fairly common occurrence over the years. It happened multiple times. Would you agree with that?
I agree that it happened multiple times.
All right. And you would agree also that you would sometimes use some of the stolen money to pay that back.
I won't dispute that. I don't know that that's the case. I know what I saw Mr. Bernie testify to in using that particular accounting method. You know, I see that. So I don't dispute that.
Rick Smith, I hope we do.
And
They're
would
going to
you
have
agree
to ask
that
about
you
Gloria
also-
Satterfield, but they've got to move
You needed
on.
money, occasionally borrow as much as 5 and 6 figures. from your
Because
father,
I
Mr.
don't think it's the
Randall.
motive
did.
they think it is.
Would
I
you
really
also
don't.
agree that over the years, particularly as we move to June of 2021, you would use stolen money to pay that back?
Oh, Sable.
I don't dispute that,
There's.
if that's what the record shows.
All right.
I don't dispute that's also
And-
not admitting it, though.
You just mentioned here in the testimony of Carson
James'
Burney and the banker and all that, you would agree
I'm so glad you
with
guys
me
are here.
that as we move to June of 2021, at least
I don't
in
think there will be
liquid
other
funds,
trials,
you were
Esme.
running out of money.
I think after this, there won't be any
In
other
liquid
trials for
funds
him.
is in money on hand or money that I could
We're gonna
get?
Money
be the
that
safe
you could-
part of the
liquid
internet.
funds.
If it's
You're a
the
lawyer, you
last
know what
thing I
liquid
do.
is. Where you
Well,
run
I don't know what you mean by liquid, Mr. Waters.
And
so-
that's
money you
fair.
could readily access.
That's
Assets
fair.
that you could readily access to pay your ever-increasing debts.
No, sir, I don't agree with
There's
that.
times
You
where I
don't
think
agree.
Alex
I
trying
do
to be
not agree with
evasive,
that,
but
and I'll tell
there's
you why.
times I think he's
Alright.
confused by Creighton and trying to figure out where
and-
Creighton's going.
So are we talking about June?
I'm talking about as we move to June.
Okay, but what time period are you talking
All
about?
right, let's talk about January to June.
Okay, January to June. January to June, you know,
I so
I could borrow money from my father.
don't want to like,
I could borrow money from Johnny Parker.
and if I restream him,
I could go to the bank and borrow money.
Apparently, you just text them. We saw that. Just
I
text
had
the bank,
Substantial
and they give him money.
equity in the Edisto house, as we've talked about.
Which was in Maggie's name, correct?
Well, it was in Maggie and my name.
All right.
So, you know, that definitely was
I put on
was
hand lotion, and now I can't open my
in
cup.
both of our names. Moselle was in
Stable.
Maggie's name.
indeed,
Was substantial equity in that.
we persevere.
Could have been borrowed against. So
Persevere. Look how.
And he did ask for
under
additional
the-
lines
under
from
the
the
terms
farm
as you
line.
defined liquid assets just now, money that I would have access to, I disagree with on that, for those reasons that I just said.
Can we at least agree that generally the way the compensation structure for legitimate money that you earned in your law firm, the vast majority of your compensation does
Could we
not
just
come
agree
except
that
in
we
one
get
lump
it?
sum in December? Can we agree to that?
True.
Right, we get a salary. We would receive a salary. I believe our salary was $125,000.
A little bit.
And then the
Little
income that
bit,
was
Marie.
earned would be paid in the form of a bonus at the year end.
All right. And then would you agree with me
We know all this, Creighton.
that is why you stole the Ferris fees in March of 2021, because you were in desperate need of funds and you could not wait till December to access those funds.
You guys put in the chat what you want to
I
see
think
Creighton
there's
ask.
probably a lot of reasons why
What do you want to see Creighton
I
ask? I know
stole
everybody wants him to
those
move on.
funds, but I
what do
certainly
you
would
wanna see him
believe
ask?
Or don't dispute that that's one of the reasons.
And would you agree with me
Uh-oh.
that
Big
the
attack this morning here.
$792,000 that you stole
Timelines, totally get that.
of those Ferris funds,
About the murders,
that you
yep.
exhausted those within about 2
Details
months?
of being at the kennel, yep.
Slowly waking up.
I don't know the time period, but I know that
Did he
they,
go to the Bahamas?
I
Fair.
know that I exhausted them.
Gloria,
Now, again, I'm trying to
the
get through
roadside
this
incident,
quickly,
fair. Ask where the money is. I don't know if
there's
he
a lot
even knows
more
that.
to talk about, obviously. But we went through a number of questions
A lot of you are saying just
yesterday
not this.
about
Hey,
the various
good dream.
clients that you stole from, correct? You remember that?
Oh, whoops.
The back and forth we had yesterday, do you remember all
Ali
that?
Bally B said, I'd like to see Creighton ask why he
So
deleted
I'm
his
gonna
phone
try to shortchange
records.
this, but I think it's important
Fair.
that we at least
You guys want to see him ask about
say
Cousin
the
Eddie?
names of the
I
people
think
that were
that's
involved.
a.
But let's just do this to see if we can,
To the comment, Your Honor, inappropriate.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor.
They talked a bit about the boat case yesterday.
The
They
clients
talked a
that we're
little about
talking
Mallory yesterday.
These are all
The end of the
real
day
people,
yesterday.
yes or no?
They're all real people.
All right.
They're
And
all
these
good
clients-
people
We did this
They're all
yesterday,
people-
Creighton.
that I care about, that I cared about then. And a lot of them are people that I love,
Okay.
This is James's mom. I
and I
can't
did
imagine.
wrong by them.
Imagine what
The
you
people that
had
you love,
to
I know.
go through,
So,
Oh,
going
Creighton.
through every day. So I don't even think I can say the words without.
Creighton's making too many
Nobody
quips.
can send
every
you
single
so
one
much
of
love
them,
right now.
that you at least had a personal
Let's be
conversation
down,
with
good
at some
morning.
point during the course of your representation.
Good morning.
All of my
Lots
clients-
of people in here, so be ready.
Absolutely, I had multiple
We're
conversations
holding
with
each
all
other
of
up
my
this
clients.
morning,
And these were people, every single one of
doing the
them,
good work.
real people that you looked in the eye and convinced them that everything was right.
He didn't know about the TikTok video
403,
till
repetitive,
August.
Cumulative.
It is
Spent
cumulative.
2 hours doing this yesterday.
Good objection.
But simple questions that applies to everybody, and then I'm
You're
moving.
gonna ruin my makeup
Proceed.
before 7 a.m.
Did you hear the way the judge said
I would have had
proceed?
conversations with all of my clients, and at
It
some
is
of the
cumulative.
conversations would have been
I
on the
think it's a good
telephone.
objection.
I would have had conversations where
Right.
I might not be looking them in the eye.
August
I would have
11th.
had plenty of
He found out about the
conversations
videos.
where I did look
The
them in
fabric
the
of
eye.
your story, Mrs. James's mom, and it's a beautiful.
fair?
Sure.
It's like a stone,
Single
right?
one of
There are
them,
rough parts to the stone, and then there are
look them in
smooth
the
parts
eye
to the stone.
and
But the
develop
stone
trust
still
in you.
exists, and it's always there. And that, to me, is how I feel about
Every client that I had,
who are
at some
gone.
point, I looked them in the eye, and I believed that I had the trust of my clients. Whether that came from me looking them in the eye or not,
Sable, that's sweet.
I can't answer that, but I will agree with you that every single
Oh my
client, I
daughter,
looked
the
them in the
minute I
eye.
start
And I believe that the
being
people that I
honoring
stole money from
This is now, but I don't mean that. I mean when my
all those years
two, I told
trusted
her,
me.
just put me somewhere. I don't
And I'm going to
think,
show you what's been previously admitted as states.
don't waste your energy.
9, I believe it is.
Trying to
Chat, all of you want him to move on.
Oh.
After yesterday, I thought he would start with a new line of questioning. He didn't. He started belaboring yesterday's line of questioning,
How the story has become
which
woven,
is very frustrating.
and I just think that's the most beautiful.
I don't think he'll ask that.
Well-
The prosecution's only going to ask questions that if the defendant lies, he can rebut with proof. So he will only ask things that he can prove in some way. He's not going to ask things that he
All right,
can't.
so I'm sorry, what was your question?
I just asked you to look at them. Have you had a chance to review those documents?
I have.
All right. And would you agree with me,
You don't have to ever
every
be
single name on here
ever.
are either clients that trusted you that you stole from, or instances in which you stole from your law partners who trusted you as well?
I agree with that.
All right.
Great.
We don't need to go through each one of these, correct? You agree?
Good God, Creighton, he
Waters,
just
like I
said he
told you.
agrees.
It's warm.
I'll go through whatever you
Very
want to go
stormy
through,
here
but each
today.
one of those clients is
You want
just
that,
what
please?
we've already talked about. Good people, fine people, outstanding people. They trusted me. Every single one of them I did, and I do still care about. And many of them I love and consider them close friends.
Like Barrett Boulware?
Absolutely. It's a perfect example.
And you stole from Barrett Boulware.
I did.
You recall a conversation that you had with Ronnie Crosby in which he told you that Barrett was desperate for money because he needed his wife to stay in a hotel near him while he was undergoing treatment for terminal cancer around the time that you stole from him.
Say, Your Honor.
Turn the heat off.
Objections overruled.
I don't recall
I
that
haven't seen any
conversation,
snow
but,
yet.
you know, I knew Barrett was
I haven't
sick.
seen any snow.
You know, Barrett is a unique situation. I mean, Barrett,
I don't know if any of these are unique.
This
You
is the
stole from
most
people that needed the money
Barrett
Came last
in
month,
desperate
frightening
times because
story.
they've been through horrible
is and
things.
was
20 years, 20 something years,
dear to me
30
as a
years.
friend.
Did Barrett pass? Why did he say was?
Like I would have thought if I made it
Barrett
to
and I had a long,
kill me.
long history. You know,
maybe 11,
I guess real, and I lied
but at 30,
probably
I
more
think
by
you
omission,
guaranteed that.
lies by omission,
What?
and stealing that money.
Like all the things omitted in this case?
But that's a perfect example. You keep asking about me having these conversations
I'm
and
so
looking
ready
people
for
in the
spring.
eye. I mean, that's a perfect example.
I kinda like
when I
not
stole that money, he was nowhere around. It was more based on lies by omission.
Prosecution needs to argue the voids in this
And
case.
Barrett and I had such a history.
So that's an interesting
These real
statement.
estate deals that you're asking me about, Barrett was one of my good friends, and we had been in these real estate deals together. Barrett was just an interesting person. He was a shrimper, was born and raised in Allendale County.
Are we going to get a
And-
story about him shrimping?
And he
Because
moved down to the coast.
kind of here for the change of
And
pace.
as shrimping,
Mr. Murdoch, I don't know that we need Barrett's entire life story.
no, but it's
I
important
want
to
Barrett's life
understand this
story.
based on the question you
Creighton, we're
asked.
bored. We
I
want
think
Barrett's
his
life
entire
story.
is responsive, Your Honor.
And I'm not intending to give his life story. I'm just telling you a little background.
Go
so
ahead,
you'll
tell us
understand
about
it.
your friend that you stole from. That's fine. Go ahead.
So Barrett started getting into real estate, and he was
Creighton
really
gave
good
up.
at it. And so I started getting involved with him in that. He could go out and find pieces of property that were really cheap, get them and sell them and make money. Well, we got in some of these deals,
I just want to hear it.
and we got in as Barrett and it was some other people. Well, when the recession hit, one of the reasons these land deals caused me trouble is because the people that I was in
Happy Friday.
these deals with no longer could pay. Whereas
Going
I might have gone
through
in and I was a 20% person.
We're
I'm
slow.
now all of a sudden,
not awake for
Chat.
this.
either I have
Y'all
to
are bae.
default at the bank
I'm not awake.
and
But you know what I'm
affect
having
credit,
for
affect
breakfast?
ability to borrow,
Chicken
or
pot pie.
I have to pay 100%. And so that's what I did. I paid 100%. And
It was
so there were years where
Shit.
I was paying, instead of
delicious.
a fifth or a half, I'm paying the whole thing, and it equated to hundreds of thousands. It equated to millions of dollars, which is one of the
I hope I see
ways
you
why
tonight, GP. I
ended
know
up
I
with the
may not,
Moselle
but I hope I see
property,
you tonight.
because I had paid
You.
From Barrett?
more than $1 million
Good night, GP.
in
It came out so
monies
good.
for Barrett,
No,
and that was
so
part
good.
of the deal in the
No,
trade, and
I
me
have to eat it. I
purchasing
have so much of it.
Moselle.
So
For
what you're
every
telling me is you
meal
felt like you were
until the end
entitled
of
to steal
time.
from him.
Good night.
No, no, you know
That's
what?
kind of what it sounded like.
I will tell you this, that,
Right. Yeah.
you know,
Tomorrow. Yeah.
when you're doing the things wrong that I was doing, you have all kind of ways of justifying it. And I'm not saying that
And
it makes it right by
under
any means, because it's not. It's
my
wrong. I've said
beautiful
that
Australian
100
friend.
times.
I want to come
But
and see
when
you.
I was doing it, and I was
I'll come
as
and see you.
addicted as I was, and the things I was doing, there's all kind of things that you know,
Let's all go see
to be
GP.
able to look yourself in the
Australia.
mirror.
Play on the
You lie to yourself.
someday.
And
Someday.
I guess self-justification for these bad things, you know, I guess is what I was doing, but.
Do a cruise.
Barrett
Still
had
doing?
owed me so much money that when I took his money, I just didn't tell him.
He felt like he was paying you back?
It was a lie by omission.
All right.
No, you felt entitled to it. I think
All these people
Creighton was right on that one.
I love you.
on these two exhibits,
We get it,
these were
Creighton.
real people that needed this money, is that
I
correct?
can't. I really need
sure
to know.
they did.
I'm gonna mute because I really want to know.
According to you,
Hold on, okay?
stole their money on top
Felt that way at the
40%
time.
of legal fees that you were taking. I've never
I
asked
s-
that question.
I stole their money.
Great.
It's more important to you.
Hey, Sable.
He's not going
Sable.
to say it was more important to
Jersey
him.
Tree has T-shirts.
Objections overruled.
I don't remember sitting
Water
down and
Ohio.
calculating, okay, is this more important? You know, one of the self-justifications that I talked about, Mr. Waters,
He's going to teach everybody what it's
and
like.
this is one of the things, again, I want to make it clear.
T-shirts.
I don't,
They have
as I sit
t-shirts.
here today, I do not believe that any of this justifications that I'm talking about made any of this okay, because I don't. I've owned up to all this money I stole. I've tried to since I was confronted, and I continue here today. But one of the justifications at the time when I was taking
Listening to
pills,
Jay when
one
I'm
of the
muted.
things I was doing was,
I was listening to Jersey J while I'm muted.
I may ask a partner, okay, how
It's
much
early.
is this case worth?
T-shirts.
It's early for
And
the
if-
goat.
if
Printed
one of
up
my
for their
partners-
water
and I may not even give them
Ohio.
all the real facts, okay? So if they said this case is worth $100,000,
They had T-shirts.
So
for
we're
it.
getting
and I
to
go
he
out
just
and I
lied
give
about
him
everything.
Hey, Badger, Badger,
$300,000.
how are you? Good
know,
times.
that's one of
Long
the-
time no sir.
stupid
Like last,
little
you know,
things.
that was a long time.
Okay, well, this isn't the same.
I'm on mute
That's
just
one of those
in case you had the-
justifications
I told him
that
it was
I used in looking
100.
back on this that I don't know how I did. But so to sit down and say, did I evaluate that they needed the money more than I did? You know,
He didn't think about it that way.
I don't think I did that. I think I was selfish, and I think I just took the money.
I think I understand.
Creighton wants to get to you would do anything to save yourself, and he's not going to have that moment. Alec's not going to say that. You've got to keep moving.
I'd ask you a
It's the
series of
little
questions
answers that
yesterday
matter.
about At least relating one
I
conversation you had with one of
would
these
love that
clients.
crumble. Oh my God.
And I'm just going to ask you this one. Do you remember looking Tony Satterfield in the eye?
There we go.
And lying
He's
to
moved
him.
on.
I remember lying to Tony Satterfield, and I remember looking him in the eye.
We're a little
on
slow
many
this morning
occasions.
here on the lounge.
And lying to him?
JJ the Manic.
Yeah,
Lying to his family?
We should come up with like
I
mini-
lied to his family.
all of them.
I don't know if I
Stable.
did it in
I think I'll
person,
come up with like a
but
chart.
I know I had phone
Medieval
conversations
names.
with him where I lied to him.
Wait, I gotta write this down. Hold on. This is actually funny.
Let's talk a little
You guys
bit.
are just creating comedy right now. You know that, right?
about the
This is
pills.
writer's room.
Okay.
You're in the writer's room.
That's all? That's it about the Satterfields? That's all you're going to ask about Tony Satterfield?
And
Okay.
you've already testified,
Right.
as have other people, that you were still able to function as a lawyer over the years despite the pills that you were using. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were able, of course, during this period of time to engage in these relatively complicated thefts that increased over the years that we've just talked about, despite the pill usage. Is that correct?
We'll do it like a bracket. We'll have a bracket.
I was.
All right. And you were also able to,
Aaron B., I
during
appreciate
this
you
time
being on
period,
Bubba
convince
Slander
your staff
Watch.
that nothing was amiss with all of these exhibits, despite your pill usage.
I mean, most of those didn't require convincing my staff, but just so we're on the same page again, I acknowledge that I certainly allowed them to be misled. I certainly allowed them to
I'm gonna answer
do
that later.
things that I shouldn't have done on my behalf, knowing that they trusted me.
Oh, Sable, good.
How many pills were you using a day?
I'm glad you got
Depends on
that.
a number of items, most importantly, how strong the pill was.
This is.
Okay.
The
Well,
March
let's
Madness
talk
report
about,
was
let's
very
say,
weak
start maybe in
bracket.
January of 2021.
Annalise
and move
Grissom,
forward.
I'm so
Can you
glad you caught
describe
your
to the
husband
jury
watch yesterday.
what your
Matthew,
daily pill
Exactly
intake
right.
your wife says hello.
I think at that time, most of what I was purchasing was 30 milligram pills, instant release, oxycodone. That probably mixed in with some OxyContin, which is made of oxycodone. It's just time release.
Jessica, this is a fair point. If he
would've been
didn't know about the
taking-
time of death, how did he know to lie about being at the kennels?
Um,
Why did he want to make it clear that he got out of there? It's a very fair point.
Anywhere from,
Oh, the chat has probably answered this already.
1,500 milligrams maybe to, maybe
I'm gonna
maybe
answer that when I can talk a
a
little more.
1,000 or maybe 1,000 milligrams or 1,200
I have
milligrams on
never
a day I didn't
heard of an
take
instant
as
release
much or
oxy,
didn't
so
have
this
as much.
dude's definitely a
up to, I
connoisseur.
mean, there are days, many days, a lot of days,
I'm
most
getting
days were
messages.
more than that, and many days would be,
Am I getting
you know,
messages?
20, more than 2,000 milligrams a day.
How
Okay,
many pills is that?
never
It
mind.
depends on the strength.
Depends on the pill, is what he's
Because-
saying.
That you just mentioned.
If I took 30, if,
I think I'm.
if
I
I
think I
had
made
30 milligram pills,
grilled debauchery.
you you
Ladies,
figure 100 pills would be 3,000 milligrams.
nuts.
You're taking 100 pills a day?
100.
So you're taking 60 a day or something like that? I mean,
There were days where I took more than that. There were days I
What?
took less than that.
and how would you take them during the course of the day?
How did no one see
How many are you
this?
taking at one time? How frequent?
He
This
doesn't
time
believe
period,
his
let's say
addiction is
January to
as
June.
bad as he's
You know,
pointed it out.
There's a point in time, and I'm not sure when it was, I think it was well before that, where, and you have to understand this. This is something that I didn't, I mean, I can still remember the first time I ever took an
Mr.
OxyContin.
Murdoch, can I ask you to answer my question, and I'll let you explain all you want? And my question was, how many were you taking a day during this time from January to June? Answer that first, please, and if you want to explain, I'm happy to let you do so.
I'm not positive, and here's why. It's because over the years, like, as I was saying, the first OxyContin, one OxyContin literally made me sick.
Is she dead?
And that was when
Did
I was
she die of
transitioning
COVID or
from
something? I'm
hydrocodone
sorry.
to oxycodone. And it made me sick because there's a really,
Terrible,
really, really
terrible
strong one.
person.
And so, you know, one OxyContin pill was like
What the fuck happened to
10
that bitch? He
hydrocodone
went
pills.
real silent.
Y'all are getting a
But
lesson
anyway,
in
as I
his
Shit.
took more and more,
perception
over
of
the years,
oxycodone versus
just-
hydrocodone.
you build up a tolerance to
Alex,
pain pills.
his life.
And so what might give me this energy, the reason, one of the reasons I became so addicted
Yeah,
is,
exactly.
you know, some people talk about pain
Liver
pills and
jump
how
out
they
of his
make them
body, you're
lethargic
absolutely right.
and,
Bullshit.
you know, where they can't
It's a
do
day.
anything and they feel. Opiates gave me energy. I mean, whatever I was doing, it made it more interesting. You know, it made me want to do it longer. You know, to go on a drive, it made driving, it just, at the beginning, it made everything better. But I took so much.
For those
just
of you
to
asking
keep- got to
why
a point
not
where I
use
was taking so
caffeine,
much
I think
just
he's
to not
undiagnosed ADHD.
backslide or go into withdrawal.
And I know we talk about
or
not diagnosing
have all
people.
those
I'm
symptoms.
ADHD,
And so
and that's why not caffeine. Not caffeine
it
does
got
not
to the
always
point where
work the same for people with ADHD.
I was taking
So
the amounts that I came to be taking in the time period you're talking about, January to
because
June.
he already has kids diagnosed with ADHD.
So it evolved over time. It wasn't like it just started then.
Yeah,
Mr.
let's blame
Waters.
opioids
Just
for
give me
everything.
one example of a day.
and
during
this
that
is
time
this is the
I know
problem
what
with
you mean when I
you take-
shame
start
around
8 o'clock in the morning, or whatever time you got up, and
neurodivergence,
take one, and then
is
one
people
every
I
won't
30
wasn't there
minutes.
know-
I
at the
mean,
time of the murder.
Get
I've given you a chance to
medicated or
explain, so
treated
It would
or
totally
diagnosed
depend.
because
It
they're
would totally
embarrassed or
depend
ashamed.
on any
And then-
number of circumstances. So
They self-medicate.
Starting a day, one of the
I don't
main
think he was
things
taking
that
100
this
pills
would
a day.
depend on was
But I
how
do think
late
he was
the
clearly
day
self-medicating.
before I had taken pills
And then the way he's
how many I
explaining
had
how it
taken.
works
And did I take them during the night? Did I wake up during
and the
the
way he
night
explains his behavior.
and take them? So,
No.
you know, let's just say that it had been a while since I took any, and I slept, and I woke up.
I think
all right?
Creighton doesn't
Then
have a
I
lot
would
of experience with
immediately-
narcotics
immediately,
cases.
First
But
thing, take
I think this is
pills
a very
because it's
obscure
been
one.
a while.
So think hard about what
Sometimes
I'm actually talking
if
For
you
about.
those of
slept,
you that were
hadn't
questioning
taken pills,
whether he was
you'd wake up
addicted,
and you could tell the beginnings
not
of those.
just
Space.
I'm not gonna say they were
I
really
think the level of his
withdrawals, but
addiction
the
might have been
agitation that
exaggerated,
you
but
feel
does
when
this-
you don't take it, and you could tell it, so you
Does
had
this
to take it
testimony
right away.
change your
And so I
opinion
would
of
start off,
that?
first thing I would do would take pills.
Because Creighton doesn't believe him. I think he's exaggerating it, but I believe him. And Chris Creighton's like, well, how could you be a successful lawyer? That's how. That's how.
That's
He was
how strong
self-medicating.
withdrawals are for opiates, correct? That you feel that agitation until you can take another pill.
Yep.
Yes, I mean, but that, I mean, that's just, agitation's the tip of the iceberg
Oh, tell us about the rest of it.
when
Let's
it
talk about that
comes
a
to
little bit.
withdrawals, opiate withdrawals.
I think you said in your
Exactly where Creighton wants to go with
jury
this.
and, the telephone conversation with Special Agent Kelly, that, and you talked about
Probably
just
Billy.
how
Right, she's with Billy.
strong they are, how you're willing to do anything.
Made her way
make
to
them stop,
Billy.
Correct?
I think what I said is almost anything.
Almost
Oh
anything.
God, Raptor, I
Describe
forgot
that,
about him.
please.
I mean, you're sick. I mean, you're physically, you are physically sick. It's like having the flu when you ache and your joints hurt.
They'll get whatever they
You
deserve.
don't want to get up.
A minute, it
You
won't
can't get up.
time, but it'll
And that's after a
horrible
while.
people. They're
It
truly horrible.
starts with what you're talking about, agitation and
Really with nothing but
fidgety.
horrible.
Everybody talks about how fidgety I was.
Hi, Sable.
But
Crystal
it starts
Crystal hips.
with that, and then it goes to, you might be sitting here and just all of a sudden sweat's running down your face, all over your body. I mean, like you ran a marathon. I mean, you literally sweat that much. The next thing that comes on after about, 12 hours is, I call it jumpy legs, but I mean, there's no way that you could sit right here in this
Oh,
chair.
oh,
I mean,
yeah, thank you.
you couldn't remain sitting. I mean, you would have to get up
Thank you
and
for
move
explaining that.
around. And I mean, if your legs don't want to work, and that lasts for about
We are here for it, mind. We are
anywhere
here
from
for it.
18 to 24 hours.
I think the more obscure, the better. Frankly.
During that period, the
I don't understand it. They're never
the
gonna understand.
intestinal
So this is
issues
great.
come in, and
We heard a lot about that
you
yesterday.
literally can't control yourself. You have diarrhea like you have food poisoning. You throw up. I mean, you're physically sick.
How many times did you try to self-detox?
Mr. Waters, dozens.
I went mean. I went real mean.
If
Right.
not hundreds. I
Just went
there's
real
so
mean.
many, I can't tell you.
That feels exaggerated too.
Just hang there with me.
But I
And
also
those-
don't know what he
those
considers
symptoms you just
self-detox.
described are
Is it thinking
extremely
about it?
Powerful.
Is it
Make very
cutting
difficult to do that. Is
the
that
number
correct?
down a day?
Made it difficult to,
To try to self-detox.
oh, it's extremely hard.
You mentioned yesterday that you were paranoid. How long had that been going on?
Well, no, I didn't say that I was paranoid.
Yes, you did.
I said
No, what you said was you were
as the
paranoid.
addiction evolved, there would be situations where you would have these paranoid thoughts.
This is
When
a
did those first start?
helpful line of questioning, I
When we
think.
first started, but,
I mean, how long before June of 2021?
oh, a long
Week,
time.
a month, a
Oh,
long
no,
time?
no. It was, it was
I don't care.
as my addiction got worse. I mean, it was a significant period of time, but,
How long
when-
would you
when-
have these paranoid thoughts?
usually a matter of seconds. I mean, it was something, again, my whole life,
Sorry.
you wouldn't see me where I didn't have pills on me.
Fridays.
And that's where I kept them. I kept them on me because I was scared to put them somewhere for fear somebody would find them. So I
Oh,
kept them on
imagine
me.
the
So
haters
if
are
you
watching.
saw me, I had pills on me. I had a pocket full of pills
I don't even
on
think they
June
read
the
the
8th.
the haters.
on June the 8th when I
think
was
I find myself
sitting in
really boring.
David Owen's patrol car.
And I just have to laugh.
So I always
There
had
weren't any
them on me.
pills in your
and
pants when the police took them, though.
I might be
So-
going to Edisto, and I turn on
Why were there
Hampton
no
Street
Big man.
pills
right
in your
out here,
pockets
and a police
when the
car
police
pulls out.
took your shorts
Boom.
then?
I have paranoid thoughts. You know, it just.
He's really pushing this.
But I could always
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna try.
say, you're not doing anything wrong. He's not following you, and I can get past it in a matter of seconds.
Everyone that said jagged little pill in the chat, I appreciate it. Yes, he has one hand in his
Did anybody
pocket.
in your
The other
family ever
apparently is
see
full of
you
oxy.
What?
having these severe
All
withdrawals?
right. All right, everybody.
Absolutely.
Hell,
Who did?
what's going on
Mags.
over here?
Paw, Bus, my dad, Randy, John Marvin.
I wonder if his pills out of his computer bag were taken because
Sir
Paul
Cross
said he took them.
And just to be clear,
It's a terrible.
Randy and John Marvin never saw me having withdrawals
I'm not responsible.
before
I'm not
September.
responsible for anything.
they
So
saw
who-
me.
And I thank you for clarifying that.
Sorry.
Prior to June of 2021.
You are, even when you're
who in your family
high, okay?
saw
I
you
know
having these
this.
Severe withdrawals.
Bus, Paw,
I know I'm high,
Maggie.
responsible for whatever happens when I'm high.
my dad.
Oh, yeah. The drugs made me do it, but not that. No, I didn't do that. I left
I
right
was
before.
making notes too.
I went
Do
to.
you
I went away right before that happened.
remember in
I
calling?
don't know when it happened,
remember
but I wasn't
calling
there.
Paul, a little detective?
I was hoping he'd get to this.
I don't know that I ever called him a little detective, but I
Roll
think
the tape.
Maggie did. I may have. I mean, Paul was very intuitive, so
You said that too.
Oh, come
I
on.
heard
You said
Marion.
that during
I
one of
heard
your interviews?
I heard Marion call him a little detective.
Maybe
I
one of
know
those-
Maggie used to call him that.
Did that have
Today's
anything to
about
do with the
timing.
pills?
Can't lie now.
Well, yeah, it had something to do with it, but I mean, Paul was always that way, but that what led him to be called a little detective, certainly there were times when Paul and pills.
Including just a month before the murders. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Then what's that text message about?
Um,
6523 that was entered into evidence, which is a text from Paul to you.
I
Big
did.
deal, little pea.
Said that Maggie found pills.
I don't know.
Right.
Tell me about what happened after
You
that.
asked me about
Imagine
Paul
when-
finding them.
why now
It was
was
Maggie that
He
found them.
decided
Fair
to
enough.
keep them.
So
You know,
That
Maggie
is
that
fair
found
enough.
what was,
Yes,
the,
sir.
what was the impetus now for killing
Paul
them?
confronted you.
reached out to you, correct?
The words
You know,
confronted,
you're
Creighton.
like,
On
that's-
that occasion,
you're on your-
yes, sir.
You're on your break to see what your
And what
pain
was the
level is.
discussion after that?
I don't think he
can't
did go to a
remember
legit
exactly what it
center
was, but
degree. I think he went to Atlanta,
about it.
right? He left the,
I'd had eye surgery.
the state. I remember that.
I don't know what day it was, but days before that, the day Maggie found them, Maggie drove me
I
to
hear
the
you. I see
doctor
you.
for me to have my cataract.
Anybody know about this Americans for America organization that
Removed,
connected himself to?
whatever they call that surgery, I can't remember, but I had a
You know.
cataract taken out,
That's
outpatient. You go
Fair
in
point,
for a
little white
couple
lie.
hours And you come out. And
Did
it
hear
was
the word
during
murder.
COVID, and so Maggie wasn't allowed to come into the
Big
doctor's
deal, the little
office,
pig.
so she sat in the car.
Big D little pig.
And
I like that.
I had left pills in the
don't know
computer
about that.
bag and sitting out there bored. Guess she started looking at my computer and found them in the computer bag. So she found those pills.
All right, and so she obviously told Paul, and Paul.
His lawyers
texted
were
you
with him when he went
about
to
finding
rehab.
those pills
That's correct.
in May of 2021.
That's correct.
And you've
New
heard
Freedom
your
Group?
sister-in-law Marion testify that Maggie called him a
Great.
little detective about the pills.
Let's look them
Heard
up.
that testimony in
Jesus
this courtroom?
Christ.
I did hear that.
All right. So did
I
they
thought we were
start
done
to
watching these idiots.
watch you like a hawk and get on you about your pill usage during the month
Just
of
keep
May?
doing shitty stuff.
Creighton changing his motive in
about
front of
you.
us?
That's
They did not.
legit.
No, Mr. Waters,
Regina
This-
Thompson.
battle that I had with addiction,
What's you? What are
it had
you
been
about?
going on
Look
for
up.
years.
Got terrible
years.
press on our fucking
And
website.
so they had been watching me like a
MAGA
hawk
website.
for years.
Here we go.
before May. May was just one occurrence where I let them down
Regina Thompson, David Pettis. Let's find out who these
again.
are.
Let him talk.
They had been watching you like a hawk
Who
for
are these
years. Is that
people?
correct?
No, ask him about let them down again.
About my pill addiction, yes, sir.
Mr. America.
That is correct.
Oh, well, let's look at their guides.
Follow up on the let them down again.
Let's look at their financials.
Because he looks
Why
mad.
not? I
Creighton,
used it on nonprofit.
look at him
Be able to figure
and
it out.
follow up on the question.
Oops. Beep, 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 beep,
This
beep.
time in May, that wasn't the only time that Paul found
It doesn't
Phil.
show you who I really am.
Is that correct?
We'll take care of that.
Now, there were a number of times where
It does show you who I really am.
Max found pills,
All right.
Paw found pills,
It's Americans
Bus found pills.
or
I
Americans.
mean, it was a ongoing,
Not really.
just an
Colorado.
ongoing battle for me.
And after they found those pills in May, that being Maggie and Paul, were they trying to get you to self-detox?
Alliance. No, no. Americans for
No,
Americans.
sir, not at that point in
There
I
time.
we
know the
go.
answer to that because
Just let it go?
I
No,
see
they didn't
you.
let it go.
I found
But
you.
At that point in time, Paul and I had already had a discussion.
Let's see.
based
Tax
on,
forms. Yeah.
Um,
Give it to me, baby.
I can't remember exactly when it was,
Give
but
it to
there
me,
had been
baby.
a
We're
previous
gonna look at their.
occasion
We're gonna look at their
a
990.
good while back where
Oh, she did tweet about it. Okay. She might not know about them if they're too small.
there'd been a previous
They are
occasion
pretty, they're pretty small money wise.
where
Yeah.
either Maggie or Paul had found pills, and Paul had come to me and asked me,
Contributions.
and I told him,
900.
you know, I was back on the pills.
Prior year, 250,000 in contributions. The current year, 636,000. Woo, that was a nice little increase in your income.
I agree. Creighton doesn't follow up on the answers a lot. He keeps going on his train of thought.
And what
And-
are you doing? Who are you and who's behind you? Let's look at who's on your board. David Pettis, Kathleen Chandler, John Andrews. Just 3 people. Let's see what your
We
comp.
had a long talk. As I said, I don't remember
What
exactly
are
what
your
it was before that. Paul and I had a
compensation
long talk.
levels? Let's see what you spent
And-
your money on.
We'd
Other.
agreed, I had agreed,
What?
and I detoxed so many times. I'd been to detox. I detoxed at home with
I'm gonna
Maggie's
show you
help,
their
detoxed
financials.
at home with doctor's help, detoxed on my own, tried to.
Because they're really
and
stupid.
It just,
I can't
just
believe it.
detoxing just
Audit.
didn't work. It just, you could detox, but you couldn't
What else
No,
is
no,
going?
you-
What
I
are
couldn't.
you up to?
I couldn't
Little whippersnapper.
stay off of
What are
them.
you up to? What are you up to? Total
And so,
assets 30,000. Total revenue. Oh, what a nice little net
I
asset.
promised Paul,
$30,000 at the end of the year. Aren't you special? Your accounting method. Your
As
accounting
soon as
method
this-
was cash. You didn't use
as soon
accrual.
as we finished with his criminal case,
What the fuck?
that I would go to rehab.
What
And,
organization does it on a cash basis?
Um,
Can you tell me that?
Huh.
I have never worked for an organization of any. No, I've never worked for an
and on
organization
this particular occasion,
on a cash basis.
um,
Tell me how that happens. Tell me.
Paul knew that his
me.
mom worried about me so much with
Wouldn't-
pills
I'm enjoying looking at their financials.
that on this particular occasion,
Come on, show me your fucking compensation levels, you fuckers. Gifts grant. Okay, so they
I
got
think that
57,000.
Paw convinced Maggie
I had a big year in 2018.
that I got those pills in anticipation of the eye surgery, but that I never took them, so that she would not worry that I was
These guys are
once again.
playing fast and loose with this 990. I'll tell you that.
Now you're claiming that about the time in May, that Paul talked to Maggie and convinced her of that?
Schedule of contributors. Here we
I'm
go.
not claiming that, Mr. Waters. That's a fact
Mm.
of what happened.
Restricted.
We're hearing
Okay.
that now, correct?
Hearing what now?
What you
That-
just said.
Why aren't you
Well,
giving?
you just asked me this. Mr. Ward, if you keep making an issue about the first time you hearing these things, when I got arrested and I went to jail, we began reaching out to you to talk to you about all of these things, to try to tell you everything that I'd done, to give you all these details to help y'all go through these financial
you?
things.
Why would you
And
want to help you? Global
up until the
Service
time that
Network.
y'all charged me with murdering my wife and child, you would never
What grants and other assistance?
give Jim Griffin
Global Service
a
Network.
response to
Apex,
our
North
invitations to sit down and meet with you.
Program Achievement.
Okay.
So you're
So-
telling me I
Who the
never
fuck is
responded to
Global
Jim Griffin?
Service
Is that what you're
Network
saying
in
here
North
today?
Carolina?
I'm telling you,
Look
Are you
at
saying
Creighton's
that you
face.
Ever before yesterday reached out to anyone through yourself or through your attorneys and reached out to anyone
We'll
in
go
law
through this
enforcement or the
break.
prosecution and told them the story about the kennels? Are you telling me that?
what I'm telling
Did
you,
answer my
Mr.
question
Waters,
first, please, sir. Answer my question first.
Mm,
Did you ever
money.
reach out to anyone
not
in
his
law
job,
enforcement
though.
or the prosecution
Americans for
and tell
America.
that story that you told this jury yesterday about the kennels before yesterday?
did I ever reach out to law
Did you-
enforcement to say, I want to tell you about the kennels? No, sir, I did not. What
This
I,
is the Fifth Amendment line.
No, it's not.
This questioning about him
It's
volunteering
lying. It's-
information on
can't
these
lie.
charges
It might be burden
violates
shifting.
his Fifth Amendment rights, and we strongly object. Any more, we have to make a motion.
The objection's overruled.
We're getting close
What
to burden
I
shifting
do-
though, and that is a problem.
so,
Answer my question first,
Your Honor,
sir.
for the record, he did not bring it, he was talking about financial
Sit down,
stuff.
Mr.
You're on fire.
Griffin.
Oh shit! Did you hear the judge say sit down, Mr. Griffin? Hold on.
He is on fire.
We're switching feeds because I want to see the lawyers jumping up and down at defense table. Well, this gets crazy. Oh, thank you
Answer
for
my
the.
question.
I don't even remember the question.
Before yesterday, did you ever bring up what you told this jury about that kennels to anybody in the prosecution or anybody in law enforcement?
Miners for Trump rally in Pittsburgh was a
No.
no, I didn't have the opportunity to, Mr. Waters, because
Out there.
you
It's your fault, Mr.
would
Waters.
not respond to my invitations to reach out and tell you about all the things that I'd done wrong. And to talk about bringing this to a
Wait,
head,
it's not on
to
Zach
talk about bringing this to closure. I understand how many people I hurt.
See if I can
I
switch
understand
your Twitter.
how angry my partners are and how hurt they are. And I understand how hurt these people that I stole money from are. I understand how hurt they are.
Your
And
clients
one
are
of
now
the
these
things
people.
that I believe is getting past this may help them get some closure. And so since at least January, I've been trying to sit down with y'all
To make amends.
to talk to y'all
Is that what it is?
Okay.
and never, ever got a response to the multiple requests.
Multiple requests?
Yes, sir, multiple requests.
Creighton,
I would
don't
ask
laugh.
about this.
Let's,
Every
well, let's
few
ask
weeks.
this, sir.
Sir?
Did
I
Mark
can't find
Ball
Jenny's tweet on it. If
hear
anybody has a
your
link
story
to
There
it,
it is.
you
jury
could
about the kennels until yesterday?
email it to me
There it is.
or
Your
somehow
buddy
message
and law
it to
partner,
me.
Mark Ball?
Listen, I haven't spoken to Mark Ball since I went to rehab.
And
Go
these
through
were
all
the
the people
same
he
law
lied to.
partners that you were listening to the night of. Is that what you testified to this jury earlier?
Snip. I gotta pee.
You testified to that earlier, didn't
I
you?
gotta pee.
I don't understand your question.
Didn't you testify earlier that you were listening to your law partners on the night of the incident?
Was I listening to them?
Yeah, you testified to that. It's a
You're
simple
probably not
question.
real happy.
He
that
doesn't understand where
he's-
you're going
I'm
with it.
sure
It's
I
not simple
was.
for him.
When are you talking about?
On June 8th, in the early morning hours, you testified to this jury that you were listening to them, but you never told them the Kendall story either, and they heard it for the first time yesterday as well, isn't that correct?
Yes, that's the first time they heard it.
First time that Ronnie Crosby ever heard that would have been yesterday?
If he was listening, that would have been the first time he heard
First
it.
time Johnny Parker ever heard that was yesterday?
Yes.
First time Danny Henderson, who was representing you in the boat case, ever heard that was yesterday?
Yes, yesterday is the first time that I have said that openly. But that's not what you were asking me, Mr. Waters, but you go ahead.
First time your brother Randy heard that was yesterday?
Creighton, just let him talk. Let him
was
fill the
listening.
space with sass. I'll talk about burden shifting at the break. I don't want to talk over it too much. because I don't know when Creighton's going to start talking. And this is the stuff
And
that
Mr. Waters, just to be clear,
see.
I was begging
No
for a
question pending.
meeting with y'all to try to bring this to a close, to talk to y'all about everything.
talk your way out of it?
Up until the time
Bring this to
that
a-
y'all charged me with hurting Maggie and Paul.
Hurting.
Now, after that point in time,
What?
I stopped, obviously.
Claiming that you were begging for a meeting and but you admit information was never conveyed that you wanted to change your story after multiple interviews with law enforcement about what happened that night, including the most important fact of all, which is
Kennel.
when
I
the
would
last
push
time
on the
you
kennel.
supposedly saw your wife and son alive.
Bill,
I don't know exactly what was conveyed or not because, to you, because I wasn't part of it. All I know
Fair
is
enough.
what
You don't
I
know.
was trying to do was to sit down.
And talk to y'all.
I understood to bring all this to a close, that y'all would want me to sit down and go through all of these financial things, all of these things that I'd done wrong, and to try to bring that to a close, I was repeatedly trying to sit down with y'all.
The reality is, Mr. Murdoch, is the reason why no one's ever heard that before is because you had to sit in this courtroom and hear your family and your friends, one after the other, come in and testify that you were on that kennel video. So you, like you've done so many times over the course of your
Lied.
life, had to back up and make a new story that kind of fit with the facts that can't be denied. Isn't that true, sir?
No, sir, that's not true.
Okay.
The answer to that question doesn't matter. The reason Creighton
You've
asked
done
the
that
question
over and over again over the years with all of this that we've been talking about, haven't you?
is for the jury to hear the question.
I've done what over and over again?
The second that you're confronted with facts that you can't deny, you immediately come up with a new lie.
That's the point
Isn't that correct?
of the line of questioning.
Mr. Waters, as we've established, I have lied many times, but I can't sit here and tell you that, what are you talking about, facts that I can't deny? That I would disagree with that proposition that you're putting out. That was
Keep
what I
trying to play
did all
word
the
games
time.
with them. It's
In-
going to go
in
back
doing
and
that,
forth.
I admit again that I've lied to people that trusted me.
The word games will go both ways. Everybody's a lawyer in this questioning scenario here. It's just going to just
So we can agree that the prosecution and law enforcement and so many of your friends and family
More
heard for the
coffee.
first time your story about the kennels yesterday
coffee.
after all these weeks of testimony. Can we agree on that?
That law enforcement, my partners, and my friends heard me say that for the first time. Yes, I agree with that.
Boom.
just pause, Creighton, and let him fill in the gaps. He keeps doing it.
Would you agree with me?
Right now they're in a
No.
parking lot in Maryland. Getting
And we
their-
should talk about the
Getting to
timeline
Ohio.
on June 7th. Yes, I agree to that. Can we do that? When are we going to do that? I want to do that. We talked about the kennel video.
Well,
That your
Julie.
own lawyer was repeating your story that you were at home napping as late as November of 22
He
on
repeated it in
national
opening.
television.
That's true too.
I don't know.
You don't know that?
No, in jail, we don't get newspapers, and the TV we have is limited, so.
He's
So
like,
your
I'm
own
not.
lawyers, at
I'm not
least as
watching
late as
GMA.
November 22, didn't know this story that you've told to this jury after 5 weeks of your family and friends coming in
Ooh,
and
that's.
saying, yeah, that's
I would
someone
object to
did it."
that.
I don't
I
know.
would object to that.
Attorney-client
I
privilege
think it does too.
communication, Totally improper.
I agree. I agree.
Yes, sir, response.
He has brought up his communications with counsel, and now that is fair game, Your Honor. His communications through counsel would.
He
or alleged
did.
communications
No,
with
he did. I don't know. I would excuse the jury and ask more.
Attorney-client privilege to national television interviews.
There
The
is
objection is overruled.
to what was said. I would have excused the jury and talked about that more. Because Alec did say, I've been telling my lawyers to talk to you. I think they should have explored that a little bit more. Because it's dangerous territory.
Are you waiting for me to answer, Mr. Waters, or did I answer?
I think the point's made.
All right, sir.
Waters knows it's dangerous
You said
territory.
You were unaware of that national television interview, is that what you said? You were
Unaware of what national television
The
interview?
one where your lawyer repeated that story as late as November of 2022. Your story that you were actually home asleep at the house.
The
During
only,
the 8 o'clock
the
hour.
only national TV ad that I'm aware of is, not ad, program, is one
I have any
that Mr. Griffin was involved in.
Yeah, the HBO one.
table
Are you referring to like a Dateline something?
really
What
badly.
about HBO?
Okay,
I've done
HBO.
a
All right,
show
like,
at Dateline.
so, yeah, I am aware of that. And what I believe the case to be is that I believe that when that was in its works, that Mr. Griffin made those statements sometime
Always Mr. Griffin, isn't it?
substantially before November of 22, as early as around the very beginning of 2021,
But also, Poot went
Let's
on the
talk,
morning shows to talk about it.
at least what I understand to be the case.
All right, let's talk some more about your testimony from yesterday.
It's always Jim Griffin.
And you're
I wonder how
telling
the
this
jury
jury,
feels about that.
even on something as clear as a skin on video, that your story doesn't change when you have to make them fit
I
the
love
facts
you.
that no
I love
longer can be
you.
denied. Is that what you're telling this jury?
I don't understand that question. Say that again?
I said, you're telling this jury that you don't change your story to make the facts fit evidence you can no longer deny, like what's been going on in
Yep.
this courtroom.
I'm not telling the jury anything about that.
All right, good. All right, let's move on. Let's talk some more about that issue.
Diana says, Alex Murdoch, bad guy, check. I'm struggling
let's
with the
talk
charges.
about-
I don't think you're alone on that. I think a lot are.
Or-
This is a hard case. This is not a clear-cut
Confrontation on
case.
June the 7th with Jeannie
Never
Seconder.
seen that. She's
which
lived
you
there.
said was no big deal.
So
Isn't that what you testified? Words to that effect?
it's cold.
I think what I testified to is that, to me,
That's
it
pretty-
certainly didn't seem like a confrontation. Jeannie came to me and was almost apologetic. And this is what I believe, Mr. Waters, is I believe that
You're not ready
what
for that.
Jeannie Seconder
Those mountain people.
and my partners have had to go through since September has been hard.
They've had to pay back all the
I
clients you
know
stole
I mean,
from.
I could see it. I could see the hurt
Yep.
that I caused them. And I know that they're betrayed, and I know that they're angry, and I know that they're hurt. And I want to make clear to this that while I disagree with what Jeannie said as to it being a confrontation, because I don't believe that it was, I don't think that she was lying. I think that she feels it. I think that, she believes that that's the case.
What?
After all this time that she's had to deal with this. But on June 7th, when she came to me, she was almost apologetic.
Fucking piece of
She,
shit.
you heard her say that she
Ugh,
said
somebody
that
rinsed
she
them
wouldn't be
off.
doing her job if she didn't do this.
Drain.
Right.
It was made clear to me that someone had said this,
These guys to rap.
that
Done.
I had to make
Aneurysm.
sure that income came through the firm, that I couldn't
I mean it. I'm sorry. I know that's bad.
structure money. In other words, I had the impression
So fucking done.
that there was concern that maybe,
Rapture faster.
like Mark Ball and Ronnie Crosby said, that maybe I was hiding
Take him,
fees
God.
because of
Now.
the civil boat case. But
Let me see if I
that
can
conversation was so
summarize.
quick, Mr. Waters, that you
sorry.
keep using the term confrontation. I didn't take it as a confrontation.
Chuds are
And
so.
you're telling this jury you're not making that issue fit,
I kind of believe
well,
him,
that
though.
make the story
Conversation
fit with those
was so
facts by saying,
Because I
it
think
wasn't
he
a big
thought-
deal, and Jeannie, she's hurt, so she's overreacting now.
No, that's
You
not
got
what
on
I'm
that
saying.
stand and testify.
What I'm saying is exactly what I just testified to, that
He perceived
me,
it.
on that day,
To telling
that was not a confrontation.
He perceived it as not a
Ended
confrontation.
almost as quickly as it began.
Because who's going to step to
and
him?
want to unify with that.
I didn't
That's.
think
I
about it
think in his
again
mind it wasn't a
for
confrontation. In her mind it
period of
was.
time
I think
until
both are
after
true. She was
everything
confronting him more than he'd
Testified
ever been
earlier, you get
confronted,
paranoid
and
if
he
a
thought he could
helicopter
brush it
comes out
off.
behind you, but you're not getting paranoid when Jeannie comes in here and says, I need an answer about these fees?
No,
I
because,
believe you took them?
no,
All those
things
idiots-
like that
Time on my
wouldn't
chip
cause,
last time.
the paranoid thought and and the paranoid thinking.
He thought
was
Chris Wilson would
always
keep
related
covering
to
for him.
pills. It was always, okay, that reaction that somebody just gave me.
It was always related to pills.
Yes,
do they
Creighton,
know
follow up
something?
on that.
Did something somebody said, it was, I mean, the times, that's what, when I had to deal with paranoid thinking, that, you know, if a judge confronted me in the courtroom about a piece of evidence, or if Jeannie asked me about that, those are not things that gave me paranoid thinking.
Okay.
Him
And he testified
testifying.
the same thing about the boat hearing on June 10th. Not worried about it. No big deal.
Okay.
Correct?
Okay.
No, I didn't say that it was no big deal, but I said that my main concern about those motions coming up on June the 10th.
Yeah, I don't know about the selective paranoia either, guys.
dealt
I don't know.
more
Chat,
with
I don't
the
know.
venue motion than they did with the motion to compel, I believe is what I
Are
said.
you telling this jury that you didn't testify yesterday, that you weren't concerned about it?
I wasn't overly concerned about it.
CeeLo,
And I'm sure I had some level of concern because the
agree.
venue motion was, it was a big issue in the case.
Were you concerned enough about it to bow up with Mark Tinsley at the trial lawyers conference and say, "What are you doing, Bo?"
No, absolutely, unequivocally, never happened.
Sure about that?
I think with Alec testifying, he's given the prosecution a big opportunity to switch what they think happened here and the motive here. I don't know if they will,
The Ferris fee
but I think it
issue
explains
There needs
more
to be a weed.
comes to light on June.
I think that would be the
7th.
best.
the
option.
circumstance of the
You're
pills
not
being
gonna be able to
taken.
borrow money from Johnny Parker anymore, are you?
If the Ferris fee, hypothetically speaking, if the Ferris fee came to light on June the 7th, well, here, any point in time,
He's not
if the
answering.
Ferris fee came to light, Johnny Parker would not loan me money. Okay. If Johnny knew that I had taken fees, I would not have been able to borrow money from Johnny Parker.
I don't think that's asking too much, right? I don't think so. I think that's fine. I think it's been some closer.
You testified earlier about going
Dr. B says bye.
to the Gamecock baseball game on the weekend prior to Monday, June 7th, 2021.
I don't know. I
Correct.
think there's room for the jury to say he didn't think
Not
he
every single people.
He didn't think Chris Wilson. He didn't think Chris Wilson was going to open
But
his accounting
people
and kind of rat him out. He didn't think Jeannie Seconder was going to dive into it any more deeply. And on June 7th, for him, it didn't feel like a confrontation. I think it is a reasonable explanation because he'd always gotten away with this shit before. But I'm interested to see what text messages we don't know about yet that he's showing to the defense because that's what's going on there. I'm very interested about that, but I think it is a
I'm going to move into the
reasonable interpretation. He's like, I didn't feel confronted.
I'm going to show you what's been
I
brought
do.
to Stage
There might be
572
it's-
to this trial. You got your readers with you?
Oh, no, I
Glasses? And have you, first I just want you to look through that document and then answer the question, do you generally know what that is?
I need a guy that wants to smoke weed, sit on a couch, and watch YouTube all day. Is that possible?
Shelby, I understand that
Just
that
putting-
Alec is a very good liar, but
Someone
it's
wants something, so if you'll stand for a moment, everybody stand for a moment.
one of the jurors has raised a hand or something. But is it reasonable to the jury
Oh,
that he
I'm
didn't
sorry.
think that this confrontation was the thing that was going to unravel him? And he's testified about Chris Wilson
do.
not opening his trust account for a variety of reasons.
I love tequila
He's-
so much.
We've seen other witnesses testify about it too.
Tequila was
And
my
while
favorite.
we saw Jeannie Seconder, it was a big deal for her.
I
The
love
jury's going to go with what is reasonable to Alec.
Oh.
Now, they might think, yeah, I agree. The June 7th confrontation at the law firm wasn't the thing. It was everything else
That
and
was-
people taking pills away from him and all the rest of it.
That was.
But I don't know. But they also might say, look, motive to the side, none of this makes sense. People killing their family doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
We're not
I'm
even going to try to find a motive.
right now.
We're going to look at the evidence that points
on
to
it
him trying to cover it up. Asking witnesses to change their testimony or change their memory. Not having any blood on him when he says that he has touched them. Changing
I'm glad.
his story with regard to
Glad it's hard to hear me.
his face is real interesting. Changing his story with
Come to
regard
order.
to
They're back.
where he was and when.
Anyway,
It's
bottom line is hello.
an interesting question.
Oh,
The
good.
judge used his gavel. That's the first time he's used his gavel.
Please,
My mind.
have you had a chance to review that, Mr. Murdock?
Yes, sir.
All right, and do you recognize what those are?
And we just get to
General?
talk it
I
through.
do.
And what are they?
Text between Maggie and I.
And what day did they take place?
Text with him and Maggie.
June the 6th.
June the 6th, 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
At this time, the state would offer states 572 into evidence. Objection.
The judge,
Admit without objection.
the judge gavelled. I want to look at these text messages.
All right. Tell the jury, where were you when these texts were taking place?
I was in the hotel,
What city were you in?
Columbia, South Carolina.
And where?
JC said
I'm
this
not
is
exactly
convoluted.
sure
Yep.
where they were when they first started, but they would have been somewhere between a hotel, a restaurant, and the ball field.
All right. But when you send this text on June 6th at
6th?
11:41, you say y'all in seat already, correct?
Yes, that's what I did say.
All right, and they say yes, Maggie says yes, we like these seats, is that correct?
All right, that's correct. I didn't notice that. So at that point in time, they are in the ballpark.
You're not there. You
Oh,
not
you're
go
trying to
the
find
game
your
together
phone?
then.
And then you respond
Find my phone.
better than last night, they extended checkout.
Is this
to
better,
1.
Sable?
Gonna come then, is that correct?
That's what that
I know
text
that's
says. Yes, sir.
relative.
So you're back at the room, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Hi, Al. How you
There
doing?
better be a point to this more than he showed up at the baseball game late. Great.
Last night was fun. Saying
Later
poop.
on, you text after.
Do it.
she
Lurk
asks you to
it.
Bring a charger.
Lurk it,
Says,
dude.
Muggy, you text, I'm dreading
Lurk
it.
the shit
See
out
you
of
in a little
YouTube
bit."
today.
Is that correct?
Actually,
That's
I'm
what I said,
watching
yes,
JJ
sir.
on my other screen because it's just too funny.
I mean,
And I'm looking into America's for
I understand that.
Americans
Don't
for
come,
America
then ask
because
about
sketchy
the
as fuck.
charger. It says it's hot. Is that correct?
Anyway, welcome.
Mr. Waters, yes, I assume you were reading it exactly, so, yes, sir.
did I read that correctly? Ask it, Creighton. Give it to him and say, did I read that correctly? Please. For the love of the chat.
She eventually responds,
So he didn't go to the baseball
not
game.
crowded, but not the place to come if you don't feel well. Very hot and muggy. We are inside, sitting at the bar, very nice indoors. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yes, sir.
And then you respond, dialed you by accident. They are making me leave, so I'll see y'all in a few. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And who was making you leave where?
The hotel.
It was past checkout time at the hotel.
After you'd gotten an extended checkout, correct?
It
Creighton,
appears so.
time is a construct. And sometimes it is hard to get out of your hotel room on time. Look,
And the reality
Time is wibbly.
is that you were in that hotel suffering from withdrawals when that's going on. Is that correct?
I was beginning to, yes, sir.
what?
And the reality is,
He was in withdrawals on 6/6. Well, that explains the sweating in the
wife
car
and your
during the
son
interview.
were on you
and the
at that
jumpy
time
legs.
period because they had found pills just
That's
few
a
weeks
different
prior.
story.
No, sir, that's not correct.
Well, then why were you going through withdrawals at a baseball game? That is a whole different case that he's going through withdrawals on 6/6 and 6/7, which is consistent with the mess that he looks when he's being interviewed with police.
Let's talk about
He said he would do anything when he's in withdrawals. If he doesn't testify, the prosecution gets none of this in.
All the
This
fucking
changes the
chuds
case
are
for
fucking
me.
grifting off of fucking Ohio.
But the prosecution, because he testified,
What the
is going
fuck
to be
is
able to
wrong
change
with
their
you
narrative of
fucking
this case
people?
that they wouldn't have been able to
got
do
up
if he
that
didn't
morning.
testify.
Oh,
What
God,
time do you think you
smite.
got up and left?
If there is,
that day?
there isn't a God, because
That'll
God
be
isn't
interesting.
real.
After having the benefit of looking at all
Uh-oh.
these records,
But I'm telling you right now,
I don't know what time I got up and looking at the records.
like these
Obviously, I've been
fuckers.
up
I'm
for a while,
done.
but it appears I left shortly after noon.
They're not even.
Okay.
They're not even
And you went to
right-wing
work?
assholes I'm interested in
yes, sir.
following because
And
they're
what were
not.
you
They're so
working on at
stupid. They
work?
can't.
I was working
They
on.
can't take over a 7-Eleven.
this Dominion Energy case.
So he's
was
going through
They
withdrawals
can't take
when
over a
Jeannie
Cracker Barrel
on.
bathroom
confronts him
line.
at work.
We had motions
That's
coming up
different.
later in that week.
They can't take
As I said
over
earlier, it's,
It's just a different circumstance.
I believed at the time
a casserole.
that it was the biggest case that I'd ever been involved in.
Hi-Fi says Ohio is at the center of everything.
And there were motions coming
Is that
up in
because he
that.
lives there?
I was preparing,
Just
Danny
kidding.
had been, Danny Henderson, my partner, that was helping me with the civil
God, man, that's fucking.
case.
I'm
for the boat
done.
wreck,
Everything is
had been
wrong
on
with
me
these
about
people.
getting a financial statement, and I
Useless as
finished
tits on a bowl.
doing that so that it could be given to Danny.
Even Mike Flynn didn't
Primary
want
is
them.
what I remember doing. Obviously, I talked to
He couldn't
Jeannie.
even use them as cannon fodder. That's how ridiculous they are. He couldn't even put them in front of the
time did you leave?
And I'm
cannons.
sure I did some other routine office things.
Yeah,
but
I know.
Can't tell you
Marie,
what they are.
I love
What
him
time
to
did you
death,
leave?
but
It appears that I left around a little after 6.
ego is too much.
the
I've
records.
been with that guy. The
I thought I
ego
Put up
left
a
earlier
poll.
than
big.
that, but I mean, the
Riddell must
records
be
were-
too busy actually working. No, I think he's probably eating.
seemed to be pretty clear.
And you
The
were
records
on
seem to
be
back, I
pretty
think you said
clear.
in both, many of your interviews
Flynn
that you were working on
fails,
the
yeah.
boat case that day
If
as well.
Flynn won't even use you as
Financial declaration.
human shields.
Yes, I prepared
You've
the
got
financial
nothing.
declaration. I didn't do any
Jersey
work
J couldn't
in
even be
this
Michael Flynn's human shield.
civil case. So my work in that
I saw a couple questions. Do I think he was advised
is
not to
what I did.
testify?
I prepared the
Yes.
financial
He's
statement, which
eating
took me a
Mama's
little bit of
titters.
time
Remind me to
Titter
talk about it
taters.
at break.
to get the
Hey,
details
Mama,
on that.
give me some
But,
of them tater taters.
I mean, that was
Hand
the
over
work
one
I
of them
did
tater taters. I just won't put my mouth on it.
in
I'm just
preparation for
kidding.
the
Oh my God, I'm
motions
just
coming
kidding.
up.
I'm sorry.
And what
I
time
just
did
saw
you
a
get home?
goat. You just saw a goat? Is that what that is,
Looking
or a
at the
whale?
records, it looks like I got home a little before 7, 6:45.
Already a
I think.
failure.
Swear, if
Everybody
Creighton keeps
knows
attacking him
you
on
are
his
a
perception of
failure.
time on the property,
Everybody
my mind.
knows
That's correct.
you're nothing.
told law enforcement you shot
You're Johnny, and we hate you.
told law enforcement that you never saw
Oh,
any
mallard.
blackout.
Okay. Duck. Got
That I'd
it.
never seen a blackout?
Foie
At
gras.
that
You
point
saw
in
some
time,
foie
you were
gras.
riding the property.
No, I did not see a
Mallard.
blackout.
That's a beautiful color of blue.
Timeline.
Don't you think?
Timeline.
Did you tell law enforcement
I
that
just
you
can't see the
and Paul
emoticon.
were around, going
The
around
emoji.
looking for
I
hogs?
couldn't see the emoji, Marie, because I'm so blind.
If I said that,
Go ahead.
and
Oh,
if I told them that,
you
you don't look for hogs in the daytime. All right, the hogs are deep in the swamp in the daytime. So I can tell you that Paul and I were not riding around looking for hogs. But what we were doing is we were going from food plot to food plot, and we were looking for hog signs. All right, what a hog do is come out
That's
and
a
root,
change.
and they tear up food plots, they tear up everything. And so that was one of the things we were doing. But we were not hog hunting.
Y'all.
We were not looking for hogs. We did not have
Does
the
he seem mad
300
or
blackout
panicked?
with us.
Okay. Paul didn't have the gun that blackout that he favored with him
Yikes.
while y'all rode the property.
I
Mad,
love ducks.
panic.
The
I
gun
mean, I
that's in
don't
here?
love ducks.
Any rifle.
But I do.
There was no 300 blackout with me and Paul.
All y'all had was a 22.
Y'all are, some of you saying
And
both,
that
some of you
was a
saying mad,
22
some of you saying panic.
Pistol, but we didn't have that with us at that time riding the property.
Right. And you testified, you've seen the Snapchat video.
Hey, you know what
of you in
today
the
is?
tree,
Today's a
that
great
right?
day for
I
an
have seen
indictment.
that.
And you don't dispute the time of that video, do you?
I don't even know what time that was taken, but whatever
They
the
met
gentleman came and
monsters.
testified to, I don't dispute
that's
All right.
that's a
And
pretty formal word,
what
monster, Marie. Met
also
Let me
too,
ask you
maybe
this.
too
It was
formal.
odd.
When
There
did
was something.
you go back to the house?
They
was
went to
odd.
the
Were you with
Ruin
Paul or
America
were you by
tour
yourself?
up
I
in
was by
upstate New
myself
York,
when I went
and they
back to
got
the
kicked
house. I
out.
went back to the house basically when Maggie got there.
When Maggie got
So
there?
That's not what he
that's what I
said
meant
yesterday.
by even
And
Mike Flynn didn't
where
want
did
them
Paul
as
go
a
on
human shield.
He said he and
prior
Paul
to
were
that?
back at the house
Was he
before
back at
Maggie
the house
came back.
already, or he came after you?
These are the stupidest chuds.
Paul was in the
Chuds.
shop when
No,
I
sorry,
went back
not
to the
thugs.
house.
Chuds. It's a
All right, so you beat him
name
to the house
for
is
a
what you're saying, is that
convoy
right?
I beat
guy.
him to the house?
Yeah,
I
you were
do
at the
miss
house
Indictment
prior to Maggie
Fridays.
getting there.
Yes.
I like
And
an
you say Maggie
indictment
was there at the same
today.
time, or there before you, or there after you?
That's what I'm not
Friday is
absolutely certain about.
kind,
I
and
believe that Maggie came through the
in
kennel
the
entrance, and
dark
going back and
skies
looking at
for
these records
ladies
and these
because
times, I believe
Cleta
she came through
Mitchell
the kennel
and
entrance while
Sidney
Paul and I
Powell
were
are
at the shop.
horrible.
But
So is Emerald
either
Robinson.
way,
So is
I got
Maria
to the house
Bartiromo. But she's
very
probably
shortly after
stupid.
Maggie got there.
That's what he said
And
yesterday.
I believe that she came
Yeah,
through,
how
and I
stupid is
believe
that?
that I
How
went
fucked
right
up is
behind
that
her.
that you can't
When did
even
you take the shower that you've been talking about to this jury?
impress Ivan Rakelin?
I believe when I first went in the house. I
My
mean, I
name
would
is
have
Ivan
talked to Maggie
Rakelin.
for
I
a
am a
second,
little
but I'd seen her that
pisser.
morning, so I would,
You left your clothes on the floor?
I'm not sure.
I
It
think I
makes
have an
sense to
Ivan
me,
Rakelin
given what
song.
Blanca's,
I have words to that song.
said,
Scientologists
but
What was
I
your
could
habit?
started the convoy. The feds just busted the Mormons.
One
Scientologists
way
are
or the
next.
other.
God, it's about goddamn
Those aren't the
time.
clothes Blanca picked up,
Oh,
though.
thank you, Sable.
The clothes in the
What time was
Snapchat
that, you
video.
think?
It's about time we
And
got
looking
rid
at
of the
the records, I think that
Scientologists.
was
They're
a
all the
little
fuck
after
over
8.
LA too. I'll tell you that. Every
You say
time I
Maggie
turn
was
around,
already
there's a
there at that
gorgeous
point.
ornate building that has Scientology smacked on the front of
When I
it.
got to the house,
Yeah.
yeah,
Pain in the ass.
And what did you
Good
do after that?
morning, Thomas. It
came
is
back out,
Friday.
sat out on the
It's
couch to eat dinner.
Friday.
What time was
We're
that?
we're moving. It's a little cold and
A
rainy
few
here
minutes
in Los
later, I mean, it didn't take me long to
Angeles,
shower.
so our mood reflects such.
And
So we
you
went
say
for
Paul was already
pink.
eating at that point?
He was.
It is a pink
You say he
Friday.
left first.
This afternoon we will be moving into the kitchen because you know
What
what
I-
I've dis-
what I said
you know
is
what
he
I've,
got up
I've
and he finished
decided
eating.
I can't sit
And
all
he
day
left our immediate
because my
vicinity.
my
Now,
it gives into my
um,
arthritis. So my
don't believe he
fucking
left
I don't
at
know.
that
I don't think they
point,
found his wife yet.
given
I think
what I've
she's
looked at time records.
Given the
and all,
records.
I believe that he was
she's
around
dust to dust.
the house for a little bit longer.
LA's so weird.
And just to be clear, again,
But I didn't see him.
all of this detail
Yeah.
was people were hearing for the first time
Anyway,
yesterday, like
I
we
have to
talked
pee.
about.
I'll be right
before,
back.
Say that again?
correct? All of this
Creighton.
detail that we're going through right
Shush.
now is not anything that you
Creighton.
related before. We're all
Keep
hearing
going
this
through the
for first
timeline.
time yesterday.
Objection, Your Honor. Fifth Amendment privilege.
Objections overruled.
So, yes, I did not tell law enforcement.
We'll talk about why they keep making that Fifth Amendment objection later. I don't think it's appropriate in this context.
Actually, I don't think law enforcement asked me what I did when we first went to the house, but I clearly lied to law enforcement about what I said
Well, and everybody
yesterday.
else.
Okay. And all of this, the last time you supposedly saw your wife and child, all of this detail, you as a lawyer and a prosecutor didn't think that was important to offer on your own?
Well, I think it's important.
You told this jury how cooperative you've been and how much information you wanted to provide, but you left out the most important parts, didn't
Yeah, I know. We all do, right?
left
Mrs.
out-
James's mom?
I left out that, I sure did.
We do. We gotta.
you? You don't consider that one of the most important parts?
We must.
think
We
it's
must.
important.
We must improve our bust. I love pink.
And why do you think it's important if
Think
you
it's
don't know when
wonderful.
they were killed?
All right,
good
tell me
mood
about
boost.
what happens next. Tell me about how
We're
Maggie and
mood
Paul ended up
boosting.
down at the kennels.
Why haven't I gotten a morning?
I'm
email
not, I'm
yet?
still not
Or a morning text
absolutely
message. What's
certain
going on here?
exactly how they ended up at the kennel, but in looking
Where
at
is
the
everybody?
timeframes.
And we'll talk
and
about
looking
the
at
we'll talk about the Fifth Amendment.
GPS points,
We'll,
I think I pretty well
chat, just
know,
pause on that.
because
We'll
I
talk
wasn't
about
sure
it.
if Maggie had walked to the kennels or ridden to the kennels, and I wasn't exactly sure how Paul
I
got
also
there,
am gonna.
but
I'm literally. I'm not. It's not beneath me
I'm all but certain
to
that
put my
Maggie and
fucking
Paul
yoga
went to the
mat
kennel
out and
together.
stretch while we
Right.
watch some of this shit because
And
frankly
what was
we
the
should all be
discussion? You
stretching.
said that they
And-
were going down there, but you didn't want to go. Is that right?
Maggie,
doing it
what I
next
said is
week. That's
Maggie
it.
asked me
I'm
to go
doing
to
it.
the kennels with her, and I wasn't gonna go. I said, I'm not gonna go.
And how long after she left did you supposedly go down there?
It was very quickly.
And what did you tell this jury and all these new facts as to the reason you changed your mind? Why'd you change your mind?
I just had a shower. When you go to the kennel, you always end up at the shop, dogs are running around, you always gonna end up doing more work. All right? It's hot. I
He was
already
going
had a
through
shower.
withdrawals.
I didn't want to go to the kennel
What am I doing?
Understandable.
I understand that. So why'd you change your mind?
because Maggie wanted me to.
He
So
didn't
you
want to have
thought
a
about it
pissed off
for
wife.
A few minutes and then decided
The
to go
jury
down
might
there?
understand
I
not
don't
wanting to have
think
a
I
pissed
sat
off
and
wife.
Contemplated, am I gonna go, am I gonna go?
I'd
I
understand
think
that.
that.
My wife
like
wanted me
many
to
things
go.
Maggie wanted me to do. If I didn't do it at first, I ended up doing it.
And you took the golf cart down to the kennels?
That's correct.
How long did that take to drive from the house down to the kennels in a golf cart?
You know, in looking
Time's
at the
wibbly.
records from
Brain
Lone
surgery
Star
she
and
would
all of
send
that,
down,
it
like a
seems to take
TBA
about a
patient
minute,
will
and
do. I was told to light her room in pink. Interesting, to
So
keep
I
her
think that was
anxiety and
probably,
agitation down
looking
at
at
work.
those speeds
That's so
of like
interesting.
20,
It's
24
definitely the
miles an
color that
hour,
I'm
I
drawn
would think
to,
it
so
takes double
I'm
that. I think it takes a couple minutes.
that makes
So you'll
sense that it would
proceed at
have
least
that
a couple
kind of
minutes to drive
property.
down there.
I
Is that
think,
right?
yes,
In a golf
Interesting.
cart?
that's correct.
But did he drive the golf cart back?
When the kennel video was going on, had you arrived before that?
He
I
doesn't
believe
know
that I had.
because he didn't
Okay.
know when the kennel
How
video
long
was
do you think
taken.
you'd been there before that was going on?
Not long, because when I got there,
Oh, but he knows the
in looking at the
conversation.
kennel video,
He knows when they were talking about. He knows when they were talking about.
you can see
He caught a
Pawpaw
guinea.
standing in the kennel. When I got there, Pawpaw wasn't standing in the kennel.
He wasn't in
Oh,
the
that's
kennel
right. He
anymore?
did say yesterday he
Well,
drove
he
back.
wasn't in the kennel like he is in the video.
Right.
He's probably.
Where was that golf cart when
I
police
don't know
arrived?
exactly, but I know he wasn't in the kennel. He was like in the driveway. He was fooling with Cash. He was in the driveway, but like close to the kennel, but not in the kennel like he is in the video.
So the video happened after that, according to you?
Video happened after I got
After you
there.
first saw Paul? You're saying he wasn't in the kennel. When did the video happen?
I believe that to be the case.
Okay. After you had arrived, is that correct?
Yes,
And,
very shortly after I arrived, but after I arrived.
all right. And did you tell Maggie at that time that you were going to go to Alameda?
I did not.
Did y'all discuss it at all?
I love our chat
To
family.
these new facts you're testifying to?
I don't believe so.
I think they only processed the Chevy.
Did you have
The
any
Suburban.
conversation with her?
Oh, yeah.
Did you have a conversation with Paul about the dogs, about Cash's tail prior to going down there?
Didn't Maggie have a
Probably
tire
going
print
down there?
on the back of her leg?
I thought that was just mud. I thought they decided it was
I
just
don't-
mud on the back of her
Did I have a
leg.
conversation with Paul
Yes.
about
Did you talk
Cash?
to him about Cash and some problem with his tail prior to going down there? Did you have any knowledge of that prior to going down?
He's not trying to trick you. He's just
I'm
trying to
not
find out what
sure.
you know.
As I sit here today, I don't recall that, but
There's no records of that, so he doesn't know what to
I
say.
I don't think so.
When you first arrived in the golf cart, where did you pull up to?
I pulled up right where Maggie was.
Which is where?
Which is where?
She was standing in a spot where she could see in between the chicken coop and the.
Jim, we need the home for
bad
badasses ASAP.
kennels, where the dogs were back up in those planted pines behind the kennels.
There's
to the
got to be
left of the
another
chicken
way.
coop.
And what'd you do after that?
I went back to the house.
No, I mean, did you pulled up, you get out of the
I want to make it like one of
Golf
those little
cart?
towns
No,
where
when I
people can
pulled
walk
up, I stayed
around
on
and
the
act
golf
like they're
cart.
shopping,
stayed
but
on
it's
the
all
golf cart.
safe
How
and
long did you stay on the
everything.
golf cart?
However
what I
long
want.
I was down there.
You never got off the golf cart?
No, I got off to take the chicken from Bubba.
Thanks.
How long were you down there before you took the chicken off the boat?
Very short time.
Ooh, this is good.
I'd be like, sir, just like you said yesterday, I'm not good with time.
Couple minutes.
I don't know.
And what were you doing during the couple of minutes before you got over there to
I
deal
wouldn't
with
answer
Bubba?
that at all.
Talking to Max?
All right. And what did y'all talk about?
I don't know.
You don't remember?
No, sir. I do know that Maggie was very concerned about Paw Paw. And
About what? About what? About what? What was she concerned about?
You remember a lot of detail about all these new facts, but you don't remember what you talked about?
That's snarky.
He's gonna cry.
I don't remember the
Her boot man
exact
doesn't
details
like
of
it.
what we talked about. I believe
Yes,
at that time,
exactly. Filled with vintage
we may have
items that
talked
they can
about
remember. Absolutely, Mrs. James's
Paw.
mom.
but I'm not certain.
Were you withdrawing at this time?
At this time, no, sir.
You weren't withdrawing at all.
No.
With special money that just they
Huh.
get and then they can spend. So
Yeah.
it's like
I would only
the
withdraw when I
transactional
didn't
piece
have
is still
bills.
there,
And you're saying you had pills?
Yes.
but they don't want for anything.
Down there for a couple minutes, I
We
think you said
don't want
now,
for
before you
anything.
get off the golf cart?
We're all going to be there someday. Anyway,
About, yes, sir.
All right. And where do you go at that point?
I take the chicken from Bubba.
All right, so you get up,
Well, I mean, Bubba's come out there with this chicken. I mean, he's showing us, hey, I caught this chicken. And I take the chicken
well,
from
I have a
Bubba.
feeling we're going to see some really interesting stuff
He said
come
when he
out
came
with
up to
By the
brain
golf cart,
stuff over the
came up to
next
Maggie
couple
and I,
years. I
which
do.
I was on the golf
I
cart.
think
She's by
actually
the golf cart.
the
and he's not
vaccine
coming to
work
the golf
really
cart.
helped.
He's coming to us.
is this during the
You
kennel
know,
video or is
kind
this
of,
after
I
the
don't
kennel
know,
video?
maybe amp up some of that industry.
Well, no, you hear Maggie say
I
he's
still
got a
think they
chicken.
make too much
That's
money.
what she's talking about is
need
Bubba
to stop
caught
that.
a chicken.
All right.
Sorry.
All right. So is the
Socialism.
kennel video still going on before you go get the
There should
chicken?
be a
How
cap
would he
on
know?
I mean, you've
on-
heard it, correct?
on pay.
You've heard it in this courtroom.
I
There
don't
just
know
should.
exactly.
There should be a cap on pay.
I don't know exactly, but in close
Yeah.
timing to Bubba coming out of those woods with the chicken, I got up and took the chicken from him.
Okay.
Yep.
Let me ask you this, were the dogs,
Music,
She did
yes.
say
Jim, I owe you that
on or
song.
going
I
out
still
into the
have it. I
woods
still
or
have
acting
the
like they
project to
sensed somebody
record.
was
So
around that
you
they
will
didn't
get
know?
it
That's a good question.
for her ASAP. Mm.
Were the dogs acting like there was
I owe you
somebody
that.
around that they didn't know?
Yeah, like dogs do.
No.
No, they weren't.
There
Were the
wasn't
ki-
nobody.
There was
There
no
was
around.
no
Lucky,
dogs
she's
didn't
lucky you're
know.
there, Jim, and you and your wife.
That's a good answer.
dogs
It's
didn't,
nice.
didn't, to your
Makes
indication.
me
sense
happy that you're there for
Out
her.
of the ordinary, they were just chasing after the guinea.
There was nobody else around
All right, good.
for them.
I think so
To-
too,
to
Mrs.
sense.
James's mom. I was very encoured by the work on the
Brayden,
MNRA.
stop saying
First
good.
video,
We'll say
would you
good.
agree with
You don't
me
say
that
good.
It lasts for about 50
Let's
seconds.
look at it that way and
And
hold
the
them
guineas
accountable.
don't react
Agree with
either.
that.
How about that? How
So
about
it would
that?
have ended around 8:45 and 45 seconds. Would you agree with that?
I do agree with that.
Did you have the chicken
No,
out
instead let's just
of
blow everything up and
Bubba's mouth
put
at the end of
stupid
the
people
kennel
that don't know how to
video?
run a project in charge of everything. That sounds
You know,
really
I can't
great.
remember exactly when in the video he came up with the chicken, but I would have had the chicken out of his mouth within 10, 15 seconds of Maggie saying he's got a chicken.
All right. And so then what did you do?
I put the chicken up.
All right. How long did that take? Did you get out of the golf cart to do that?
I did.
All right. And you had to go walk to where it was?
Well, yeah, I mean, a few feet, but I did that, yes.
All right. So how long did that take? I mean,
Seconds.
we're at 8:46 now. How long did that take?
Seconds.
Just seconds? All right. And what did you do after that?
Got back on the golf cart.
And what'd you do after that?
I left.
You left.
Now,
Just
did I
jumped
leave?
on the golf cart and left.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to
But
say.
not every
Did I get
family
on the
does.
golf cart and leave that second? Probably not.
Take
Did I get on the golf cart and leave
You're one
very
of the
quickly
good ones.
after that? I did.
Okay. Yeah. I think you testified yesterday. I got out of there.
I
That's
did.
exactly what he said. Why
Why'd
is
you
there
get out of
laughing?
so quick, Mr. Murdoch?
Because it was chaotic, it was hot, and I was getting ready to do exactly what I didn't want to do.
More work?
You're getting ready to do what you didn't want to do.
That's correct.
Oh, they're not
I was
gonna.
getting ready to sweat. I was getting ready to work. I went back to the air conditioner.
So did you say goodbye? According to your new story?
Do you think
Did
that
I
was
say
a slip?
goodbye?
Yeah. Did you talk to them at all, or did you just, the chicken, put it on there, jump on there, and just take off?
I wouldn't have just gone off. I mean, I would have said, I'm leaving.
Okay.
Did I say goodbye or bye?
And again, go ahead.
I mean, there would have been some, there would have been some exchange. I'm not staying here.
How many
What was that
seconds?
exchange? I mean,
How many
you've had such a
seconds?
photographic memory about these news stories.
How many
What
seconds?
happened here?
It's not, I can't tell you exactly.
You don't remember your conversation after you put that chicken up? Did y'all talk about the chicken?
No, I don't think we did.
Did you talk with Paul about Cassius Hale?
After the
Agreed.
chicken?
Yeah.
No, I know I didn't do that.
Did you tell Maggie I'm going to go check on
I've
him?
heard that, Jim.
At that
Is
point, no, I
true?
don't
Did you
think
tell
I did.
Maggie, it's hot out here, if they don't go
About
back?
Cuba. I mean, I'm not
I
trying to be
certainly
an
would have said
asshole, but
something to that effect.
All right.
Then again, your spouse knows if you're like, I'm
Like
going.
everything else with the news story, you just can't recall what.
communist
what that was.
governments I've been around,
you
and
know,
I've only been in
You're
Cuba
making
for
that
a few days.
categorization.
So I have
I
no
think there's
idea.
other
That's
things
fair.
about that
But
that
I
I can't
just feel
remember.
like-
But
I
if the
feel like
question is, can I remember exactly what
a fair
words
answer.
I
How can that
used
possibly be
when I
true?
gave Maggie some
I mean, I'm not. I'll eat my hat,
salutation when I'm leaving, I can't tell you what those were.
but stem cells, yeah.
But it would have been something to the effect of, I'm leaving.
All right. Okay, but you would concede that there was at least some conversation, that you wouldn't have just put the chicken on there and ran back to the golf cart and taken off, correct?
Without talking to Maggie, I would have never done that.
All right, so let's, you want to say a minute? Does that sound about right?
A minute for what?
To have just whatever interaction it took for you to then, according to your news story, drop back to.
No, sir. It wouldn't have taken me a minute. It would
Not a
have
minute.
been, it would have been, I'm leaving. I'll see you in a minute.
Yeah, I understand.
So 30 seconds?
All you can really do is
I
be
don't think it
super
would have taken 30
supportive, right?
seconds,
And
but,
like
I mean,
present.
I'm fine with you using whatever time you want to apply, but I don't
I'm
think it
just
would have
asking
taken.
a lot
about
of
real life
strength.
here and how people interact with one another.
And a lot of love.
Mr. Murdoch.
But
I
that's
mean,
great.
So what you're telling this jury, I call, you're fuzzy on these kind
Lucky
of
to
details.
have you guys.
The
They're
check
lucky,
answer about the
people are
budget.
lucky
Jet
to
it
have
down
you
there,
in
you
their
dump the
lives.
chicken and jet right back.
No, sir. No, sir. I didn't jet down there and I didn't jet back. I got up after Maggie asked me to leave, after Maggie asked me to go with her, and I didn't. I got up,
Wait, what? What?
went,
What?
got on a golf
Rewind?
cart. I drove down there. I did what I did. I said, I'm leaving, or something to those words, and I went back.
All right. Well, if it's about 8:46, if the kennel video ends at 8:45 and
That's
45
the point.
seconds, and it's about 8:46,
This is the
we
point.
at least concede that maybe it was about a minute before you got on that golf cart and headed back. Just reasonable real life.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it was that long, but
So how did you
maybe,
not hear
sure.
the gunshots?
So,
But I don't think it was that long. I mean,
all right, well, how long do you
exactly
think it
what I
was,
thought
Mr.
was going to be
Murdoch?
going on at that kennel, why I didn't want to go there to begin with, is exactly what was going on.
Yeah, well, I get that.
And I left.
Are these also convenient facts in your new story that have to fit with the timeline now that that evidence has been thrown in your face?
You, Sable. Thanks for
No,
stopping
sir.
by.
Does that sound like real life to
Good
you, that
Friday.
you jet down there and jet back, Mr. Murdoch?
Mr. Waters, as I just told you, I didn't get on my golf cart and jet down there. I didn't jet back.
The
Those are
reason
your-
why you have to be
Hang
so
on now,
fuzzy
Mr.
about
Waters.
these
Just a second.
details.
Mr. Waters, hang on.
Just answer before another question is presented.
Yes, sir.
I'm
Just a
answering your
moment.
question.
Just a moment. Are you responding to the last question?
Yes, sir. I'm responding to your question, and you're using words that I'm not
Testicle.
using.
Testicle
And-
court.
and-
That's how that works.
That's your
Do you agree
categorization.
I'm entitled to ask my questions to you, sir?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I'm going to answer them. All I'm saying is,
Failing your
I'm
chance of coming
taking
home
issue
from surgery life
with
every day,
the
make
manner in which you're changing what I'm saying.
So you
And
disagree this is a new story?
So much love.
You disagree with that characterization?
Yeah, he does.
yes, this is the first time that this is being
Now I
told
understand
openly.
your name, your
And
handle.
you disagree to my characterization that you've got a photographic memory about the details that have to fit now that you know these facts,
Thank
but
you
you're
for
fuzzy on the other stuff that complicates that. You disagree with that?
I do disagree with that. I think that I think that I have a good memory about a lot of things on this.
Creighton, let him
How about
answer.
this? We got the kennel video ending at 8:45:45. So
The point
just to
is,
take care of the chicken, put it up. I was gonna say 8:47, but somewhere around there. I think you said somewhere around there.
the
Is that
point
fair?
is,
My little
he would have been
Just
driving
to
back
do whatever you need to do and get on that cart before you head back.
to fit the prosecution's
The
timeline.
kennel video ended at 8:45?
We do have
In
choices,
45 seconds.
and it should be, we should have choices.
It certainly could have been 8:47 before I left out of there.
Okay.
Okay.
I think it was sooner than that, but it could have been.
That's
Well, then
60
there you
seconds.
go, Jim. Thank you for sharing that. My goodness.
75 seconds, correct? After it ends.
That's really cool.
It ends
That's
at
very cool.
8:45 and 45 seconds.
Well, let's
or
hope
something.
we get
You
through.
can hear him
Back
calling
to
Bubba in the video.
They got out of there, right?
That is exactly what I did.
for many
So if
reasons.
we're at 8:47, I think you said,
Could we please help?
giving you the benefit of the doubt, it's 2 minutes
Help
to
Haiti.
get up back to the house, correct?
Approximately.
And
how did
when
you
you got
not
back to the
revive
house,
could
where'd you park the
we
car?
revive the rice industry in Haiti,
Same
please?
place I'd gotten it
Could we
from,
revive that
where
industry
Mark Ball testified that
and
it
help
was.
prop them up? Maybe
And what door did you go in?
I would have gone in the front door.
give them a fucking fighting chance.
And if you left around 8:47,
And it takes 2
and it
minutes.
took about 2 minutes to get up to the house, what time would that make it, Mr. Murdoch?
If I left at 8:47, and if it took me 2 minutes, that would make it 8:49.
8:49.
And that's when the cell phones lock. So how did you not hear the gunshots? And I don't think you should ask him it.
Testified you went
I think
inside.
you should argue it to the
and
jury.
The TV's on, right?
I did go inside, and the TV was on.
Okay. And you laid down.
The
You know
cell
what life's
phones
really
lock
about?
right after
did.
8:49 for
That
Before
Maggie.
you said you'd
Maggie
been
Paul's a
napping
little
for
sooner.
an hour or so, or
Maggie's
napping
a
that
little
entire
later.
time, and now you
That's what
you laid
life's
down on the
about.
couch.
Find
That's
the little
correct.
butterfly in your stomach. I don't care how you
Maybe
find the
doze for a
butterfly in
second?
your stomach. Just find
Maybe.
According to your new
the.
story. How long did
I
you
would
doze?
object to Creighton calling it a
Wait,
news
what?
story.
If I dozed, extremely short time.
I spread the
Extremely
ick.
short
John
jury
just
might
got
object to it,
rear-ended.
too.
You would agree with
No.
me that at 9:02,
No.
you're up and moving.
Is he okay? Wait.
According to
I
the
just
data.
left
His
the
phone
scene.
says.
This
I agree
was
that
supposed to
according
be
to
Happy
that
Friday.
data,
No, Cam,
phone's
I'm
recording
so
steps at
sorry. Oh.
whatever time it is, 9:02 something.
How long did it take you, if you're at the house at
I know,
8:49,
Celtic is going to be his.
how long before you went and
You're
laid on
right,
the
Tom.
couch?
I would have gone straight to the couch, probably. I may have gone
KMS.
by the sink. Or I may have
Solidarity
gotten a spit cup, but
takes an number one cause of death and devotes all
it would
their
have been basically
health
straight to the
funds to it
couch.
to find it
Because
clear
we did see
don't.
him
Yeah,
dipping
that's-
in the
Totes.
and spitting in
telling
the
the story that-
police
Can't argue
video,
with
I think.
that, Jim.
That's what happened, and you were back at the house at 8:49, and you lay down on the couch and dozed for a second, and then you were up with more steps in a shorter time period than you had done
Yeah.
all day.
Well, I mean, your number is 8:49. What I'm telling this jury is that
Yes, that's right.
I went
Mine
down
too.
there, and
The
when I took
behavior.
that chicken
No, it's
from
not.
Bubba,
You're perfect.
I would have
The
said
behavior
something
of
to
the dogs
Mags,
is
got back on that golf
very
cart, and I
relevant.
drove back to my house. After getting back to my house,
Boy,
went
I hope she
inside,
does too. I hope Pam with customer service
and in
answers
short
to
order, I went to
KMS.
the couch. That's what I'm telling this jury.
Did you go anywhere else in the
If
house?
anyone will KMS, it'll be Pam. She'll
Mr. Waters, I
answer.
can't tell you specifically about that.
She's there for
I
you,
don't
24/7.
think so, but I may have.
Did you have that tan blackout and a 12-gauge shotgun on that golf cart when you drove down there?
Summer loving had me
No.
Did you see them when you were down there?
No.
No. So we got you back around 8:49,
Really
and you're
comes
leaving
through.
at 9:02,
It does.
correct?
That bitch is
You
one
didn't see any weapons
reliable
down
cunt.
there. You just happened to be back there. You didn't hear anything at all. Did you hear anything at all, Mr. Murdoch, during that time period?
No, I did not.
You didn't? Didn't you tell law enforcement that you thought you heard them
Lower
pull
the
up?
range on that
Didn't you
song.
tell law enforcement that?
I did think they had pulled up.
All right, so that was, you did think that?
Yes.
All right, so now you're saying there was a car pulling up?
No.
You didn't testify to that yesterday, did you, in your new version of events?
No, I don't. Mr. Waters, I don't believe there was a car pulling up.
But that's what you told law enforcement, didn't you?
No,
Yeah.
I
Can't
told
Sing
law
too loud. My
enforcement
neighbors will
they had pulled
kill
up.
me.
It was, and then he
You're
thought he
saying you
saw.
couldn't
a
hear
I'm way
picture
pro
of a cat.
Pam.
Blackout shots.
I'm team
supposedly.
Pam.
Did you hear that, correct?
Hell yeah.
come
didn't
through
say
for
I
us
couldn't hear
every
blackout
time.
shots.
Oh, so did you?
Every time.
I'm saying that I thought when I got up from taking a nap, if I took a nap,
If I took a nap,
when I got up from laying down, as I was getting ready to go to my mom's, there was a point in time where I thought Maggie and Paul had come back.
Sent me some thread of crazy
You also told them
grannies
that you thought you heard a
versus-
wildcat, or
yeah.
maybe it was a person or
And
something
much
like
to
that as well.
surprise,
No,
GA
that's
from
not what I
CA has
said.
What did you say
blocked.
then?
I said when I went outside that
She does? I wonder
said this in
why.
his
What'd
second
you
interview.
a
do?
house cat that's gone wild.
God,
And he
what'd you
hangs
do,
around, he
Thomas?
goes from hanging around the shop, goes from hanging around the house, different times. You might, and there'll be times you don't
said.
see him.
Beautiful. I thought
And
Cuba was
He
gorgeous.
had been around the house.
Cuba was
And when I went
fantastic.
outside,
I loved it. I was only in Havana,
I
and then I
believe that
went
cat was
to.
over there.
Okay. And you made a point of mentioning
I
that
never-
to law enforcement.
I never thought it was a
I'm
person.
losing my
But
mind.
you made a point of mentioning that to law enforcement, correct?
You mentioned it might have
I
been.
know,
In the
I
course
know,
of
Tamas.
discussing it, I did tell
yeah.
them that.
But you never told them all this new story that
I
you
wouldn't.
constructed in light of this trial. is that
Clearly
correct?
not, Creighton.
I did not tell
I
them
wouldn't give
that I went
anything
to
a
the
second
kennel.
thought.
I lied about
I wish I
that.
could see
And
Cuba.
at the
I
same
know.
time, you
Well, maybe
also
you
looked at
can
this
didn't
someday.
answer the
jury,
question.
tried to
Maybe
tell them that
Lolo
you'd been
Cruz will
cooperative
go to
in
Cuba.
this investigation.
That's fair.
How about that?
He didn't answer the
Other
last
than
question,
lying
Creighton.
to
We'll go to
them,
Cuba. That'll be
Back it
one
up
of the
and ask him
stops
again.
on the
About
Lolo
going to the
cruise
kennel.
because we've all decided that we
I
want a
was
vacation
cooperative in
together,
every aspect of this
and we're going to go
investigation.
down to Australia, but we might
Maybe the
start in
most important
Cuba
fact of all, that you were at the
because we
murder
got to go see
scene
BP. So
with the victims just minutes before they died.
He did.
Right?
Did he know it was minutes before they died?
I did not tell them that I went to the kennel.
oh, here we go. This is good. I'm going to shut up.
We'll take a break at this time for about 15 minutes, talking to the jury.
He is getting
Please go
pissed.
to the jury room. Please not discuss the case.
He's getting pissed at the people in court. When he says we'll take a break, they're not in recess, and the people should not start standing up and talking and doing all the things. When he excuses the jury, the court is still in order. He's going to say something to this audience at some point if he doesn't say it, or if the bailiff doesn't say it. Because when you excuse the judge, the courtroom should remain quiet, but everybody
Terrible. I
starts
went with
talking,
my
and he said,
dad.
I'm just talking to the
My
jury.
dad loved Cuba.
Because I don't think
One
he's
of the
done.
last trips we
Please
took.
do not
it was- we
discuss your
went to Cuba.
testimony with anyone during the break.
And then he says we will be
And-
in
Be in
recess.
recess for 15 minutes.
And then people can stop talking or start talking.
Oh,
So
I'm confused.
it's been an interesting morning. Some of you, testimony has shifted your perspective of this case. Some of you, it hasn't. For some of you, it's solidified your testimony in this case or your opinion in this case.
Well, I'll just.
So
do
I
this.
asked, did the circumstances from 6-6 with Alex's withdrawal change how you see this case? Some said yes, some said no, some said solidified my opinion. So with that, let us get to your
Gonna do a
questions.
summary? No, she's
This
gonna
has been an interesting cross-examination, but we're starting to see little shifts in the way Alec talks about this case, and that is a very interesting thing. So let's go to your questions, and then we will get there. All right. Some of this testimony is going to sway some of you, some of it won't. Let's go to questions. Yeah, Miguelina, let's go ahead and end the poll. Thank you. Let's do questions. Let's do questions.
Hi from Joe. I keep starting it, Tom, and then I forget. Hold on.
And we're going to have to keep an eye because now all of the channels that carry court feeds have started interrupting when there's a break to go to commentary. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that instead of, it's so much easier when they just go to the clock.
Wait.
All right. Creighton is getting pissed. I don't know if Creighton's getting pissed. Creighton, I think, is getting excited.
Oh, here we go.
I think Creighton's getting amplified. He's getting a little excited. Alec seemed to be getting frustrated and pissed. I also think there are points where Alec is fair to say, I don't understand what you're asking, but Creighton is trying to bulldoze over it and bulldoze the objections. So one of the things we need to talk about is why Jim Griffin was objecting regarding the Fifth Amendment. And we need to talk about that. Here's why Jim Griffin is making that objection. And you might remember some of this from the Rittenhouse case. When a defendant has asserted their Fifth Amendment privilege, you cannot
When was this,
comment on the
Tom?
fact that they did not give interviews. If a
When was
defendant
this?
never speaks to law enforcement and then
One
takes
of
the
my
stand,
early
you
mentors
can't argue,
was
well, this
tasked
is the
with
first time we're
delivering
hearing this,
Nixon's
is it?
baby
And the
Rebozo's
prosecutors
yacht.
in Rittenhouse did that, and I lost my mind.
What?
There were objections to it. The judge yelled at them about it. It is completely
Oh
improper.
my God, Jim, that's a
This is
legit
different
story.
because the defendant gave so many
Tom, when was
interviews.
this? When was the?
So
what was the
if the
timing
defendant
on
had
this?
given no
The
interviews at
tape?
all and then testified,
This
the
is, like,
prosecution
very
can't be like, well,
recent.
this is the first time we're hearing about it. That's
That's
commenting
fucking
on his
awesome.
Fifth
Hold on, I'm
Amendment
gonna read
right
it.
to shut the fuck up.
Okay.
But because he gave so many interviews, they are allowed to comment on the fact that you never.
It's too bad. I know we're not going to do this because I want to read this. Okay, so Tom, one of our amazing members of the lounge, one of the regulars, you might say, because you all are regulars, had a little communique. Had a little communique with little Joe Biden, Mr. Joe, Dark Brandon. So this is what the reply was. This is for you. This is for you, Tom. Oops, wait. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on Vladimir Putin's war on Ukraine. The United States stands with the brave and proud people of a free and democratic Ukraine as they continue to defend their country against Russia's aggression. America has rallied our allies and partners around the world in response to the Kremlin's unprovoked and unjustified war. Together, we have imposed unprecedented sanctions to hold Putin accountable, true, and raise the economic costs on Russia. We have protected the security of Europe by strengthening NATO's defenses, true, and paving the way for Sweden and Finland to join NATO, so true, making the most capable defensive alliance in the history of the world even stronger. While Putin sought to weaken the West with his war, his actions have had the opposite effect. We have never been more united, and Russia's economy is suffering. The United States will continue to stand with the people of Ukraine as they fight to defend themselves. We have provided significant military support to Ukraine, including artillery, advanced rocket systems, drones, and ammunition. We have also provided significant economic assistance to Ukraine so the Ukrainian government can continue to provide vital services to its people. We are the leading donor of humanitarian relief in support of the millions of people who have fled Ukraine because of the war. And we are leading the world in addressing the global food insecurity crisis, which has been made worse by Putin's brutal war. See Africa. We are doing all this while keeping American troops out of harm's way. In the face of this brutal, unwarranted war, the courage and determination of the Ukrainian people continues to inspire the world. The United States, together with our allies and partners, will stand firm with the Ukrainian people as they fight to defend their freedoms. Sincerely, Joe Biden. Well done, Tom. Well fucking done, Tom. What a beautiful letter. I don't know if you're willing to share what you wrote to him, but let me know if you want because I would love to share that as well. Tom, that was really beautiful. That was really beautiful. I love that. Slava Ukraina.
With Shelley Smith and with Blanca. And I think there are these little bits where we will get into it. So
At the same
I
time,
see a
he's
couple
not
of
a
you
huge
saying
bale of
his Fifth
marijuana
Amendment
because, just
rights are waived
coincidentally,
when he
while
took the
you're
stand.
going,
He does
since
waive
you're
his
on your
Fifth
way.
Amendment right against self-incrimination when he takes the stand, but that does not permit the prosecution to comment on post-arrest silence. That's the difference. In this case, he was not silent post-arrest, which is why they're commenting on it. If he had given no interviews to police and then testified, they can't say, well, no one's ever heard this from you before, because that's commenting on post-arrest silence, which they cannot do. Even if the defendant takes the stand, they can't comment on post-arrest silence. He was not silent post-arrest. So, all right, let us continue on. I hope that makes sense, that the difference is there. If this is the takeaway, if you are ever in a position where the police are reading you your Miranda rights and they say you have the right to remain silent, anything you can say will be used against you in a court of law, know that they mean will as a fact will be used against you. And if they are reading you your Miranda rights, they don't think that you're just a witness. They're going to say, oh, we just read these to everybody. No, they sure don't. There's a lot of witnesses that don't get read their Miranda rights. So if you say nothing, they can't
This is
comment
James's
on it
mom.
at
I have a
trial.
letter from Obama.
They can't.
Whoa. So I know how exciting.
He had pre
I'd
and
written him
post
after
arrest
Shannon
interviews.
passed,
Okay,
and I
Rob.
wanted to thank him for
Fair
the
point. He
ACA.
had both.
Oh,
Pre and post arrest. Nothing you say can or will be used for you in court since it's considered hearsay, right? That's also a very fair point. You as Kimmy, this is a great point. You as a defendant, your attorneys
badge of
cannot
honor, Mrs.
elicit
James's
beneficial
mom.
statements
We are
from
in
you
elite class
for your defense.
of those
The
suspended
prosecution can
from
elicit
torture.
statements, but they
Yeah,
can
that's
leave
very
things out.
important.
The prosecution doesn't have to
We are
admit
the elite
all of your
class.
statements,
They are so scared.
and that's not helpful
So
to
very,
a defendant.
very frightened.
So you're definitely not going to be
how did
benefited,
she get
I think,
suspended?
from anything that you say. If you are a witness, you are a witness.
Get out of my
Nobody read your
seat.
Miranda rights. I witnessed a horrific car accident that we stopped for. You know what nobody did? Read me my Miranda rights. You know why? Because I said, this is what I saw. It was awful. That's a whole long story, though, and we're not going to get into it. Some of the members
out
might
of my
remember me
seat.
talking about the car accident story. And years
talk
later,
to
when
a
I ended up
kid.
reconnecting with the driver of the
pretty
car
good.
that was not at fault. In the 911 call, Alec
My
Murdaugh said
letter
he
to
was
Joe
not at the
Thankton
kennels
for
before lawyers
humanitarian and
advised him to have
defense
Danny with him.
measures, while I also asked
He said it
when we could start
repeatedly
sending
and
F-16s
frequently.
to Ukraine.
And if you think that he did this or you think
There
that
you
he's
go.
involved in this, the thought is
if
right,
you're gonna
because
be
he was
there, you
getting
might
his
as well
story
make
straight
the
on the drive
request.
back from his mom's, the drive to and from
That's
his
too
mom's.
funny.
He was
Oop,
getting
I'm
his story
sorry.
straight.
That's fucking funny.
And if you
That
think he
made
had
me
nothing to
laugh.
do with it, he
That
was
made me laugh.
distancing himself because he thought they would blame
Oh
him.
my
But that's a
God,
lot to
I'm
process
freezing.
in the
I'm gonna have a
17
little-
seconds from the time he got to the
I'm gonna
kennels to the
cover
time
the
he called
back of my
911 is
neck.
17 seconds.
I
It's
suppose
a lot to
that's
process
a
in
good
that
job.
17 seconds. Say I was never here when you're calling 911 because for the first time you've seen that
I
horrific
made the
crime scene.
comment that I hope
It's a lot to
MAGA
process.
dies out. I
Jay
didn't mean
Scott
the
said since
people,
he was
but the
in the golf cart the whole
ideology.
time, can't that shift the height of the shooter closer to 5 feet? I think the prosecution
I
can
got
argue
suspended
it.
once for
I think the
calling Laura
prosecution
Ingraham
demonstration
a
of being
cunt.
down on one knee was different. I don't know if I don't think the golf cart was ever tested for
I
blood
want an
or
F-16 too.
or
Oh, I
gunpowder
mean,
or GSR or any of it. And I
I want to send
wonder,
F-16s
because they
too.
were talking about
I
golf
don't know
carts
what
going
that
back
is,
and forth
but
at
sounds
his
good.
mom and dad's house after his dad's funeral. I just wonder if they took the golf cart over there then. Like, is the golf cart different than the ATV? Just, I have questions. What if they never read you your rights? Erica Sutton, this gets into law school questions. If they never read you your rights and you're not in custody, you might still not be out of the woods because they don't have to read you your Miranda rights in non-custodial interrogations. So it's fact specific. You have to look.
Was that recent, Mrs.
most
James's mom?
cases that I worked,
Like, was that under Elmo?
either had a direct witness where the defendant said something or they were on video or what have you. But when the defendant
Yeah, I know.
said
I
something,
didn't. Yeah,
I
I've
had never
stopped
seen
appealing.
it not used against them in my experience.
I mean, talk about trying
It
to
was
make
always
fetch
used against
happen.
them. No, that's not true. There
I
were
have
a few
another
cases that
screen
were
where I'm
accident
watching
cases
Jersey J.
that were vehicle accident cases
God,
where their statements helped, but
fucking
it's a
moron.
rarer circumstance. Not in a double homicide scene. Alex said Maggie told me to leave going to
We're
the kennel.
looking at
He did
Americans for
correct himself, but
America's
slip up of what the
990,
convo
right
really was
before
about, or just a
Elmo.
fumble of words.
Interesting.
I think he's avoiding what the convo was about,
That's
and I
so
absolutely
interesting,
think he
Mrs.
remembers what the
James's
convo
mom.
was
That's
about.
when I was really suspended. Is like a week before
Just from
Elmo
watching
took
him
over.
stumble over,
Was
I don't
when my
remember the last
final
conversation.
suspension went through.
I don't know about any of y'all.
My
I'm
third
ADHD,
time.
my brain
My
works
third
different
permanent ban.
than some. You know,
The only time I
us
lied was
neurospicy
about
folks,
being at the
our brains
murder
work a
scene.
little different. But I can obsess over a conversation that I had where I'm either
The only
feeling like
time I
I'm
lied
right
is
and
when I
somebody
had
else
my
was wrong,
phone
or
off when I
feeling
never
like
have
I
it
was
phone off.
wrong, or feeling like I didn't understand.
Okay, I'm gonna
And I
turn
can
her
replay
off
those
just
conversations
because I don't
from
want to
years
compete,
ago.
and it's all about me. Me. What's that Veruca Salt song in most appeals don't even have a human monitoring. The only time I free Mrs. James's mom. I'm a little high. A little high. Are you on Mastodon, Mrs. James's mom? Are you on the fat fuck that couldn't get out of the Ice Age and his messages are called farts app? His contention is he dozed off only for the precise time, 10 minutes, when the murders happened. Convenient. That's so convenient. Yeah, that's kind of cray-cray. I want it now. Wait. God, it's actually kind of a good song. It's not like a bad song. I mean it is actually a bad song. Never mind. It's almost time for pot pie. Yes, you should be. Oh, hell yeah, you should be. I'm trying to make that place funny. I need all the help I can get. It's not a very funny place. I don't know if anyone else would disagree with me, but I don't find Mastodon to be a terribly funny place. So I'm feeling like I'm going to carve out the funny corner of Mastodon and make it my own. Be the pioneer of humor on Mastodon. I'm a little high. Veruca Salt. I want it now. I want it now. What song? What's her song? What's your song? Give me your song. Videos. Go on the Toad one. Mrs. James's mom. I know this is terrible. Do @toad@social.com. @toad@social. Look, she's like 698,000 subscribers. Wow. Lay around the shanty mama. I like that. I like that, Mind. What's that from? Lay around the shanty mama. I kind of like that whole vibe. Here we go. Hold on. Any particular server, Toad. 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 I repeat, Toad. Here we go. I'm going to get a fucking strike for this, but I don't care. It's for the cause. Come here, bitch.
It's an educated educator. It's a lot of nonsense.
Oh, wait. Here we go. Why Toad? I don't know, because I'm on it. It's,
Hey, Daddy, I want a golden goose.
It's, Toad is with, what's his name? Dave Troy. Dave Troy.
Bunker, how much do you want for the golden goose? They're not for sale. Name your price. She can't have one.
She can't have one. Oopsie. Shit.
I want a golden goose. Gooses. Geeses.
Good enough.
I want my geese to lay gold eggs for Easter.
Good enough for me. Toad it is.
By the way,
I don't know. I don't know. I looked for where people I know are. Oh, come on. You see, that is a good song. Oh.
I want a party. And a million balloons and performing baboons and give it to me. Now, I want the world.
Want the whole world. I want the whole world in my pocket and open my pocket and move me now. Sorry. I don't know the tune. Want tomorrow. Want to. Sorry, it's a hoodie day.
I want a party with rumfuls of laughter, 10,000 tons of ice cream. And if I don't get the things I
I'm going to scream. Man, she is a bitch. Yeah, I think Dave's trustworthy. So far, so good.
I want the whole works, presents and prizes and sweets and surprises.
Okay, that's enough of that. Sorry. Oh, somebody's calling me. I'm sorry, I can't speak right now. I cannot speak. I'm really busy. You have to call back later there. Yeah, thinking the band Veruca Salt. Yeah, no, I'm not that cool. I'm sorry about that. I'm not that cool. You know, Mrs. James's mom, I'm going to be really honest with you. I don't know one from the other. Ooh, tandoori chicken. Oh my god, that sounds so good. Yeah, we're going to get in the kitchen this afternoon. I'm going to make something. I don't know what. Or I'm just going to clean the kitchen cuz I really do need to stand during the day. We cannot do all this sitting. None of us. We must stand. She's just pushing it. She's just rubbing it in now. Let's see what JJ's doing. Hold on. Let's see if they've left for Ohio yet. You know, actually, you know who else is in Ohio? Rudy Giuliani. He's been doing his show from Ohio. I guess I don't need to. This is kind of stupid. Yeah, he's been doing his show from Ohio. So I'm kind of, actually, I mean, there's a lot of people going to Ohio, breathing the air. A lot of interesting people. Do you think we could just move all the really nice people, which is probably most of them, out of that area and then just let all the chuds and all the grifters and the meth addicts and the Russian assets, let them go there and breathe that air? Don't you think? That works for me. I don't know. Just come on. Good people, get out of there. Let the chuds in. Let them clean it up. Let them feed water to other chuds that are there that are beyond help. We'll call it good and we'll figure it out.
Lie and a half. Why should we believe what he
Wait,
has
what
to
is happening? Is court
down
back or is court not back?
after the recess? Creighton
Woo.
Water will be stepping back up. Waters will be stepping back up, I assume, to do the
my
questioning.
goodness.
He's got all of his legal team there, though. If attorney.
That
Oh,
there's
yeah, very
to be no
simplified.
reaction to the testimony.
Nice.
Oh, good.
Yum.
No
Chud
jeers,
brand water.
cheers.
Yeah. Jesus
no
Christ.
reaction
Cold
at
water.
all by anyone in the
Bleached
courtroom.
plastic water. It should just say that on the fucking bottle.
You bring the jury.
Plastic leached
Record before the jury
chemicals
comes in.
There'll
added
be an opportunity to
over the
put
last 10 months that they've
something
been
on the
sitting in the
record. If
sun.
it's regarding an objection, it can be done.
Yeah, they should all
later.
fuck off.
Yes,
That's
sir.
exactly it,
All right,
Marie.
and they're bringing the jury. Let's zoom back. I'm not surprised that the court admonished the audience.
I'm going to tell you right
All right,
now, I
let's
don't
get
think
back to
Trump would
live
really like
and
Moscow as much as he
let's
thinks
switch
he
feeds
would.
real quick and see where we're at. It looks like the jury is not back yet, and they are still
Not
waiting
really
for
his
the jury
vibe.
to be back. And it took a minute yesterday for the jury to get back. Matt Bond, can he be charged with impersonating a law enforcement officer? I don't think they have a specific instance of conduct, and they generally they can't charge
Thank
that
you.
generally.
You may proceed.
They need an instant where he
for the
impersonated
faint
to
of
get
heart.
something. So it'll
Telling
be
you right now.
I think that would be hard.
Even I know that.
We definitely got to shrimp. Was Bubba there for shrimp? That's a real question.
When you picked up that chicken, was there any blood on it?
No, there was
I
no
don't believe so.
blood on the chicken.
Did you wash your hands or all?
At that point in time,
Oh,
I don't believe that I
really
did.
shocking.
When
Really
you say
fucking
you were there, you said
shocking,
Maggie
isn't
was
it?
nearby you. Is that correct?
Right by me.
Was she messing with the hose at all?
I just can't. With the whole MBS and
At
all
that
those
time, no,
assholes,
she was not.
Did she mess it with it the
Heather,
entire time that you were there,
that
according
whole
to
region needs
your
to
new
be
facts
cleaned
today?
out.
While I was there, she
And
did
those
not
people need to be brought to justice right now.
touch. She was not fooling with a hose at all.
Sir, there is water running in the back of that kennel video. So that
my
is
God, I'm so
not
sorry.
accurate.
They would. They'd be crying. Are you kidding me? They'd be crying. One taxi
There is water
ride.
running in that
One
kennel
taxi
video very
ride.
clearly. So if she's not doing it, who's doing it?
Fuck, man.
Paul
I'm
didn't have the hose
curious
in the
how
kennel
in-
video.
in
Paul's got the
the Soviet
dog's tail in the
Union
phone.
And when it was Russia, because I went later. We're in
Put up on the
taxi.
screen, states 519, which is the condensed
That
time.
water is running.
If I could have the computer input,
For
please.
multiple reasons. But they're all mob. Yeah, the Saudis are really fucking
I don't know what they're going to put up now, but there's water there.
sorry.
So, nope, there's hose
People,
hose
leave it.
water running. You can hear the hose water running in the kennel video with Cash's tail. You can hear it.
It's the condensed timeline, Mr. Griffin.
So Paul had the phone and the dog.
I gotta
He
get my
wasn't using the
car fixed,
hose.
you guys.
Maggie wasn't using the hose. Was Alec using the
I think
hose?
it's
Alex
for
said he's on the
adulting.
golf cart.
You see that up there, Mr. Murdoch?
This is really
If this
funny.
is a
This
financial
getting
crime, okay, good, we're at a
high every
timeline.
day.
Don't lose my mind.
Yes.
Plain yogurt, lemon juice, garlic chicken.
Right,
Oh
like on
wait,
page
wait, wait.
5,
I'm
you
gonna-
see that,
I gotta
sales
screenshot that.
He just
It's up
said
on
Maggie
my
wasn't
screen.
using it.
Yeah.
And do you have a
see that.
tandoori grill thing, Marie? Of course you do. But the ceram, is it
Do you
stoneware
agree
or
with me that it reflects no cell tower activity on your phone
garlic?
from
and
6:52 to
marinate
9:04?
if you have time
I agree.
to cook in a frying pan.
I do agree with that.
Let me ask you this,
I
Mr. Murdoch.
agree.
Did you
That
take your
sounds
phone
so
with
good,
you
Marie. Oh.
down to the kennels?
No,
according
tandoori
to the
spices.
facts
I
that
used
you're
to. Oh
testifying
my
to
God!
this
When I
hearing
lived in
today?
New York,
I must not
lived
have.
right by an
not
international
have.
little
If
market,
this is accurate, no,
right by
sir.
the Port Authority,
typical
right
for
by
you?
the bus station.
Sure it is, absolutely.
Hell's
Okay. Tell me
Kitchen,
why that's typical.
Midtown.
If and when
Oh
I'm
my
going,
God.
now,
Oh
it
my God.
wouldn't be,
They were
it
so
would be
nice. They would
unusual
help
if I was
you
going
pick
out
what
for
you could-
any extended period of time.
I didn't take advantage
If I
of it
was
enough,
going,
but yeah.
There, if he was zooming,
even on the property, if
okay.
I was going
I can-
somewhere
I
for an
can- I
extended
can
period
get
of
that.
time, I would usually have my phone. But for me,
But you just use
to
a frying
go
pan. But do you have a tandoori?
knowing that
thing,
I'm
like
going to the kennel
tandoori
and coming right back, that's not unusual at all.
thing?
because he thought he was
I mean,
going to be
there's
there for a period
very,
of time.
you've heard the testimony about the
I know.
service out there. The service is terrible.
Now I want tandoori
You have to
chicken.
be in a particular spot,
God damn it.
and you have to find a spot.
That's fine.
So,
Now I'm
the answer is
literally
you
gonna
don't know
start
whether or not you
Googling.
took it
Thank you,
down
Marie.
there
I believe that I probably didn't, based on this data.
Based on this, but unlike your photographic memory about other things, you don't remember whether or not you had your phone on you.
Mr. Waters, I've never claimed to have a photographic memory, but I
Jimmy
do not
Seconds, you're
specifically
dead.
remember if I had my
Oh, you
phone that
don't?
night. I do not dispute it based on this data, and that's not unusual for me.
Just like you don't remember, according to your news story, the last conversation you had with Maggie.
He keeps saying according to your news story, and
No,
that's
I remember,
juries
I
might
remember having my
not
last
like that.
conversation with Maggie.
It's getting a little, I don't know.
Looking at this screen,
Do you hate
have
it? I kind of hate it.
the map up there. We're on page 6, and it shows you arriving back at Moselle at 6:42. You don't dispute that now, is that correct?
Haley, I'm going to answer this
No,
at the
that's-
break.
that's what
Great
the-
question.
This data appears to show.
And looking at the data.
Savannah makes a good
moving on
point,
to
so
page
Alec trusts
7,
the
you
data.
have Paul arriving about 7:04.
I'm going
Is
to
that
switch
correct?
feeds real quick so we can see
Yeah,
this
I have
without
no
the
reason to
logo
dispute
blocking
that.
the, that's
It's
not
a
what I was trying to push
tagine.
to.
Well, that's what it says.
Tajin?
He arrives at 4147 Moselle Road, which is
I don't
the
know how to
address
use the
of the shop.
tagine, and I of course my
The
oven will
house
probably
is
not. Sent an email.
4157.
Okay,
I
let me check.
believe that Paul actually got there a little bit before that, but I think that's approximately accurate. I think Paul got there a little bit closer to 7 o'clock.
Okay, I'll take a look, Tom.
You would agree that that's the earliest data point that reflects his presence in Moselle?
If that's what the records show.
You don't dispute that?
I don't dispute that if that's the earliest data point. But again, I believe he got there a little bit earlier. And I tried to look at these records to see if I could, if that could be refuted.
could dispute it.
and I believe he got there a little closer to 7 or a little bit before 7.
Yeah, that's a good point. You looked at these records a lot before you had
Preheat
testimony
it
yesterday
and
today,
then-
didn't you, Mr. Murdoch?
Put the ingredients.
I've looked
in
at
it,
these
right,
records,
Now,
other than the OnStar
What he should
records that
say-
just came.
hold on. I gotta walk the
when
dog.
they were
Time
provided
to
to
walk
me.
the
What he should say is I've been looking for these records
Sure,
to try to
I
figure
will.
out who did this. I don't
Right
think he
here,
will. It's a little snarky.
We have
but
some steps on your phone,
I would-
29 steps.
I wouldn't have held it against him for saying
And
that.
then
I've
down
been
at the
looking through this
bottom,
trying to find answers.
We have 89
Yes, I have.
steps. Is
I've looked
that,
through it over and
consistent
over and
when you
over.
Paul were together on the property?
Figure out who could have done this.
I mean, sure, we would go to different locations on the property. Sometimes we would get out, sometimes we wouldn't. We'd get out and walk around, we'd look at stuff, we'd do things. For example, you saw me messing with the tree. There'd be other ones, we may get out and look at a feeder. Maybe other ones, we get out and look at hog signs where hogs are rooting. So it would be perfectly consistent with,
Oh yeah, sorry, I switched. I
What
forgot to
Paul
switch
and
feeds
I were
back after
doing
we were
that
looking
day.
at the timelines. That's my fault. Thanks, chat. It's because the Law and Crime logo gets embedded over the.
805
Let's get our own
to
feeds next trial, but gets embedded over the
809.
the text.
Would you agree that that's the last steps recorded on your phone before 9:02 when you become a very busy bee?
if that's what these records show. I see
Did
I
he-
took steps.
Did he
these
call
records
him
show
a
I
busy
took steps
bee?
between 8:05 and 8:09.
All right. So would you concede then that you're at the house around 8:09?
I would have thought so, yes.
Okay. And you said Paul was already back at that point?
No, I said just the opposite.
He did. He said busy
When did he
bee.
get there?
All right.
But did his dog step on a
Are you
bee?
talking about when I left the shop and went to the house, when Maggie was there?
Yes, before you ate dinner.
No, as I said earlier, Paul and I were at the shop. Maggie got home. I left Paul at the
Per
shop.
my last email,
and
Creighton.
I went to the house. And I think you were saying that I said I met Paul at the house, and that's incorrect.
Paul was still down at the shop when you were at the house, correct?
When I first went to the house, Paul was still at the shop, I believe.
All right. And was Maggie there when you arrived at the house?
Yes, I believe she was.
All right. And 8:09 is the last steps that you have on this phone before 9:02, correct?
That's what the records show.
That's what the data shows.
And his attorneys are fighting over what the data shows.
Looking now at page 15. I'm sorry, page 14. Your steps that you say when you got to the house is 8:09 and Paul was still down at the shop. But don't these records reflect that Paul is pinging with GPS data at the house at 8:08?
This record appears to show Paul at the house at 8:08.
All right. So those records don't fit.
He's not
With
gonna.
your
I don't think Creighton
new
will
story
ask
that
him.
you testified
Why did you turn your
yesterday
phone
and
off?
today. Is that
Because he'll say
correct?
I didn't, and Creighton can't
No,
disprove
I
it.
don't believe even right now, Mr. Waters, that that's right. I'm not saying, what you're doing is you're taking 8:09 and saying that I'm at the house. And, I mean, that may or may not be right, but what I'm saying is that when Maggie came through, I left, and I believe that Paul stayed at the shop. Now, did Paul come right behind me?
Probably not
I'm not
testifying.
sure, but when I left him, I believe that, when I left to go to the house, I believe that Paul stayed at the shop for a minute.
When you got to the house, did you put your phone down?
I'm sure I did.
Did you put it in the car, in the Suburban?
Did I put it in the Suburban?
When you got back to the house, did you put it in the Suburban? Was the Suburban parked out front?
The Suburban would have been parked wherever I parked it,
Which is where?
I believe on the side.
Okay. And did you put your phone in the Suburban?
At that time? No, I did not.
Where'd you put it?
I'm not sure where I put it.
You're not sure about that either, huh?
No, I'm not sure. When I went in the house, I'm not sure where I put my phone. I would think that I put it down somewhere, probably by the couch.
Didn't you testify yesterday when you were being asked by your lawyer about that pause at Alameda when you were leaving, and you had a very specific recollection of your phone had fallen down in the crevice and you had to pick it up and get it out? You remember testifying to that?
He did
I
it.
did.
He
You
did
don't
have a.
remember what you did with your phone when you got back at this point, huh?
I mean, Mr. Ward, those are two distinct, different things. I'm coming in the house and I put my phone down. I don't have a routine spot that I put it in, right on this corner or right there. You know, I would assume that when I went in the house, I put it somewhere, either on the table, you go by, going
They
to.
should ask him,
going
did you
to the
put all your
couch.
phones down?
I may have taken it to the bathroom. when I took
that
a shower.
console story
It may
is-
have taken me a few minutes to go to the shower, so I can't tell you exactly where I put it.
That console story is an awful specific recollection when you need it to try to make the new story that this jury's hearing and everyone's hearing yesterday and today with the data, correct? But you're awful fuzzy on far more important things, aren't you, Mr. Murdoch?
Well, they're important to you, Creighton.
Which question, here, I'll answer the first one first. No, I don't believe that's convenient, and I disagree with your categorization of the description.
All right, but you remember the console story, but you don't remember where you put your phone, whether or not you took it down to the kennels, whether it was in, you put it in Suburban, don't remember any of that, but dadgummit, you remember that console story, correct?
Well, I don't remember the console story, but, you know, in that Suburban, and it's not the first time that it happened, but when that phone got down there, you had to go to great efforts to get it out, and you
Answer
couldn't
that
just
later.
reach over there and get it out.
All right, you say when you got to the house that Maggie was already there?
Yes.
Okay. And we saw your last steps were at 8:09?
Well, that's what you saw when this data recorded my last steps, but as you heard this testimony too, Mr. Waters, you know, that's not a precise, that's not a precise, you heard the testimony, you know what it is.
Well, how did you get back?
We're
the
trying to
house?
explain it to
My
this jury, sir.
From the shop?
Yeah.
I went in a white pickup truck.
Went in the white pickup truck? Okay. And when you got into the house, where did you go?
We've already discussed this. I took a shower, whether I did things for a moment before I went to the shower. I'm sure I talked to Maggie because she'd been gone. And if she came through the kennel, which I believe she did, we only talked briefly, so I would have talked to her, but I would have quickly gone to take a shower.
Okay.
Aaron, thank you for the input and congratulations on 8 years.
Going over to page 16.
Paul, just memberships. The counter's just for, it's just,
You
or
agree
just
with
subs.
me
It's just a
that
subscriber
the
count.
data reflects Maggie start logging steps and her phone disconnecting from the Mercedes around 8:17, correct?
I agree. At 8:17, her phone ends connection to her Mercedes.
And starts logging steps.
I don't see that, but I don't dispute it.
It's right
See the
next.
purple line talking about it disconnected from the Mercedes.
I
and
do
then if
see,
you go
I
down
see,
to-
I see where you're talking about. So yeah, I
Yeah.
see at 8:17, her phone starts logging steps. I agree with that.
Okay. So would you concede that that appears to be when she arrived?
No, I don't believe that's when she arrived. I believe that, I mean, it was very normal for Maggie, when she's driving, to jump out of the car, run inside, go to the bathroom, do things, and either send me or Paul or go back, or Buster, or go back to her car herself and unplug her phone. So, I mean, I agree that's when her phone's unplugged, but I believe that Maggie got to the house a little bit before that. That's the whole reason why Paul and I went to the house.
Okay. But you're saying Paul arrived after Maggie, is that what you're saying? At the house? at
I
this
believe
point,
so,
right?
yes, sir.
Okay.
It's a very first.
what I recall.
Who put the dogs back in the kennels?
And Paul arrived at the house after I arrived at the house, I believe.
Jennifer, thank you for the.
God,
super
Jim,
chat.
can you
Yes,
write
we're
a
gonna go
book?
From the Law Nerds.
I hope they wrote
From the
books.
kiddo.
And if Paul got to the house
That would be interesting.
around about the
geez.
same time, he
What?
wasn't
Oh,
inside with Maggie and I
God, I
when
moved
I went to get to the shower.
So you say if Paul got,
California
he wasn't inside with Maggie and you?
for warmer
Is that
weather.
what you said?
Fucking climate change.
Mr. Murdoch, is that what you said?
Sir,
You said if Paul got the house prior to that, he wasn't inside with you and Maggie, is that what you said?
I'm saying he was not inside when I went to get in the shower.
Well, they still haven't left that parking lot
Again, looking back
in
at
Maryland.
that
Jersey
point.
J hasn't. They're just filming each other.
808, we see a little blue dot right there in the middle of the house, don't we?
It's really
cute.
Yeah, that's what these records show.
Where's my phone? Oh, oh,
And it also shows
I thought it was in
that
that
circle that folks testified to what the range of what it could
Yeah, absolutely.
be within, so.
I think
mean,
Poot and Jim are
clearly
very
could
look at that
annoyed that
circle.
he's still testifying.
Look at what's right in the middle of that circle. Almost like somebody drew a circle around the house, don't you agree?
Yeah, I do, but also in that circle is where you would park a truck if you pulled up.
All right.
So.
That's a fair
you
point.
know, and I'm not saying that he wasn't in the house at some point in time there, but
He's
when I
sick
went to
of
get
this
in the shower,
question.
he wasn't in the house.
He's real tired of that question.
And he very easily could have been there and been parked in the yard.
I would just let him keep talking.
All right.
Great. And
You agree at the bottom
He
of
was
page
in the
16 that about 8:30 Maggie starts tracking steps again on her phone?
Yes, sir, that's what the data shows.
it's not who let the dogs out, it's who put the dogs in. Who? I saw you, chat.
I
Putin
think
Jim
he.
talked to Alec
Wait a
during the
minute. Let
breaks.
me
They
see. I
can't
think he's
talk
in
to him about his
Hagerstown.
testimony. They can
He's
say
in a
you're doing a good
parking lot
job,
in
ask him if he needs to go
Hagerstown.
to the bathroom, etc.
And you would agree with me that about 8:38, Paul's phone
I can't tell where.
shows him back up at the kennels.
It's like a park.
Well, yes, sir, I agree that at 8,
I've been looking at the
38.
990s of the.
let me see which one. It's hard for me to figure out which one of these rings, but at 8:38,
Stop it.
it shows Paul in whichever one of those rings.
I've been looking
is
at their
56
990s
meters
this morning.
wide.
We're gonna look at them at lunchtime. We'll call it Lolo's tour.
And I have no reason to believe he wasn't at the kennel.
They have a very interesting 990.
And then 8:44:55, we've already gone through this,
Not
but that's
that
the
good
kennel
at reading
video, right?
about it, but
Yes, sir, that's
there's a couple
correct.
things
You
that jump
would
out
agree
at
with
me.
me that it lasts about 50 seconds, correct?
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
And you would agree with me, moving on to page 19, that both Maggie and Paul's phones locked for the final time around 8:49.
That's what the data shows.
Going back, Mrs. James' mom and Tom, you guys.
And they're
talked
locking
about
him into the
snap
timeline
video
because the
and everything.
timeline is this whole case.
I think you're right.
The
After
timeline,
that,
I
you
think,
agree
and
that
the
Maggie's phone around 8:53 shows some steps
tech
being
data
taken.
is this
That's what the
case.
data shows, yes, sir.
Data doesn't show who's carrying it, but that's what it shows. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you would agree with me that from 9:02 to 9:06, your phone finally comes to life and starts showing.
Finally comes
of
to life
steps.
is dramatic.
I do agree with that.
What were you doing?
Phone springs
I
to
was getting ready to
life.
go to my mom's house.
Getting ready to go? I thought you took a shower already. You were just laying down on the couch. What all you need to do to go to get
What I heard
I
reported
mean,
today.
there wasn't anything to get ready in that aspect, but I was getting ready to go. I was preparing.
He was
to leave.
fixing. He was fixing
I
to
don't know
go.
if I got up,
Carlson, U.S.
went to the
government.
bathroom. I don't know. I can't tell you exactly what I was doing.
That's far more steps in a shorter time
Did I get that
period
right?
than any time
Yeah,
prior, as
Washington
you've
Field
seen
office?
from the testimony in this case. So what were you so busy doing?
That's,
Going to the bathroom?
no, I don't think that I
Get on a
went to
treadmill?
the bathroom. No, I didn't get on the treadmill.
Jog in place?
Nope, I didn't jog in
Jumping
place.
jacks?
No, sir, I did not do jumping jacks.
What were you doing, Mr. Murdoch, for those 4 minutes?
Thank you,
doesn't know.
Tom. I will send that to
doesn't know.
Val
Leave from my mom's house.
right now.
What does that mean? I mean, you're in the front room on
Right
that
now.
couch where you
What does
say
that
you laid
mean?
down.
Hi, Ted.
Apartment's
Good
just right
morning.
outside. What all
How are
doing?
you?
That
I
makes
don't know if
sense.
I got up
We're
and went to
doing
my
well.
room, went to the gun room, went back in that.
Doing what? You've been so clear in your new story about everything. What were you doing during these 4 minutes?
I disagree with your assertion about every detail. I don't recall. I
Every
know
time he
that
says
I
that, that's what I think.
was getting up.
He's still not
and I was
answering it.
leaving. I was going to check on my mom.
I don't even know what that song is.
He was
But
fixing to go.
specifically what I was doing,
See
I
the
don't.
camera roll.
He doesn't know.
Okay.
It's like, I don't know.
I know what I wasn't doing, Mr. Waters, and what I wasn't doing is
Oh.
doing anything
Hurting my
as I
woman.
believe you
Hurting my
implied,
feminine
that I was
Maggie.
cleaning off or
He
washing
didn't
off
want to
or washing off
hit
guns,
hit
putting guns in a
feminine
raincoat,
Maggie. I'm
and
good.
I
It's
can
noon.
promise
I'm
you
switched
that I
from
wasn't
tea to
doing any of
coffee.
that.
Okay.
You want to switch back
Also, during this
ASAP?
4 minutes where you've got 283 steps.
That's fine. I understand. That's very good,
Not only
Tom.
you
That is
moving
a
around
very
lot,
good
but you're
tweet.
making a ton of phone calls. Because that,
we'll
in that
read it.
same time period, you see this red line right here? Where
I'm
over that
sending it right
4 minute
now.
period,
I
Oh,
will
Creighton,
go
don't
over
get
it.
dramatic now,
steps
buddy.
were taken.
Don't,
That's
please
also
don't.
when you're calling, making all these phone calls. Mr. Murdoch.
Well, I made the
So were
phone
you running in
calls.
place and making phone calls? Is that what you're doing?
Be allowed to answer before Mr. Waters steps on him again with another question.
That's so rude. He's
Please.
just so rude. That Mr. Waters
you.
is so rude.
All right.
Doodly doo, doodly doo.
They're trying to protect their client.
You were making all these phone calls while you were taking all these steps. Would you concede that?
Signal.
He gets louder when he gets excited.
Well, I was making phone calls, and that shown here at 9:05, I called my dad. You know, I don't know that I was taking steps like you're saying I'm taking steps. I heard the same testimony you heard, Mr. Waters, and you know, steps can be recorded any number of ways. I don't have a specific recollection of walking around. I don't know if I was hitting the phone like the guy showed or doing whatever the steps, but you know,
So you were hitting your phone like that while you were
These
making all
people-
these phone calls?
hang on, no,
My
see,
phones
what I'm
are
saying,
a
Mr. Waters, you
lot
don't know that.
way
I'm just
too
giving you an
fucking-
example. You're saying that I'm running around taking these steps,
Pro-
and while I'm doing that,
productive.
I'm making telephone calls. What I will agree with is that this data shows that there was 283 steps recorded on my phone. And sometime during that period, I made certain phone calls.
Okay. All right, so not only for whatever it is recording steps, but you're also making a ton of phone calls, including missed calls to Maggie, who is 1,100
Okay.
feet away, supposedly.
Shared
You're using the term a ton
directly.
of phone calls.
Shared
What I
directly.
agree is that I made the phone calls.
Those aren't a ton of
that
phone
are
calls
listed
Shared
from him.
directly
on
with
these call
Dow.
data records, which, you know, are very normal phone calls from me.
What are your
'Cause
grounds
he's
for
a
leafing?
obnoxious phone user, as we've heard in testimony.
Oomph, you're on fire
Calls were
today.
missing
What
from
did
the
you
log
take?
around this relevant
You
time
are-
period.
you are on
and going
fire.
to
Chat wanted to hear
look
this
at
earlier.
your
Thanks,
phone on
Creighton.
June 10th?
From my phone?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Did you delete them, Mr. Murdoch?
Not intentionally.
Just around the time of June 7th, all these
I have
calls
to
were
read
missing,
your
but you had nothing to
rest
do
of
with
it, like,
that
3
between
times
June 7th
in
and
order
June
to get
10th.
them.
No, sir, I did not. And I did not delete phone calls from my
I
phone.
did
Mr.
not.
Waters, one of the most important things in this whole thing for
I did
me
not.
has
Black
been
tea dried stuff.
getting this data that I believe would exist. Phone calls and phone records would be part of that. I've been in
You
enough
were really
civil
fun
cases
today.
and used phone
I mean, not that you're not
records
every
enough
day, but
times
you've
to
got
know
some really
that
good ones.
you delete a
A lot
phone
of
call
phone
from your
calls,
phone,
Lolo,
it
when
doesn't
it's
disappear.
distressed
So
individuals.
I can tell you,
Well, you didn't have a
this
phone call
jury
with
and
me.
everybody who's listening,
What about
that I
me?
did not intentionally delete phone calls from my phone.
I'm
Yeah, we
distressed.
started talking
I could
about
be
it.
distressed
You're a
too.
former prosecutor, correct, and former lawyer doing
Distressed
civil
or
cases. We went through
distressing?
that yesterday, and boy, you're busy bee on that phone right out of the gate at 9:02, right?
It's
Busy.
about time for big doses of
Another
anything you can
fucking
get your
bee?
fucking hands on. How about that?
So
It's
we've
my-
gone from a
anything you
dog
can get your
stepped on a
fucking
bee
hands
to
on
busy
o'clock.
bee.
I am
I don't know
using my
what to do with that.
telephone
I'm
at,
soothing this
Again.
weekend. I'm just a big
I
fucking
think I
one big
called
soothe.
at 9:05, I
this
started
weekend,
and called
starting
my
right
dad,
now.
and I agree that I made other phone calls.
And one of
I'm
the
one
first
big
things you start talking about with law
fucking-
enforcement is these calls that
I'm
you
one
made
big fucking
to Maggie. Correct? You
Throw
recall
boy
that
kid.
from your first statement to law enforcement?
One of the first things that I said to law
Both,
enforcement,
yeah,
Yeah, that's one of the
distressing,
things you talk about. I'm
distressing,
talking
yeah.
about with your
Boat wreck
interview
phone
with
calls.
Special Agent Dave O.
That's fair. Perhaps in the same phone
I
call.
don't remember that being the first thing we talked about, but
He deleted a lot of calls.
Maybe.
if Mr. Owens asked me about it, then
Or a lot of calls were
sure
removed from the phone.
Perhaps.
I did.
One of my favorite words. Is
recall?
that really a word? I don't think
No,
maybe.
I don't recall.
Would you dispute me if I said you brought it up?
That I brought up, what,
fun.
brought up what?
Phone, Mr. Murdoch, your phone.
Phone calls to
I'm
Maggie?
100% positive.
I
but
brought up phone calls to
that might
Maggie
have
to
been
David
the
Owens.
start of the I think
asking
you're. I
you,
think
is
you're
that one of
actually
the
right,
things
Jim.
that you talked about
I'm
in your
pretty
first interview
sure.
with Dave Owen?
My
That you
chores
pulled
start in a
out your
couple of
phone and
hours
started
and
going
go
looking
all
at it, that you
weekend.
brought that
Oh,
up. You recall
His
that?
Well,
that's
but that's not what
creepy.
you
I'm
asked, Mr.
sorry,
Owens.
Tom.
You asked me, was that the first thing that I talked to him about?
That
And
is
that
what
was
he
the
said.
discrepancy. I certainly don't dispute that Mr. Owens and I talked about phone calls. But that's not what you said.
He's objecting to the form of the
Well, the
question,
real
Creighton.
reason,
Your
Mr.
questions aren't
Murdoch,
specific
is
enough.
that
You got a shout out
you as
during
a
Jim Stewartson's
lawyer and
weekly
prosecutor
This is going to
Zoom
manufactured
yesterday. I
alibi,
did,
which is what the
Maggie.
state
What did you
theories.
say? Did
finally
you
having
say
your phone in
something
your
about
hand,
me?
moving around and making all these phone calls
What'd they
to
say?
manufacture an
Oh.
alibi. Is that not true?
That's absolutely incorrect.
So that's just
You're
another
laughing so
circumstantial
hard.
coincidence
What was
in
that?
this
That's so
particular
sweet.
case.
If he was manufacturing an
Right around the
alibi, why
time
delete them though?
Happy
That you lied to
birthday
law
you,
enforcement
Dad.
about maybe one of the most important facts in the case.
Comment before the question.
It is an absolute fact that I am not manufacturing an
not
alibi, as you say.
Take a
How do you
shotgun in
remember
the
so
back
much
of my
detail
thumb.
about everything else, but you don't remember
Meh,
what you were
masculine. I thought
specifically
you.
doing
I thought
to
it said
generate
masculine.
283 steps while you're making
Trauma.
all these
He's
phone
gonna
calls
say
in the
trauma.
same
Masculine.
4-minute period.
I remember unequivocally,
Masculine.
without
Oh,
any
that you're
doubt,
funny.
with as clear a mind as
Oh,
I
the chuck on a
have
horse.
at any
Yeah.
time, that I
Hey,
never
putting on the right. Come on,
manufactured
that's fucking inspired
any
shit.
alibi
not the
in
question.
any way,
That's
shape, or
inspired.
form,
I was laughing
because
at
I
that
did
one.
not
Putin on the
and
right
would not hurt my wife
because he's
and my
both a
child.
Russian asset.
why
So
can't
I
you
know
remember
for a
what you were
fact
doing?
that I
Oh
never,
my god,
ever,
I'm so
ever
funny.
created
Oh my
an
god.
alibi.
Why don't you remember what you
No,
were
actually,
doing
that's
when
really
you were
nice.
so
That's
busy
really
for this
sweet.
4-minute critical period?
I do
Other
remember
than
what I was doing.
Vision Quest.
Other than I was getting ready
He
to
just
go.
doesn't remember
I wanna go on a
specifically.
vision
It is
quest.
unresponsive.
Because that's what I was doing.
I want to go on it with people I really trust, and I don't know who that really is. Actually,
He said he would never hurt his wife and son, and he keeps
Maybe
saying
some
I
of
would never
you.
hurt my wife and son. And Alex is going to go through all the other people he
I
said he would
suppose
never
my
hurt. that he
family,
hurt.
unless it was a bad day.
All hurt in a different
Okay.
way, but he's going to argue that.
So let's keep
Alex
going.
looks mad.
Oh shit! Shit!
And Creighton knows he's mad.
Made those calls
Pick your questions carefully, Creighton.
to Maggie in that 4-minute period.
I hope I don't get in a bad mood by the end of the day.
You had
Oh
just
yeah, we
seen
were
them
definitely talking about
a few
ayahuasca
minutes
and
ago
all that stuff.
when you
Black
say you went
Andes
down there and
frog.
came right back.
Yeah, licking
Why
toads.
didn't you just take that quick little left, 1,100 yards away?
I recommend
and stop
talking
by?
to
See why they didn't answer the call. You're obviously
the
wanting to get in touch with them.
Havasupai
Why didn't you go down
people
to
around Grand
the
Canyon,
kennels
Lolo. I
that were so close by?
feel like
There
they
was no reason to.
need everyone to leave them alone.
I mean,
Making multiple missed calls
they-
to Maggie
everyone
when
should
she's
leave
so
people alone.
close. And there's a driveway right there. Why
But
do
if
you not
they
just
have
go down there
something
and say,
they
hey
want
guys,
to sell
I'm
me,
heading over
I
there?
will definitely
it wasn't important
support
to
their
do that.
economy.
Me making those phone calls is simply
Happily.
me letting, I believe I called Maggie and I called Paul, but that's simply
I
me
do. I think
just
we need
letting
to
them
leave
know that I'm
people
leaving for a
alone
minute,
unless
I'll be back.
we're
The fact
supporting
that-
their economy
That they don't answer
and staying the fuck out of their business.
is not unusual at all.
I think.
Now, it is odd, it is unusual that they never call me back.
Hi, girl.
But at that moment, the fact that there's a missed call, when I know they're on the property, I mean, that doesn't even register at all. That's perfectly normal to try to call somebody who's on the property and not be able to get them. And as far as not going down there, there was no sense of urgency. Maggie was with Paul. You know, she should be as safe as she could be.
Yeah, she should.
I like Gal on offense.
Comments, Creighton. That wouldn't fly in a lot of jurisdictions. He makes a
Did you talk
lot
with
of
Maggie
comments
about
before he
going
asks
to
a question.
Alameda when you were at the kennels?
No, I don't believe I did.
Did you talk with Maggie about going to Alameda during supper?
I know that we had talked about it. I had talked, I don't believe we talked about it at supper, but we may have. I know that I had talked about that I was going to go over there. And then I decided that I wasn't.
Oh,
gonna go
that's
over there.
nice. I'm glad, Tom.
But
So what was your conversation at supper? Tell me specifically.
That's cool.
Please.
I
About
can't,
going to Alameda.
I can't tell you that we specifically talked about
Maggie
it. The
wasn't
only thing that
sick.
I can tell you we specifically
Meanwhile,
talked about at
Maggie
supper
wasn't
was Paw
sick.
Paw.
All right. And what was the
But
conversation?
wasn't he there?
That's right. I forgot, Ted. I forgot we
Maggie
had a
was
whole conversation.
Just concerned. Paul had been having, for a young person, Paul had been having high blood pressure.
What's the weed? I know this is
and
the
he's
weed.
very
It's
resistant
not-
The Barty
Yeah.
Crouch Jr. tongue
And,
action is going to make me
It's been
insane.
going on
Oh,
for a
right,
little
another
while.
quantum
I can't,
moment.
But lately, Paul's feet have swollen. And
We
for a
just
22-year-old
entered the
to have start
quantum
having
mechanics
swollen feet concerned
zone.
both of us, and it particularly
The
concerned
auto
Maggie.
zone.
And we talked about that.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Did y'all talk about Mr. Randolph at all?
I'm sure we
I can't
did.
really say this is all
You
we
remember that group text coming in about
random.
whether or not anybody was going to go see Mr. Randolph at the hospital the next day?
Do I remember it coming in? I don't remember it coming in,
Because
but
you didn't read it till the next day. But
I've
Really?
seen the data.
why didn't you? Did you ever text the group and say you were going to Alameda at all?
No.
But there's so much I want to say right
Did
now.
Maggie ever? Did you and Maggie ever specifically discuss her going along with you to Alameda?
I don't believe that we
so you-
did.
those are
I
the
know
phone
that,
calls you're talking
there was
about?
a point in time where I said Maggie might
Are
go,
those the
but
phone calls you
it's
were talking about?
highly unusual for Maggie to go and visit just my
I'm so
mom.
sorry.
That whole situation.
Oh,
it just
good. I'm
made
glad
Maggie sad, and she didn't like
she
me going.
discovered
So
that.
You
I don't believe that we did, but I do acknowledge that at some point I said she might go for some reason.
You told law enforcement on multiple occasions that
And then I got high.
Maggie
Oh, fuck
was
yeah.
planning to stay at
Tom, I
Edison
live that
the
song.
night of June 7th, correct?
I'm
I
sorry.
did say that.
There it is.
And you also said
Sorry.
that you came to find out that she came home of her own accord.
Then I got
correct?
high.
You told that to law enforcement. Is that true?
I was gonna
She did come home of her own accord.
That she decided on her own to come home?
do
because she was worried
something,
about
then
you.
I got high.
Is that what you
I'm
said?
gonna do some
I did say
recording.
that, and I believe that to be the case.
All right.
I have
Since
so many
we-
things I
asked
need
her.
to record
Despite
right
what you
now.
told law enforcement, we've since
I owe
seen the
stuff to
texts
people that
that
I
you
want.
actually called her
gonna do
and
it.
asked her to
I'm
come
sorry.
home
I
on the
keep
night of
thinking
June
all
7th.
this.
No, sir, that's not correct.
That's not correct?
No, sir, that's absolutely not
All
correct.
right, so you heard your sister-in-law Marion testified in just that fact of a conversation she had with Maggie, but you're saying that's not
I
true?
got high.
I don't believe that's what Marion said.
And your
Why
defense put
argue
in
on
this
this
exhibit,
point?
Exhibit
Don't
107,
laugh. We cried. So
That's
where
what
Maggie
she
texted
said.
Blanca and said, Alec wants me to come home.
wouldn't you just let me?
I've seen that. I agree with that.
What?
Milo Yiannopoulos? What's Milo Yiannopoulos up to
We're gonna end
today?
up with a closing argument.
Where's
George
Like
Papadopoulos.
we have
Where's my
heard.
buddy George?
Mr. Waters, the
Blanca's
only
lying,
excuse
sister's
I have with
lying.
what you're saying is you're saying that I called Maggie.
Where is he?
And
Where's my
And I
big
didn't.
one?
I texted her.
her
My
to come home.
big.
I always wanted Maggie to come home. And I would have talked to Maggie about coming home before she ever left.
What?
To go
Oh,
to Charleston.
I didn't get the
and to
stuff.
add
And
the
you
stuff.
couldn't buy milk
And
because it
I
got
can tell
high.
you this,
I actually am out of milk.
and I didn't realize this at the time,
I always
but I
wanted Maggie to
realize
come
it
home.
now,
I'm out of milk.
that
I mean, it's fine.
Maggie was already
We shouldn't drink milk
undecided.
anyway.
Now, I didn't know
You
this,
animals.
but Maggie was already undecided about
I would like to become
staying
a
at Edisto.
vegan.
I can promise you that, because
How?
Bubba and Grady were in their kennels, as y'all well know, that night.
There was construction.
That day, if Maggie was certain that she was spending the
I don't
night
know how
at
I'm gonna
Edisto,
do that 'cause I have a
at
huge chicken
minimum,
pot
Bubba
pie in
would
my
have been with
fridge.
her, and probably both dogs would have been with her. It was very unusual for her to spend the night anywhere without one of us or those dogs. So
I'm gonna work on
that tells me
the distrust
that when she
distressing
left that
category.
morning,
That's gonna be my
she
goal
was
for today.
already seriously thinking about coming back.
And done what
You're
with them?
saying
Left
that you
them in
never
the
called
car
her
while
and
she
had a
was at the
conversation
doctor?
that day.
Left them in the
asking her
car
to
while
come
she was getting a manicure?
on the night of June 7th,
I don't
2021.
want to be distressed.
Or discussing
Maggie
it.
and I had a couple of phone conversations that day.
can guarantee
What I'm
you
telling
it won't
you
happen,
is
though.
that before she left, no, I don't believe we had a phone call about that. We may have discussed it during the phone call, but I didn't make a phone call to her
Wait,
to ask her
I
to come
mean, I'm
home.
not saying
I had
anything.
already told her I
No,
wanted
you
her
know
to
what?
come
No,
home.
everything,
I
Ted,
always
Ted,
wanted her to
here's the
come home.
thing.
You heard Marion say that too.
Here's what I want
That
you
I
to do all
always
day
wanted
long.
Maggie with me.
All day
You
long, I
thought
want
enough
you
of it to
to
talk about it with Marion, didn't you?
be like you are
Yep.
totally
The fact
the
that I
center
wanted her to
of
come
like,
home?
you
Obviously.
know you're on the inside of every
Well, sure. I mean, that's what
situation.
Marion said.
Like
So you're
never
denying
assume
that
that
you
Victoria in
you're
the
the one
chat said,
who's
but
not
left the doors at Edisto unlocked. Yep.
on point. Always assume
I didn't make a
that
phone
you're
call
the
to
one
Maggie
on
to
point.
ask her to come
Everyone
home that
else
night.
who's not on your
I asked
point
Maggie to
is
come
not on
home
point.
long before she ever
That's
left.
what I want. That's your assignment today.
And I probably asked her again each time I talked to her, but I didn't make the phone call specifically for that, as
He's
you're saying.
arguing the point of the phone call
I only
was
get
not
the
to get her to
almond
come back
milk
because he thinks Creighton's going to
that
argue
you
that Maggie was
store in
lured
your
to Edisto.
cabinet.
So he's trying to
Oh,
argue the point
okay.
of the phone call was not to ask Maggie to come back.
And
It
to
was
be
a
clear,
part
I
of
I'm
like
the phone
oat
call.
milk.
that if Maggie
Okay.
was
I do like
certain that
oat
she
milk
was
a
spending
lot,
the
actually.
night,
I don't drink it like milk, but I could put it on
Bubba would have been
cereal
with
and put it
her,
in
and
coffee.
probably Grady.
I'm just lazy. So yeah, you're right. I don't need any milk.
All right.
I don't need any milk.
He's very agitated about this. And I don't know if it's
Why did
frustration
you
over the
tell
phone
law
call.
enforcement, though, that you found out after the fact that Maggie wanted to come home because she was concerned about you? Why'd you phrase it that way if what you're saying to the jury now was accurate? Why would you phrase it that way?
Because I believe that to be the case.
That you found out afterwards, but now you're saying you knew.
No, I'm saying I found out afterwards why she came home, Mr. Waters.
Mr.
And she came home because she was worried about me. So I want to be clear about that. I did not learn that until,
almond and oat milk. Yeah, no, I actually really like oat milk.
I think, the day after she got
I'm
killed.
just being lazy.
But you're saying that you found out that after the fact, but you're telling this jury that you knew the things that you just said about her wanting to come
I don't
home.
think animal products are really good
And
for
you were
us.
unaware of what Marion would say at that point either.
No, I'm saying at that
People are
time,
weird about
I had
eating
not thought
animals.
about Bubba and Grady. Since that time,
That's
I've
what
thought about that. I'm certain of that. At the time, I thought Maggie was staying at Edisto.
that's always
All
what I
right?
felt.
She
but
was
it's-
going to Edisto to do the,
I didn't have any
to meet the
willpower.
people, to do the work. Maggie loved to stay
I
at
just haven't
Edisto.
made the
There's no
decision.
doubt about that. It would not be unusual at all for her to stay at Edisto. But just like every other
Almond
time,
milk?
I had already asked her, please come back, come back.
Chocolate almond milk and
Always
Captain
wanted her to
Crunch.
stay with me. Always.
No, that sounds like a definite hive meal.
But I did not learn about.
Tempting.
And Maggie even
It's tempting.
texted me, I'll see you in a few hours. But I did not know why she
Here's an
decided to
update for you.
come
Jersey
back
J is still in the parking lot.
until later, is what I'm saying.
He started when I did. No, actually, he started right before I did. Almost 3 hours ago. I think
Oh, is
that's
our
And I
friend
learned it
Hoke
from
in the
Wonka.
chat? Hello, Hoke.
Chud date.
Wonka
A
actually sent
chud
me a
date.
text
Chud update.
that
Chubba
she sent
date.
her.
Chubba date.
talking about being worried about me.
Well, apparently he wasn't worried about you.
You would agree with me that you sent
Boop,
a
boop, boop,
text
boop, 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 boop.
to Maggie at 9:08:58 while in motion in the Suburban, as reflected by the data?
I do.
If they start yelling at him about texting and driving, I'm going to lose my mind.
Which was because I couldn't reach them by the telephone, and I wanted them to know where I was,
Okay.
which is what we do.
I have questions. I have definite questions.
And you got to Alameda around 9:22?
Only when he seems annoyed.
I believe that's correct.
Something seems off.
No, I don't have any reason to dispute that.
I don't have any reason to dispute
I
that.
don't-
So
I'd
only
buy
when he
that
has a
for a
reason to dispute
dollar.
it, does he dispute it?
Doesn't that sound
Dispute it.
good?
I don't have
Like,
a reason to dispute
I'd
that.
probably
I find
have
to
a
be very
diabetic
telling.
shock at one point, and I don't even have
Made
diabetes.
some more
But
phone calls along the way?
speaking of which, I wonder if I got my have results.
I
yet.
did make more phone calls along the way while I was riding.
Call Chris Wilson.
I did call Chris Wilson.
I feel attacked. I make a lot of phone calls when I'm in the car.
I did.
Had a short conversation with him. Is that right?
I did have a conversation for however long the record show.
About 131 seconds. That
Dog a
sound about
cookie.
right?
I forgot to give him his cookie.
If that's what the record show, 2 minutes.
Called your brother, John Marvin, for about 106 seconds, including connection time. Does that sound about right?
That does sound about right.
Arrived at 9:22. Does that sound about right?
It does.
And again, they're just solidifying the timeline. Because it boxes in what they can argue about. Okay, he agrees to the timeline.
And then at 9:24, you call, that's the landline at Alameda, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you went inside, is that right?
Yeah, that's
Talked to
right.
Miss Shelley.
That's right. I called the house phone to get Shelley to let me in.
And when you were asked by law enforcement how long you were at your mother's house, you said 45 minutes to an hour. Isn't that correct?
I think I said a couple of different things, but I think at one time I did say that. But, you know, routinely through these things, I kept saying, you know, when you get this data, you'll see exactly. When you look at my phone, you'll see exactly. When you do, you know, so, you know, me giving the times was always given with the thought that, okay, there's OnStar out there, there's whatever.
But when you had a conversation with Miss Shelley after the fact, you actually asked her to say that you were there longer than 20 minutes.
Ah, we've gotten to this. Good.
You know, I heard Shelley's testimony. I believe Shelley to be a good person.
Oh.
I wasn't trying to influence Shelley on any particular length of time because at the beginning of this, I believed that data would show what data would show. And for me to tell her to say something when my OnStar is going to show something different just doesn't make any sense. So, you know, I can't answer that. What my recollection is that I told Shelley that law enforcement would be talking to her. We may have discussed how long I was there. At that point in time, if I thought I was there 45 minutes, I may have said I was here 45 minutes, but, you know, I can't tell you.
All right. And that's the same thing that Blanca testified to, that you talked to her about the clothes that you were wearing. It made her uncomfortable, correct?
You know, I heard Blanca's testimony.
Ask that question again.
It's similar to your conversation with Blanca that she testified about when you
Pen's
talked to
running out of
her
ink.
about the clothes that you were supposedly wearing. And it
What's,
made her feel uncomfortable. Do you remember that testimony, sir?
what's similar to that?
Well, that you're talking to both of these individuals about their testimony in a manner that's inconsistent with what they know.
No, I don't think your assertion is accurate. You have to understand this. On August the
Understand this?
11th, when I went to meet with David Owens, and in
He's
that,
just letting him answer.
David Owens asked me about, he showed me that Snapchat and asked me about clothes that I had on. And
Alec answered this very clearly yesterday. I wonder if he's going
shortly
to try to
after
argue
that,
it
the next
again.
time I was with
He
Blanca,
argued this yesterday to the jury.
I asked Blanca about those clothes because David Owens had asked me about them and made an issue about it. And so I checked with Blanca to see what I specifically asked Blanca, and it was an issue to me. So I got Blanca and I said, I need you to sit down and talk with me about this. This is important. Do you remember my clothes when you came to Moselle that day? And She remembered exactly what she testified to. She remembered that my pants were there. She wasn't sure if the shirt was there. At that time, I think she actually thought the shirt was there, but she was clear that she wasn't sure about that. No, she wasn't unsure, but she didn't remember, but assumed that it was. So that was the conversation and why I was asking Blanca.
Well, again, you're very specific about your memories of that conversation. Is that correct, Mr. Murdoch?
You dang right I'm consistent about that, because a very short time before that, David Owens is asking me questions and telling me I'm a suspect in the murder of my wife and my child, and asking me about my clothes. You dang right it was important.
It was important, right.
And you dang right I remember why I went to her and for what reason.
Because the only thing you're concerned about is yourself. You're not concerned about giving accurate information to law enforcement. Correct? What's the reason for that, Mr. Murdoch? Why don't you want to give accurate information to law enforcement? Why do you want to talk to these women who both
One
were employed by
question.
you or your family and try to
One
influence
question.
what they were going to say?
I did want to give law enforcement accurate information. I told a lie about being down there, and I got myself wed to that. But I wanted to give them as much. I knew that I hadn't done this, and I wanted to give them as much accurate information as I could.
Hadn't.
But the reason I went to Blanca is specifically because David Owens talking to me on August the 11th.
David Owens' fault.
Okay. You can see that you're underway about 9:42.
Y'all,
Heading
we're
back.
just like 40 subs away from $6.99. Thank you. If you're
9:42
just
to
finding the
9:43.
channel,
I do.
I cover law things. So, Amber Queen, I think him getting testy goes both ways. If the juror thinks he doesn't do it, of course he's fucking pissed that he's being accused of murdering his wife and kid. And if the jury thinks he did do it, then then they know he's fucking pissed because he's being confronted with trying to shift the testimony of those whose testimony he tried to shift because it didn't work. It, like everything in this case, I can see it both ways. I can. It's just,
Turned on Moselle about 10:01.
and that's what it is.
Turned into Moselle at 10:01.
Yeah. Sorry.
It looks to me like I turned into Moselle at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock on the dot.
He's definitely not
sir.
crying. They're going to ask him about getting and seeing the bodies. If he starts to cry again,
At the house at 10:05.
what I noticed yesterday, his head was moving, but his shoulders
sir.
and his chest weren't moving when he was crying. He looked like he was sobbing. He had all the face water.
And then that's when
But
he went back
his-
to the kennels.
only his head
after
was
he came back
reacting,
from
not the rest
Alameda,
of his
correct?
body, which I found interesting. He's a big man.
I went to the kennels after I
If
went
he's
to the
shuddering,
house.
you would see it.
Oh my God, my dog is so
I went
needy.
from Alameda to the house.
My dog is so needy.
I'm going to answer this at the break.
And we got to the scene,
I'm sorry. I had to
You got out
do
of the
dog
car.
snuggling.
according to what you told law
And the
enforcement.
cats got mad.
repeatedly,
Now they're mad at
and
me.
went and
Who
checked the bodies,
sneezed?
correct?
Hi, Pepper. Hi. How are you?
Before you
Hi.
called 911.
Don't do that.
Is that correct?
Don't do that.
No, sir, that's not correct.
Don't do
You
that.
You're saying you didn't say that to law enforcement?
I don't know what I said to law enforcement, Mr. Waters, but I can tell you this.
I can tell
I
you
pulled
this.
up, and I saw Mags and Paw. I jumped out of that car.
Oh, jeez.
I know that I went back to my car, and I called 911 as quickly as I could. That point in time, when I got on the phone, then is when I went to them
Was you, maybe Emily, maybe someone in court?
and did the things that I did.
Maybe I did sneeze. Did I sneeze? I don't remember now.
What you're saying is not accurate.
You're saying that you didn't say very specifically to law enforcement
Update, still in the
that
parking
you
lot.
went to them prior to calling 911?
When?
after you got out of the car,
You said it.
you told law enforcement repeatedly that you went over and checked the bodies before you called 911.
I did sneeze rhetorically.
And
Rhetorically, I
if I did
sneezed.
say that, I don't believe that's accurate. Did I check
It might have been.
Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
No, sir.
You'll never know.
I don't, that's not accurate. At least that's not what I remember.
That's not what you remember saying, or that's not what you say now happened?
That's not what he remembers
No,
doing.
that's not what I believe happened.
But you don't deny that's what you said.
Erskine.
So what he said, it's on
Did
the
I
tape.
said,
Freezing.
did I check Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
His head moves,
believe
but
that's
not
what I
his
said.
shoulders. Oh yeah, fake
Please don't play the
cry.
911 tape again. He said, I've been up to it now,
Oh.
it's bad. She said, don't touch them, and he said, I checked their pulse. But I don't remember if he said,
Now,
I
know
checked their pulse
checked them,
before.
But I don't believe I checked them.
I don't think anyone's
Before I called
going to
911.
Hagerstown though. You know, if you know what I mean.
I don't know if this is
Because I
hugely
Never
meaningful.
really
He said he
will
checked
remember.
them. He said he checked them.
vividly,
I don't know if he said when.
when I checked Paul, I was already on the phone with 911.
Oh, were you?
How did you think you were going to turn him over with the phone in your hand? And the phone popping out. You never say on the phone, his phone
He's
popped
gonna
out.
break. Let's watch.
You're not
He's gonna
responding
break.
to 911 in real time to the
Sorry,
things
I
you're
don't
doing,
mean to keep
though.
talking
Looking at
over
this
all this.
data,
And a lot of people do. During the 911 call, they tell you what they're seeing, hearing, thinking, feeling, doing. It's like a stream of consciousness. He said he turned Paul over, not I'm trying to turn him
the
over.
vehicle parking at 10:05 and 55 seconds.
We are 2 subs away from binging. Thank you all.
10:05:57. The Suburban arrives at the kennels. You agree with that?
Are you going to be the person that makes it bing? 'Cause we are 2 away.
Sorry, say that again, Mr. Waters.
1 away.
10:05:57. It shows the Suburban arriving at the kennels.
Thank you. Whoever just clicked it over to $6.99, you'll see it on the front end in a minute.
Okay.
Thanks all.
The 911 call was at 10:06:14.
Yeah, he does. If he just pokes him, this
Okay.
guy's gonna
Just
break
about
on
20
some
seconds later.
point.
You agree with that?
We have no evidence that Maggie asked for a divorce.
I think that sounds right. Yes, sir. I mean, that makes sense. But that goes back to what I'm saying is I pulled up.
The logo.
I saw them. And I know I jumped out of my car. But I believe that before I checked them, in fact, I'm almost certain that then I went back and I got that's when I went and got my phone and I called 911.
Okay.
And then, after I called 911, there was a little while where there wasn't, I don't think there was anything going
What should
on.
we make this after? Oh, I know what I'm gonna make this
I believe
afternoon, you
that
guys.
that
I'm gonna make
is
the
time period that I went and
cracker
checked on
and caramel candy.
them.
Oh yeah, yeah, it makes sense.
Delta Girl subscribing is free. You just have to hit the subscribe button on the channel.
We're saying here today.
You do not
now that
have
we
to be a
this
member.
data, that's not exactly
That is
how
a
you're
whole other
supposed to
thing,
law
but you can
enforcement
subscribe.
in
I
your
don't have to
car
worry
stuff.
about
That's very
that.
correct.
For crying
No,
out
sir, I
loud.
disagree with that. I totally disagree with that, Mr. Waters.
Oh,
Will you point to what you're talking about?
Oh,
all right.
yeah, that's
Here
what
we
I'm
are.
gonna do. Because my daughter's work really loves
Now
it.
we're going to get into the semantics of the
So I'm gonna
911
make
call
some.
again. And the reason it matters
Yeah,
is because of the
that's
timeline.
true. That's true.
Earlier I said I don't know
That's a
how
good
much it
point.
matters. I reversed my own statement. Here's why it matters. It matters because 17 seconds. The state is going to argue the reason he called 911 so
you riding
fast,
dinosaurs?
processed this so fast, is because he knew what he was going to find. I'm still not sure he didn't think Rogan Gibson was gonna come over and find them, but that's beside the point. He comes over, and in 17 seconds gets out of the car, checks them, gets back into the car, and calls. So they're arguing that they're going to argue it's too fast for him to process all of that, check everybody, and call 911. That's why it matters.
Oh my
But I don't
God.
know why they're arguing with him.
Saltine
That's why
crackers,
they're arguing.
caramels,
Sorry.
and then
That's
a
why they're
drizzle of
arguing with him
chocolate.
whether he checked the bodies before or after. Because now what he's saying is he
It's really
didn't
a
run up
holiday
and check
candy,
them.
but
He saw what was happening and then called
Holidays are fake.
911. So Alex's testimony is condensing the timeline. But 17 seconds they're arguing is too fast. Hopefully that made sense the way I explained it. That's why they're fighting over this. Because Alec distanced from checking them before. And then there was, that's right, he tried to call 911
Start like
first.
a mail order service. I'll start an order service. It's really good. And it's actually quite country, but it's really good. It's real simple. It's a very simple.
Yep, so the first time he called 911.
Hello.
State your full name for me, please.
Hello, my darling.
Richard Alexander Murray.
Son. Why don't you come over here so everyone can see how cute you are? You want to come and see mommy?
Nope. I think it's a very real trauma response.
Mommy? You gonna send it
I
to
also
me?
know that
Yes, sir.
that doesn't mean he didn't do it, but that doesn't mean that he did.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdoch? May 27th.
I'm going to switch feeds
1968.
to see if we can get some better audio.
And good phone number.
This is always overpeaked. We've heard this. There we go.
942-1227.
Oh, that's so much better.
Here,
We've heard this multiple times.
come here.
And sir, what was your name? Yeah, Danny.
Ah!
Look at
These
what
are
I'm
error.
doing. Look what I'm doing.
I understand. So you don't
Look up here.
have any problem with it.
Come here.
So
Here. Come
He
here.
does that every single time.
Just
I understand.
start
I
with that, take your
understand. I
time.
understand.
Like when I came back here.
I don't think so. I
pulled
think you
up
have to
and
have a
I could see
food.
and
You have to have a
I knew
food
something
selling
bad.
license, and I'm
Ran
sure
out.
my kitchen isn't
I knew it was really
anything
bad.
exposed. Have you seen me?
My
You've seen me
boy
cook,
over
Tom.
there, I could see.
Ain't nobody's gonna give me a health certificate. I think I dropped the entire butter on the floor yesterday. Yeah. So, anyway.
And I could see his brain.
Here, come here. Come see mommy.
Oh, he does.
You can't make cats do
Rubs his
anything.
fingers together. Interesting.
What would we call it? Lolo's. Lolo's.
And I ran over to Maggie. Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first.
And pick it up. I did. Butter is
You know, I
expensive.
tried to turn him over, and I don't know. I figured it out.
Who has to know?
His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I
Don't act suspicious.
started
Don't
to try to do something with
don't
it,
act-
thinking maybe, but then I
Don't be
put it back down really quickly.
Thinking maybe
It's just-
Then I went to my wife.
It was very
and
rinsed off. Very clean.
I mean, I could see.
this is all before 911. This is all before he calls 911.
It's his family.
All of it.
Did you touch Maggie at all? I did. I touched
It all
her.
took
I
off.
tried to take. I tried.
Of course
to
you
do
can
it
have
as
that
limited
Vicodin
as
with a
possible,
beer, honey.
but I tried to take their pulse on both of them.
Hey Val, this is the
And,
man. This is white
you know,
privilege
I called
crumbling
911
in action.
pretty much right away.
The Murdoch trial.
And
We're watching the
she was
Murdoch
very good.
trial.
So
Happy
that's all the
post,
stuff he did
happy
before 911.
birthday season. I know
I
you
talked to
did.
her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call
I
some
thought I got away
family.
with it, but I know they did.
I did that.
Obviously.
Um,
Oh, well.
and
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I
Oh,
called my
my
brother John.
brother Randy. And
Yep,
said,
there were, his phone should have blood on
Brother
it. Or should have wiped
Randy,
somewhere.
I'm in big
Boy,
trouble.
a good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't.
Because of his fingertips. He said he had blood on his fingertips and he called 911 immediately. There was no blood on his phone.
Some places have a community kitchen that is certified
That's correct.
So no one. Oh, that's not a bad idea.
back
I
to
bet
your
you. I
question.
wonder.
I need more of these. I need more
mean,
pilot
that's-
pens.
Well,
That's the
I
way
like the
I
clicky
remember
Los Angeles is filled with
what I
assholes
said
too.
right there.
So
And I,
no,
you know, your question
don't think you
about
have the
did
corner
I
on that market, Mrs.
do
James's
these
mom.
things before I called 911.
Yeah, because now we know.
Oh man, my
That's
nose
not
is
what I
running.
said then, and that's not what I
Anyway.
remember now.
Because now we know.
Saying now that you went out,
Useless.
you checked, you came back.
But I could check. There's probably some community like
I'm not saying
co-op
that now,
kitchens.
Mr.
That would be
Woods, but I
nice
am
to
saying
support that
now, but
anyway.
to me, that's
Actually,
what I said then.
I'm just not a very
I
good.
told her, I called 911 right away. I didn't have, there was no time to do the things that I'm
I'm not a
talking
very good
about
baker.
doing
I
in the-
mean,
in the time
Yeah.
That is
between.
his
I
point.
mean, I don't know if
getting
anything I
there
make is really
and-
worth eating in en
That is his
masse.
point. That's
You
his
know what I'm
point.
saying?
911.
That's
You
his
talked
point.
about calling Rogan.
There's no time to
But
do
I
them
would
things.
start a
Right around
I
the
would start a
corner.
bar, like a weed
That's
bar,
correct.
and I would serve like
But-
eggs and toast.
Rogan wasn't staying
And
there all the time.
brownies.
That's the whole
I
reason
can
that
make
Cash
really
was
good
at your kennel,
brownies.
right? You knew that.
Well, Rogan was staying in Buford a
No one
lot,
has to
but
know.
he was home a lot too. I
has
didn't
to
know
know.
where Rogan was on a daily basis.
Anyway, Gal, I'm really high today. I don't know
About
why.
Keeping his
But we're gonna
dog
have
Cash
a
at the
fun
kennel
time
when he was
tonight.
staying with his
Chasing.
girlfriend and working
We're
down
gonna
in
make
Buford.
fun of some Nazis
Yes,
tonight.
he had asked me
It's gonna be
that.
fun.
But I mean, that had been some time before. I didn't know,
Make up some songs.
you're making a big deal about this,
Trivia.
Mr. Waters, but that particular night,
It's a murder trial. He makes
I
a big
didn't
deal out of a lot
have
of
a
stuff.
clue where Rogan was staying or not staying. I was trying to
Read
find
that
somebody
Substack into the
to come
record.
out there with me. I'd called Randy, I'd called John,
Yep, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna
They
read that
answered.
Substack,
and Rogan was the next best alternative.
and then we can
And
clip it.
Rogan is so close. I
Clip
mean,
it.
Rogan, of all these kids that you've heard, Rogan.
It's fucking
Gibson,
Friday. Yeah, sorry.
Roro is like a
No,
Rogan.
it's you've got
from when I
24
call him
hours of
Rogan,
Lolo
is
coming up.
Truly
So fucking
like a son
strap in.
to Maggie and I. And he was
Jason Chis
such a
with
good
Lolo
friend
and
to
Gail.
Buster. And he was such a good friend to
Chud
Paul.
chasers.
Why
And
put that on a
You've
kid?
been through everything I
chaser.
have. You'll see that 2 weeks or 3 weeks prior to this, I ran out of gas when Bus and Paw Paw weren't home.
We got some celebrating to
And
do.
Rogan's the person that I called to bring me gas.
We got some celebrating. It's Friday.
Nobody's
Friday.
disputing
It's more like
that
Friday.
Would
Guy.
have helped you.
More like Friday.
Keep playing
Goes
this.
around.
Alex doesn't think so.
Paul,
He's
when
looking
you
forward to
walked up
closing
the-
arguments on Monday.
Anything else?
I mean, there were some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence? I know you said the phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
Oh, Tim's tweet.
No, sir,
Okay,
not-
hold on.
No, not,
Oh, please. To our lounge. We should do a 24-hour
Maggie.
feed. Wouldn't that be
No.
funny? I
You
mean,
didn't see
kind of
anything
weird, but
around
funny.
there?
Kind of. Oh, shit. That's not what I wanted.
What made you come out
Sorry,
here
everybody.
tonight?
I
With her.
went to, my mom's a
I'll
late
talk about
stage
that at the
Alzheimer's
break.
patient, my dad's in the hospital. My
Tim's
mom
person.
gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog
yeah,
lover.
here we go.
And she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
Doodly-doo-doo.
So when I said why put that on a kid, I would not. I still see my kids' friends as kids, and I think I will until they're.
Testified that
There's
40.
so many
in the
pinned
wake of
tweets.
this, you didn't know what
But
you
why
said to
call
law
Rogan there when
enforcement. That was
Paul
what you
has
just
Oh my
said.
god.
It's just
Scott Adams. Scott Adams
mean,
is
I
such a
know-
fucking asshole.
I know a lot of what I
He
said
should have
to law
been
enforcement,
canceled
but
so
there's a
fucking
lot of
long
things
ago.
in looking back
He's
at
Dildo is what his
this
name
video
is.
for
Dildo.
one, the 911 call for one. I mean, there's a lot of things that I didn't remember.
Oh, I fucking
Okay.
hate
I
this
think
guy
that's
so much.
right then and
Okay, well
there.
let's troll him.
Just not long
No.
into this interview,
No.
you made a conscious decision to lie right there.
Oh, we're
Play that
playing
again?
You said I was at the house.
Oh,
Play that
Chuck
again or say that again?
Johnson?
And I knew she'd gone to the
Oh
kennel. I was at
my
the house.
Fucking
I left the house.
God. You guys mind if we go to this for a
You wanna
minute?
back
I'm
up?
sorry, it's going to take
Yep.
the audio
Yeah, we
away.
can
I
keep
really
listening to it.
apologize, but hold on. Hold on.
I think you better always make sure.
Oh my God, I recognize that. I recognize that cowboy.
And I was like, hey man, that guy's.
Here we
And
go.
I was like, hey man, that guy's a criminal. Like, you maybe not want to associate so closely with him online. And he was like, no, you say that about everybody. He's okay. He's cool. I like him.
If you're in the kind of position he's in, and you know you're doing some shady stuff, and you're working for some bad people, I think you better always make sure you have proof of everything that you interacted with them. That even when you're guilty, that you can, so that they can't say you did more than what you did. You just have to be able to prove that they're wrong.
Yeah, sure. But where do you store that evidence that it can't be selectively hacked and weaponized against you? You know what I mean?
If I were he, I would have like a dead man switch, right? And I'd have a number of other things ready to go.
I would make sure that if you're ever going to break the law, you better make sure you're recording your own self and so you can protect yourself. It's just a smart way to do it. You have to be offensive and defensive.
How them balls
I don't know how conducive to continued success it is to record yourself engaging in crimes.
I'm sorry, I disagree with that.
It's like mutually assured destruction.
Exactly. Who's his lawyer? That's what I'd like to know.
God.
Yeah. Well, I know that. What was it?
Well, he's repped by the Dominion lawyer, Libby Long, the same one who's suing Fox.
What if he was Eric Prince's lover? Because we know that Eric Prince plays both ways. So, I mean, what if he was his lover?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know that we know that.
Oh, I've heard it many times.
Oh my God, Dana. Wow. Is he pooping in a steel toilet, gal? Is that a steel toilet that Chuck poops in? I can't with this fucking Nazis. Man, Dana, you're a Nazi pooper simp. I mean, poop is really, this is not real life. This can't be real life. But you know what is real life? Pooping. Everybody poops, including Nazis. So at least we know that he's not constipated. Because nothing is worse than a constipated Nazi. Nothing. Mark it. What are we at? 320. I'm going to clip this shit. This is too funny. Well done, Jim Stewartson. Well done. Well played, sir. Well played. I'm so sorry. We're back in trial. I know. The cat's even like, get back on trial.
That is, I should lie.
No,
Oh my
that's
God.
not an accurate
Because that's not what
statement.
that means, is it, Mr. Murdoch?
Well, that's not.
Oh,
that's,
no,
not,
no.
you're not, that's not an accurate statement. What you just said, Mr. Waters.
I just repeated
What you said.
what you just said. You said it was one of the factors was your law partners, and now you're blaming Sheriff Hill and Greg Alexander told you that
Yes,
you needed
sir.
a lawyer before you talked to police, and you took
Yeah,
that
it's much
somehow
harder.
as meaning I need to lie
No.
as a lawyer and a prosecutor?
No, that's what you said, Mr. Waters. But
Then how am I mischaracterizing it from your perspective, Mr. Murdoch?
Because
I think that's.
Can I do a space
that-
while
that-
I
Oh my God, let him answer,
Isn't
Creighton.
that what you just said?
Space from the
Excuse me.
no,
toilet.
sir, that's not what I said.
All right,
So-
let's
Can I
say it
do a
again.
space from a road?
I believe those guys were trying to help me. I believe they cared about me. I believe they thought that I was in
no shame in that
a
game, but at
condition
the same
such that
time,
I shouldn't talk to anybody. I mean,
it makes it hard to listen
Fair.
to the point you're trying to make.
He was
those guys
traumatized.
had to prop me up,
There's a pull.
help me get myself together just to be able to go talk
what
to David
about-
Owens.
should
I
I
mean,
do
they
a-
were trying to help
should I-
me.
should
But
I
before that was just
apologize?
one of the many things that
He doesn't get that confused.
I believe led
I
to that
believe the children of the
situation
future.
sitting in there where those paranoid thoughts came to me.
It's snowing where my
Them
sister
talking
lives in
about
Santa Cruz Mountains.
Not talking to anybody
great
without a
out there.
lawyer. Brian Varnado, checking my hands. The fact that I got a pocket full of pills.
Pocket full of
Where?
pills in.
Where'd you put them
I
then?
got
was
a
the
pocket
person who
full of. That's
found
right.
They weren't in your
That's
shorts.
right.
Maggie and Paul.
Did you hide the pills
Narcissists
before you
and
gave your
Nazis aren't
clothes to law
going away,
enforcement?
so you might as
My
well stay with
distrust
them.
for SLED,
Back in the corn, baby. Back in the
all of
corn,
those
baby.
factors combined
I'm gonna push you in the
and made me
corn.
decide to lie. I also know him asking me about Maggie and Paw Paw contributed to that paranoia. All I'm saying is, I'm not disputing that I lied. I'm just saying at this point,
I'm gonna push you in
Where'd
a
you hide the
corner.
pills?
you're saying I made a conscious decision to lie here, and I'm
Well,
saying
doing
I
better
don't
says
think I
you have
made a
no
conscious
shame.
decision
Oh, just
right there.
continue trying, darling. Just continue
I believe so.
trying.
Had
You
you
never
already had
know
your
what's gonna
GSR done at this
land.
point?
You know what I'm gonna say?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I had.
And you already
That's
talked
the
to your
game
law
I played
partners
on
and talked
Twitter.
to
It's
and heard
embarrassing,
Sheriff Hill, and now you're blaming him,
go away.
and
I'm not-
blaming
no.
Chief
Bring it in.
Alexander
Ask
now
him
as
where he
well.
put the
And you know what
pills.
else I do when
No,
I'm
sir, Mr.
losing
Waters,
or
I'm
You just
not-
whatever?
added that one.
I
You didn't
just
say that
I
yesterday.
Win.
You just
And
added
then I
that one.
win.
Please be given an opportunity to answer the question. Objection.
You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man.
Can
The
you finish her
blue
last answer?
spot.
Please ask him.
Mr. Waters, I'm not blaming
Anyone know what the account the blue
anybody.
what? The
I
blue
accept
Betty
full
is?
responsibility
Bozo
for what I
troll?
did. What
Pussy
I'm
bitch?
saying is what I believe
bet he likes
contributed
No, I'm
to
just kidding.
me
That was
doing
just a
that.
convenient
And
joke.
the
It wasn't like a sex joke.
reason why I
It
did
was
that.
just like,
I think those
anytime
folks
you
were
say
trying to
something like
help
that,
me.
I'm gonna say, I
So
bet he.
I don't blame them.
Whatever.
If he had a
Comedy.
pocket full of pills
Comedy
when they
bit.
were interviewing
Well,
him,
I think they were worried about me.
those are the clothes that they took.
Betty, she ain't
But you're
blue.
saying
Let's
you're
weren't
put
in
it
the
that
clothes.
way. I'm so done
Where
with
did he
blue
put them,
on
and how did law
No,
enforcement
what you're doing
come
is
to
you're
him and hide
isolating
them?
one
I'm
single
not
thing.
isolating
That's
anything. I mentioned all the
cross-examination.
factors. You've added some new ones, but I mentioned all the factors that you're blaming for
No,
your
sir.
decision to
What
lie.
is the magic?
That's not
that
what you
the
did. What you
ginger
asked me is
elf
you said
troll has
I took
of
my
covering
partners telling
everyone?
me
You can't be good in
not
the
to talk to
facts.
somebody
Let's
without
be
a
real honest
lawyer
about
as
that.
a reason to lie.
Can't give
And
good
that's
phone
an
sex.
inaccurate
Actually, I think you
statement.
actually already
That
know
was
that.
one of the factors
So what's the
that went
attraction,
into
Dana?
a series.
That nobody else
hang on,
likes
Mr.
you?
Waters, a series of events, all right, that caused me to have paranoid thinking, all right, and then I lied.
Where'd you hide the pills when
But
you
at
gave
some
your
point
clothes
it
to law
happened during
enforcement?
this interview that you crossed over. You're saying that you came into this interview intending to be fully disclosing to everything, and something happened in this interview that sent you over the edge, and you said, hey, let me lie about the last time I saw my wife from
Yeah,
Charlotte.
he's on a reputation rehab tour, and we're here to tell him it's not. No,
I certainly didn't
tour
go
is
into that
over.
interview, I believe,
Canceled,
intending to
bitch.
lie. Mr. Waters, I wasn't capable at
All
that point in
Nazis
time
are
of
canceled this
planning
season.
anything or thinking
All
through
Nazis are canceled.
anything.
So somehow during this interview, all of a sudden those senses came to you to plan and do that.
I'll talk that I have this candle I got for Christmas that reads, I shank a
When
bitch
I
for
got
you, right in the kidney. Oh my God, I
thinking in that
love
paranoid
that.
way that
I
normally,
love that.
as I
I
said,
didn't lie. I lied paranoid thinkingly.
I mean, I could take a deep breath
He's
and
trying-
make
Good
it
way
go
of putting
away.
it.
He's trying to
I
explain to the
never
jury.
Your Honor,
had
it
a
was
situation
paranoid
where it
thinking.
lasted more than a matter of seconds.
It's similar to magical thinking.
That night,
But it's paranoid.
I wish that worked with anxiety.
after all
And
those
it's
things
not
had
magical
happened,
because
Deep
it
breath
ends
work
up
for
with
y'all?
people being dead.
Is that what happens? You just take a breath and it goes away?
it didn't go
My
away
paranoid thinking
in a
did.
matter of seconds.
Uh-oh, we've got more
And I
parking
decided
lot.
to lie.
Those are the clothes that you ultimately gave to Dave Owen.
So
Oh,
he
I
was
see. They're doing a
paranoid because he
donation
didn't
drive.
trust
Those
I'm
are
Lolo
sorry.
clothes
They're
because
not
he had
doing
something to
it.
hide.
I'm sorry.
At what point did you get?
Chuds are sitting in a
Yeah,
parking lot
pills, you
getting
say, or in your
donations
pocket.
so that they can
When'd you do
go
that?
grift.
When I was in my
No, they
bedroom,
grifted
You're
to
in the
do this,
bedroom?
and now they're
Yes, sir.
grifting
Where'd you put
more
'em?
so they
I'm
can
not sure
go
where I put them,
grift
but ultimately
at
they
the
would
site
have
of
gone
the
in my
toxic
suitcase.
spill, which I think them
Did
at the
Buster
toxic
put 'em there?
spill
You have
is
a
a
specific
fantastic
recollection of that?
idea.
No, I don't. I
Did
just
Buster-
noted I took them out of my pocket.
I think they should
Buster-
take the
Watch this whole
place of the
video.
president.
Buster
You
packed
think
your
you could, if
suitcase.
we watch the whole thing, you think you can say, okay, that's the moment where my senses came to me and I decided I was
Since
going to
you're so
tell this major
committed.
lie?
Sorry, I'm
I don't know that it happened like that, but I mean, I may be able to tell you some things that contributed to it. We
Don't
watched the
remember
whole
where you hid the
thing.
pills?
Heard that.
I am.
If you were that paranoid that you had pills in your pocket, you don't remember what you did with them when law enforcement was watching you change?
Sorry, is that
They gave him a little
Or is that
privacy, but they didn't see it.
yoga moms?
His testimony is not helping him this afternoon for me.
To be clear, though,
I'm gonna ask y'all if you think his testimony is helping him or not.
In that chat.
at least on this one, at some point during this
We'll look at
interview,
her at lunch,
when
which should happen
you
soon.
were able to plan your lie about this
U.S.
event,
prosecutor seized properties charged
and you made that decision.
on Ukraine invasion.
But it wasn't what we just played. It wasn't yet. It was some point after that.
I don't think that's a lie
Which
right there.
oligarch?
Is the reason why I don't think that
I don't
it's
think
occurred
that's a
before
lie.
this, because
He
what
is
I'm
able to
saying
parse
there,
things very neatly to not see them as a lie.
I believe to be
Creighton.
truthful.
That's what he's been doing his whole life.
I know this. I know for a fact that when David Owens asked me about my relationship with my wife and my child, I know that that played a role in that.
David Owens' fault.
And I believe that, and I may be wrong, but I believe that this was before
Okay,
that.
I have it,
Heard the
Tom.
expression, not telling the whole truth is the same as telling the lie?
Sure I have.
He says he lies by
Blood
omission.
sacrifice.
That's something you understood as a lawyer and a prosecutor?
He said earlier today.
Yes.
He commonly
I
lied
didn't
by
have blood
omission. He said
sacrifice
that was
on my
his
Friday bingo
preferred
card.
method of
Are you
lying. He
leaving?
parses words very
Where are you
finely.
going? Tell me where you're going.
Or are you saying hi?
And that's part of all this. This is Alec trying to parse words to stay in control, and Creighton leading into it to show the jury how he's parsing words to try and stay in
Yeah, I'm here to mind control people into disliking races.
But it feels half the time like a shit show.
And transphobes
But they're
and
trying to
homophobes
let
and
the
bigots.
jury see him be
State your
cunning
full name for me, please.
and manipulative.
Richard Alexander Murdoch.
So they want the jury to see that side of him.
And spell your last name so I get it correct.
Murdaughh.
All right. And you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And
I wrote
date
it
of birth,
down.
Mr.
Called it
Murdoch?
Saturnalia. Oh yeah,
May
that's how you spell
27,
it. Oh, no, you were
1968.
anyway,
And a good phone number for you.
803.
so Blue Betty's into Saturnalia.
942.
Isn't that like isn't that like having sex in the woods or something? Isn't that what Saturnalia is?
And sir, what was your name?
I'm a little uneducated in that regard.
Okay.
That's Danny Henderson in the back seat.
All
I
right.
gotta.
As I stated, I'm David Owen in Lower Rutland with Collin County. I'm SLED. I hate to have to do this.
I
but,
understand.
yeah.
I totally understand. So you don't
Yeah, winter solstice orgies,
any
aren't they? That's what I always thought Saturnalia was.
I don't think they did a psych
I got
for
blocked
him, and
because
if they did, it
my
won't be in
intentions
evidence.
We're causing divisions between neo-Nazis and everyone else. I know,
You had
Ted.
decided to lie
How
right
dare
there.
you tell people to not
Correct.
simp for Nazis? Wow. So rude. Let people simp
I
for
don't believe
Nazis,
so.
Ted. Come on. Saturnalia is an ancient Roman festival and holiday in honor of the god Saturn held on the
You
17th of
understood
December.
I think he
that
started
had to
lying
ask
on the 911
questions
call.
and you do what you need to do,
If
correct?
Saturnalia is having sex in the woods, I'm guilty. Crack on, McDuff. Sex in the woods is great. And you don't have to wait for December
This might be a good
17th,
time for a
people.
break.
Lunch.
In fact, that's a little cold.
Gentlemen,
I can't-
addressing the jury.
Unless you're in down under.
Break till 2:15.
The judge is
So
sick.
go to the
Crazy
jury
when
room,
the
please
audience
not
is back.
discuss this.
It's a very full courtroom
We're all
today,
voting
and
variance
the
for
judge is
Saturnalia, so we're
tired
voting yes,
of
Gal.
the
So let
disruptions
Blue
when the
Betty
jury is
that
coming in and
Lolo's
out.
chat
You
votes
could hear him
yes,
snapping about it earlier.
or
But of course, it's a
Saturnalia
very
and
full.
Confirming, I saw both lawyers looking at their
Nope.
watches. Just want to touch on really quick the two.
Nope.
Beltane is May 1st. Great. It's coming
Let's
right
wait and
around
see
the
what the
corner.
judge
We don't
says
have
when
to
everybody
wait.
leaves.
Isn't there a spring solstice? Come on. There's plenty of times for Bacchanal.
Did you see the
Yes.
idea he has
Any day
on
is
his
good for
lap? I didn't. I
Bacchanal.
need to go back and look.
Do it right now.
Does he have his badge ID case on his lap?
Fucking shit in the woods.
Mr. Murdoch, you may
There's
step
a
down.
nation
You're
in the
not allowed
woods
to
for
discuss your
Pagan's Day,
testimony
too.
with
Yeah, I
anyone
mean, there
during
has to
lunch.
be a
Including
lot
his
of
lawyers.
And Mr. Griffin will address whatever
He's
matter
not
you
the
want to
Lord
place on the
of
record when we return.
rule. No,
Yes.
he's not the lord of
Lunch till
anything.
when?
He's the lord of trying to lift his peniculus
One
to see
second
his
before
stubby.
everybody moves.
That's what he's the lord of.
So I guess everyone
He's
can
the
be
holy
seated.
innocents.
Okay.
Me again.
They're gonna have to.
I just want to say that coincidentally I took my tree
They might
down
be dealing
on
with the
the
situation.
Epiphany, and it was completely coincidental.
But also, they
Which
need
shows
to
someone
remind the
takes off
audience what they
clothes.
need to do, because the audience. Interesting. Well, we'll see what happens. All right.
What's that?
He
What's
said till
that song?
2:15. Thanks,
I
chat.
know.
Thanks,
See, you
everybody. So
guys
I'll be
in
back
the
at
you guys
1:10
in the Mid
Central,
Atlantic, you could actually go
2:10
have sex in the
Eastern.
woods right now because
We'll take
it's
a break
warm
for lunch.
enough.
I want to see what's happening in this court, though, so
I
we're going to
mean,
just
here
stay
we
right
can't go
here.
in the
I'm going
woods.
to
It's
answer some
fucking
questions while we
freezing
stay
out. It's
right
like
here.
50
We
degrees.
did Bing. I owe you a Bing. We will
You guys
Bing.
are much in a
We're
better
at
position to be having some Saturnalia,
699,000, chat.
Saturnalia in
Thank you.
February.
So he wasn't worried about
You taking
giving the
holidays
best
were made
information
in
to the
church
cops to
holidays to
solve his
render the
wife
white
and
man's
son's murder.
religion.
He
Yeah,
was so
exactly.
worried about the pill.
You're so right, Tom and Gal.
Seems that way. I want to know what the sheriff has to say to the court staff. We're not going to hear that.
That's
I
crazy.
got a pocket.
Oh, 65
I
yesterday,
got a
25?
pocket
Oh
full
my
of
God.
pills.
Goya painting not.
Whoa. Kim
None of
said,
them are
I
nice.
don't see what his motive is for these murders.
Saturn
Your
is
thoughts?
not a nice god. Kronos. Yeah, no, we've not. Weren't we talking
Something is
about that? We were talking about that. Oh, did they go to
My
lunch
thoughts.
already?
I'm trying to figure out what's going
I
on
don't
in
know what
court. My
she's
brain
doing.
is kind of
Oh, okay,
stopped.
she's trying to figure it out. Okay, good.
I think
I
there's
like
a
that
lot of
By Me can
circumstances
keep
that
up
could
with
be.
sober Emily.
I think the prosecution argued the financial motive, and that has shifted. And I want to see what shifts. Let's.
We'll be in recess to 1:15.
115.
2:15.
215.
2:15.
Yeah.
He held up
It's
the two.
103.
He held
Right?
up the two fingers.
250.
I think
Okay.
Alec. I think Alec
Oh,
testifying
wait, they're going to say something.
gave the prosecution.
Oh, that's
the
right. Lent
space
started
to
Wednesday. I forgot.
change
You know, we didn't even talk. We
their
were on.
assessment
Was
of
I
what his
on
motive is.
Tuesday night?
Remember, motive is not a part of this case that they have to prove. Motive they get to prove. Motive they get an opportunity to argue.
Was I on
But
Tuesday night?
it is not an element
No.
of the offense. And I'm interested to see how they shift their
No, I was
tactics.
on Wednesday night.
Because the
right?
financial motive, truly,
Yeah, Wednesday
like
night.
the world is collapsing.
Yes.
So he murdered
Yes,
his
you're
wife
right,
and
Pepper.
son so
This
that
is
everything would
because
pause.
Mardi Gras was on
Is
Tuesday,
an
and
odd
I was like,
motive.
oh, that's too bad. We
And
didn't.
it doesn't make a
didn't
ton of
watch
sense.
any Mardi Gras shit.
So we'll see what the story the prosecution gives after this is.
Paskies.
But if
I don't
he
know what that
hadn't
means.
testified,
Paskies. What's paskies?
the prosecution changing their theory
Saturnalia
just
reflects
goes
the
to the defense's
contradictory.
argument
Okay,
that
wait, I'm going to
he
turn her
doesn't,
down. I know we
or
should be
that they just
listening to
don't
her
know.
because the whole fucking point
They
of
don't
this
know. They're
thing is
stabbing in the dark.
see whether or not this guy is guilty or not. But you know what? We've got orgies to talk about. Okay. Here we go. The Saturnalia reflects the contradictory nature of the deity Saturn himself. There are joyful and utopian aspects of careless well-being, side by side with the disquieting elements of threat and danger. It was among the oldest cult sites in Rome and had been the location of a very ancient altar. Ara, even before the building of the first temple in 497 BCE. Laissez le bon temps brûler, oui, oui. Laissez le bon temps brûler. Bye, Mrs. James's mom. Safe travels. It was the Greek before the Romans. Yeah. I mean, everybody's appropriating everybody else's shit. We got to stop that. Those filled donuts. Oh, yes. I know what you're talking. I know what you're talking about, but I don't actually think I've ever had one. Punchkis? Pounchkis? Pounchkis? Pounchkis. Pounchkis. Okay. Huge donuts with different fillings. Wow. Oh, she specifically said the event in Rome. So is this a current Saturnalia? Yeah, stop appropriating. I'm done with that. You not having one. I know. Me not having a Saturnalia? We should have the annual Lolo Saturnalia. No, I don't. That's true. You shouldn't keep orgies to yourself. I mean, that's the whole point. Because if you did, then you wouldn't. Then nobody would come, and then then nobody would. Never mind. Bump bump. Don't. In the woods. I think we all need. I mean, all jokes aside, I think we all need to go to the woods. Okay, donuts. Yeah. I'm not a big filled donut. Yeah, I'm fine. Fine. Call it good. Yeah. I'm in a silly mood. You know, the thing about it is, I'm not a filled donut person. I'm going to be spicy here. I'm not really into the filled donuts. It was really freaking weird. I've never heard her speak in spaces before, and she just pops off with they're going to sacrifice Netanyahu at Saturnalia, LOL, and learn to live deliberately. Wait, what? In the woods? Wait, what did you say before that? Oomph. God, I can't keep up. I need an oomph guide. I need a field guide to oomph. Jelly freaks me the fuck out. Thank you, Marie. So does cream. You know, which is funny because I really like pudding. I don't know, but we're gonna go. Let me try and find the recording of the space because I can't get Signal on my computer. Signal is the dumbest app in the whole. I know. I started with Thoreau, didn't I? I just wanted Thoreau out. I just wanted to throw that out there. I can't stand the cream. I'm not a filled donut person. I'm not. I'm not a filled donut person. Oh, here we go. Is this it? Oh wait, no, that's what is this the one with the blue Betty? Is it the one with orgies are better than donuts? Well, but everything you should have access to both orgies and donuts in forests. In forests. Yep. Saturnalia is Christmas. Well, then we've got some time to save Netanyahu. I'm going to tell you right now, though. Interesting that you say that, because when I went to Paris for a some girl meeting. You know, the Girl 20 Summit. That's what it was. It was the Girl 20 Summit. They did it once or twice, but anyway, I digress. So I went to Paris because they had the summit there. Because why not spend the money to have people go to Paris instead of actually do things for girls? But I digress. Anyway, so here I am in Paris and I went and had osobuco, and I'm telling you right now, I fucking love that shit. And I sat there alone in a cafe, and I fucking ate the shit out of that. And it probably looked a little inappropriate, but I'm just gonna say I really enjoyed myself. The Temple of Saturn hosted the state treasury. Oh boy, Ar- Ararium. Wait, what? What? Wait, Arium, Ararium Saturni, Ararium. I didn't actually teach. I just ran a school that had Latin provided. I didn't actually teach Latin. Okay, sorry. Anyway, and was the administrative headquarters of the quaestors. I'm gonna fucking butcher all of this. Thanks, gal. Now I'll never get a date. The what? It's going too fast. Whose duties included oversight of the mint. The Romans regarded Saturn. Fuck! Stop it! You guys are so fucking brilliant. The Romans regarded Saturn as the original ruler of the capital and the first king of Latium, or even of the whole city. And then black raspberry filled with cheese are good stuff. First king of Lazio. Augustan poet Virgil, he was lit. Virgil's lit. Described it. Gathered the unruly race of fauns and nymphs scattered over mountain heights and gave them laws. Under his reign were the golden age's men tell of in such perfect peace. He ruled the nations. Nice. Oh, we should read some Augustus. Or yeah, man. Oh no, Virgil. We should read some fucking Virgil. Read the shit out of that. Anyway, Gal, is the clip the thing of the is the clip of Blue Betty on the James O'Keefe thing? Wait, here we go. Under the Jewish interpretation, M. Avada Zara lists Saturnalia as a festival of the Gentiles along with the Kalends. of January and Criticis. Oh boy, I've never seen those words before. B. Avidazara records that Hanan B. Rava said, Calends begins 8 days after the winter solstice, and Saturnalia begins 8 days before the winter solstice. So it's basically a 16-day orgy. The Babylonian Talmud's Avidasara ascribes the origins of Saturnalia and Collins to Adam, who saw that the days were getting shorter and thought it was punishment for his sin. Wow, it's just all about him, isn't it? What the fuck, men? It's not all about you. Jesus Christ. This is why we can't have nice things. Jesus Christ. Exactly, oomph. My sister knows everything about that stuff. Oh, I think that's so cool. When the first man saw that the days When the first man saw that the day was continuously shortening, he said, "Woe is me! It's all about me because I am sin. The whole world darkens." And he saw that the day was continuously lengthening. And he said, "It is the order of the world." And he went and he feasted for 8 days. Following year, he feasted for both. Because he said, "Fuck it. I'm a feast for both." And wait, what else did he do? He established them in heaven's name, but they established them in the name of idolatry. Idolatry. Well, I don't know. I think that's a little much. Well, I mean, I don't know. We have time, I guess, to save Netanyahu Bibi from being executed at Saturnalia. Is that the point of her saying that? I don't get it. Or is she saying, "What? Bleh, bleh." I don't get it. It's crazy town world. Let's go camping. Let's just go camping. We don't have to have orgies or Saturnalias or anything. We can just go camping. I blame Homer. Don't. No, we don't. No. Yeah. Yeah, you guess. Lots of people don't. I mean, I think Bibi as a person is an asshole and probably should never be in power again, and maybe should just go sit on a hillside somewhere and whatever, do whatever he does, but not in any form of power. Is it like Alex Jones' old Illuminati stuff with sacrifices on Bohemian Grove? Is this what they're resurrecting? Oh my God. Yes, actually, that's, you know what? Actually, I think that's exactly what they're resurrecting, Ted. Magicians are demon possessed and all the other stuff. Yeah. The librarian Strasbourg. He is locking in his autocracy. Everything old is new again. Wait, what's that? You're the top. You're the Mona Lisa. You're the top. You're the Tower of Pisa. Do 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 do. Baby, you're the top. I don't know that song, but we were just talking about that. We were just talking about Cole Porter. But Cole Porter doesn't have anything to do with Saturnalia. Does it? Now does it? Now does it, darlings? It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. Let's see. Where's Jersey Jane on Intrepid Donators? I love that. I love that donators. Donators is not a word, by the way. Donators doesn't exist as a word, and it shan't ever be one. So don't do it. Oh boy. Yeah, freedom. Do 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 do. Go ahead. Go outside. Go make us all jealous. But then come back. Don't be gone for long, darling. I suppose we should be looking at things. I'm being quite lazy. Birds do it, bees do it, even fucking Nazis do it. Let's do it. Let's have an orgy in the woods. Dun, 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 dun. Even fucking Nazi. That's really good. Good cadence there. Good phrasing there. Oomph. Down, 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 do 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 do. Let's go to trial. Yeah, just a little farther off the trail, that's all. Or shit in the woods like Chucklecuck. 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 Chuckly, chuckly, chucklecuck. Chuckly, cucky, cuck, chuck, cuck. He should come on my show. Why doesn't he try and get me? Why doesn't he try to convert me? Why doesn't anyone ever try and honeypot Lolo? What's wrong? What's the who hurt you? Am I not good enough to be honeypotted? What's the matter? What's the matter? Don't I have anything to offer? Am I more trouble than I'm worth? Could that be the drama? I'm sorry. I should be providing some content. I'm just like vibing right now. I just can't. What about me? What about me? What about me? Why won't you honey upon me? Am I not meg enough? Am I not granny enough? Do I not have enough hate in my heart to be part of your train? Yeah, I don't know where I'm going with that one. And the cat's like, "What are you doing? What? It's too early." We all agree. We all took a vote. And we all agreed it's too early. Thank you. I just want to make up songs about I want to be the anti the Walmart version of Woody Guthrie. If Woody Guthrie and Weird Al Yankovic had a love child, it would be Lolo. Baby, I'm the bottom, you're the top. The next several months are going to drag. I know. It's time for vacation. Actually, it's really time. It's time for everyone to have a vacation. I read an article the other day that they're thinking they're thinking of going to a 4-day work week. I think they should do that. I think it should be a new expectation. Oh, man. But if baby, I'm the bottom, you're the top. Yep. It's true. True. True that. Oh God. You know what it is? You know where I can't be on my arthritis medicine for 2 weeks while I'm waiting for my new medicine. You have to like clear your system out of it. And I have the hips of a 90-year-old. I have my hips are not, they're not lying. They're not doing shit. I favor, though, I'd have more to work harder for of those. Wait, I have to read that more slowly. Oh, though I'd have to work harder 4 of those days. Yeah, that's a good point. You're right. The 5th day would be weekly Saturnalia. That might make it worthwhile. Something to look forward to. Maybe I should call it the Saturnalia Lounge. Although that's kind of, I mean, what if we want to talk about something serious? You're the top. You're the Mona Lisa. You're the top. Yeah, right after 4 10-hour days. Are you kidding? I'm exhausted. I'm going to do laundry and drink a chai latte. Saturday is Saturn, technically, yes. Right after a 4 10-hour day. Mr. Practical brings us all back down to earth. He can't really have any fun. Oh my god. All right, well, pencil me in for Saturday then, darling. Wooded orgy on Saturday. Wooded orgy. I wouldn't know what to do if I end up in a wooded orgy if you held a gun to my head. I wouldn't know. I'm all Saturnalia and no hat. I'm all Saturnalia hat, no cattle. I can't think of a sexy word that rhymes with cattle. What's a sexy word that rhymes with cattle? Rattle? Battle? Wait, rattle, battle. Do as the Romans do, drink more wine. Sylvan orgies. Maybe we do a slower pace orgies. Paddle. Paddle. There you go. Okay, wait. Wait, what was the word? Addle. Rumble. Good enough. Close enough. I just forgot what I was rhyming with. Oh my god, I'm so high. I don't know what this is. I think this is, I don't know what this is. Leather and lace. That sounds uncomfortable. Can I just be real honest right now? That just sounds uncomfortable. I don't know. Not really. Not really. There's saddle. God, there's actually a lot of sexy words that rhyme with that. Cattle. All Saturnalia. I'm all Saturnalia talk. And then I got high. Was gonna have a wooded orgy, but then I got high. Was gonna have an orgy in the woods, but then I got high. Gamble. Extremists proclaim tomorrow as a day of hate. Oh, Max, Jesus Christ. They need, isn't every day their day? Fucking fucks. Fuck you all, chuds. Fuck you all. And you know what? Fuck all the people in the middle. All laurels and no paddles. And that's it. I'd be at a Saturnalia and I'd be all laurels and no paddles. All laurels and no wait, and no rattles. All 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 laurels and no. Yeah, isn't that Hitler's birthday or something? Didn't they make that the day of hate, or is that just another one? Are we in hate month or something? Fucking fucks, man.
This is why I cannot talk on chats. I can't talk on chats. All chaps and no saddle. But see, you wouldn't wear chaps to a Saturnalia. I mean, I guess somebody would. Undoubtedly, Tony would show up in chaps. He wears those things everywhere. Didn't he just pull out of all the START treaties? Isn't that what he did to celebrate the anniversary of the war? The special operation. Where's my phone? Do. Stern did? Everett Stern? Wouldn't want to chafe. No. No, I wouldn't. No. No, there does need to be some wooded orgy preparation because I have very delicate skin. I need to protect my skin. It's very delicate. That was a few days ago, yeah. Everett Stern's still around? I thought he was fully. What is going on in there? I thought he was back fully under the ass of whatchamacallit. You really do have it. Oh my god. Oh, Howard Stern. Oh, I thought you meant Everett Stern. That's so funny. I thought Howard Stern was dead. You really have that. I can't believe that. Wow. You're not kidding. You're the top. Ooh. I gotta come up with a different song. Oh, it's very chilly here today. Let's check the temperature, shall we? Holy mazzoli. What's going on here? It's 49 degrees. My tummy just growled. I think it's time for me to eat something. If Mrs. James's mom was here, she'd tell me to eat something. Leaves of 3. Don't Saturnalia. Yeah, no, I would need a blanket. I'm going to be real honest. I would like a blanket. Thank you. I think we need I would prep the orgy kit. I will eat. 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 I'm not trying to be that girl. I'm not trying to be a hero, Billy. I'm not trying to be that. Oh, I'm just like I forgot to eat. I hate those people. No, you didn't. You just thought about something else. Stop being weird. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to get chafed. Yeah, I think I'll go make some toast. And then we got to get in the kitchen. But I don't want to leave you guys because you're here. That'll make me sad. I will set up the kitchen and I'll go off screen for like 15 minutes. Okay, babe. I'll see you later, Tom. Thank you. Thanks for everything. Be safe doing your chores. I don't know what your weather's like, but hang in there. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Olives, pickles, fish, sauce, bread, and wine. Oh, well, la di da. That sounds delicious, except for the fish. Fish sauce. Again, I'm just not a fish person. That is a flaw in my personality. I'm not saying it's not a flaw. I'm perfectly willing to accept that. And if I had a partner who like made fish, I would eat it, but I will not make it. I will not eat roasted dormouse. You can't make me. Is that what they ate? Oomph, is that what they ate? Ah, here we are. Popular in ancient Roman stank. Roasted dormouse. That sounds terrible. That sounds like a terrible thing. Oh, from that Rome show. Yeah. Is that on anywhere else anymore? Do they still have those episodes? Does fish sauce have it? Does it not have it? Oh my god, Max. Does it not have fish in it? I mean, but here's the thing. Okay, so when I stopped drinking, sorry. When I stopped drinking, my oh my god. Let me see how we do this. Here, we'll do this. When I stopped drinking, I mean, I had to stop drinking because my liver was like bazoingas. And like even now, if I drink non-alcoholic beer or, they have this really good like pretend gin. If you've ever had that, a friend of mine used to make me pretend martinis. Um, oh, I don't know. Oh, my tummy's growling. I better make something to eat. Um, it's fermented fish. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. Anyway. Oh, let me see. Oh my god, what are we watching? Wait, hold on. You had surgery, right? You recovered. Huh. I don't. I don't know who that is. Oh, I don't know who that is. Anyway, sorry. Oh god, sorry. Brain. When I was drinking. Oh, so like how in the old days, I guess you just didn't live that long. Cuz like you would drink wine with everything, in like the olden days. Like that's why you didn't live long. So no. I answered my own question. Sorry. Okay, I should probably like come up with something else for us to do. I'm very lazy for some reason. I think it's the weather. It's very cold and it's very gray and rainy, and now I want to put my hoodie on and just be a teenager. So I'm actually that's really warm and snuggly, so I apologize. I hope it's okay. What's everyone doing this weekend? Are you doing anything fun? I'm going to clean my room. Cuz I want to start doing my stream from my room. Because then we'll have 3 locations. We'll have the kitchen, we'll have the living room, and we'll have my room. And then when it's summertime, we're going to be out on the balcony. I'm sorry. It's okay if you guys leave. If you're bored, don't bother. Well, actually, let me check. I'll try and be more engaging. Hold on. Oh, you know what? We wanted to look at those goddamn financials. Okay, here we go. Let me show you these financials. Let's take a tour of the 990. 990. 990. This is their 2020 990 via the GuideStar website. And I'm not very good at these. I never actually, believe it or not, even as an executive director, I knew how to run the P&L and all that kind of stuff, but I didn't know how to file the 990. I had accountants that did that. Even for small organizations, I would have a professional do the 990 filing because I'm not a tax accountant and I don't pretend to be one. But I'll tell you, there's some things I look at when I am looking at a 990, and I will tell you. Actually, I want to make that bigger, so I gotta make it bigger. I'm gonna make it bigger. I'm gonna make it bigger. Where is it? Oh shit! Fuck. Okay, so this is America for Americans for America. This is the organization that Jersey J et al. I think even what's her name? Fit to Page. Here we go. Oh no, that's not it. That's not. Oh, there we go. Oh, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. Can I get rid of the thumbnail? That's my baby. Yeah, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Here's a 990. Let me take you through this 990. Wait, I need better hair. I need more Angie Dickinson hair. What? What's the matter? What am I doing? You said Lolo. What's that mean? What does that mean? We are going to do a 24-hour lounge. I don't know when, but we're going to do it. Maybe when I get my room set up, we'll do a 24-hour lounge. I'd like to take you guys outside, though. Bad typing. Yeah, 24-hour Lolo lounge. Okay. KMS, if you're watching, I do not know who that person is. So I'll answer you on Discord as well. I do not know who that person is. Okay. Hi, welcome to the 990 tour of a sketchy nonprofit. Again, I'm not purporting to be an actual expert on tax fraud and nonprofit fraud, but I know when I see things that bother me. So I thought I would point out a couple of things that bother me. Well, let me show you some of the things that bother me. All right, so this is fine. This is fine. And I always first look at what is your mission. Hey, fucker, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. And their mission statement is educating American citizens to defend this country's constitutional freedom. It's not spelled right. It's not spelled right. That's the first thing that bothers me. Hey, wait, are you not showing us? Oh, okay. So here we go. Number of voting members in the governing body, 3. Okay, that's interesting. It's a little small, but whatever. Total number of volunteers, 65. How interesting. Okay, whatevs. Contributions and grants. Prior year, $251,000. Not very good, but not bad. Not very bad for a little organization. This one's been around since 2016, I understand. You'll see that later on in the 990. In the current year, they were reporting $636,000 in revenue from contributions and grants. And then we go down and we look in their expenses last year. Ooh, they ran a little bit of a deficit. Not too good, but you know what? That's not unusual, and it's actually nothing to be totally worried about. There are times when organizations, even good ones, will run at a deficit for a given tax year. It's not necessarily a problem, but you have to look deeper when you see that. But then in the current year, they had a little bit better. They got a little better revenue. I don't know what other revenue is, but that's probably nothing. Grants. And so they paid out a grant. This is what they paid out. And that's all they paid out. Oh, nope. Sorry. Other expenses. Here's another thing that bothers me so fucking very much. If you see something like this and all of I don't even care. If this number is more than 50%, 30%, if it is more than 25% of an annual expenses, you have a problem. Hi, I'd like to talk to you about your expense ratio. It's really, really fucking high. So anyway, but they came out in the black. Woo! And they have some assets, whatevs. Whatever. Don't understand. Whatever. I don't really care. I don't care about your assets. I don't care about your schedules even. No, I don't care. No, I don't. I don't give a shit.
No, I don't give a shit about your tax compliance. I don't really give a shit how you answered this section. I might want to look at it later, but I'm not gonna. No, I'm not gonna. Oh, but this is always interesting. I always go to this one too, my friends. I always go to the compensation of the officers, directors, and trustees and key employees, what they call the highest compensated people. It's usually over like 50,000 a year, or the top earners in a nonprofit. I mean, generally, I've had to put people that are making more than 50,000 a year in the past. But anyway, that's what I better check the chat because I haven't been checking. Yep, David Peters, John Andres, Regina Thompson. 5.5 space is a lot unrecorded. I don't know. I just got coffee. Who runs it? Americans for America. Americans for America. Okay, so let me look at their compensation. These are their directors. You wouldn't expect them to be compensated because that should be a volunteer position. Okay, so that's that. That's fine. But then they should list key employees. Oh, so nobody gets paid anything? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, now let's look at who you paid as an independent contractor. Here is who you paid. Oh. Waka, 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 waka. Understanding the threat. Well, that's an interesting little organization. What the fuck do they do? Training for law. I'm going to say that's enforcement. I can't put my life on it, but I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm going to say it's training for law enforcement. Don't know why these guys are training law enforcement Americans for America. So this is their, okay, so all other contributions. So no fundraising events. Okay, that's fine. So this is just all individual contributions, basically, or corporate contributions. So it could be corporate gifts, individual gifts, oligarch gifts, laundered money. It could be a number of things, folks. It could be a number of things. Don't limit your thinking. Don't limit your thinking. Do do do. Go back. Okay, go back to where, gal? All right. Unfortunately, I can't see both happening. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see if I can fix this. Okay, so then I want to make this smaller. Come here, baby. Come here, baby. And then I want to make this a little bit larger so I can see what's happening. Yeah. I got to see the chat. Gaffney affiliate. Gaffney affiliate. Understanding the threat. Understanding the threat. I want to make sure you guys can still see it. Wait, where was my expenses? Oh, there we go. Yeah. So that's it, gal. Understanding the threat. Gaffney affiliate. Right now, gal, they're the chuds who are convoy adjacent are grifting so that they can get water and stuff in support of Americans for America in relation to Palestine, East Palestine, or Palestine. I'm not sure how the locals say it. I think it's Palestine, but anyway. Okay, so yes, that's very. If all of the revenue. If all of the revenue for oh, this is so money laundering. Okay, if all of the revenue goes through an organization to one contractor, it's a laundering organization. Pure, 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 pure. Purely simple. Purely simple. Pure. Okay. Let's keep going, shall we? Because I think there might be more I want to see. Let's see. Reimbursed expenses and okay, that's whatever. You know, somebody took an Uber somewhere. That's fine. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives a rat's fucking ass. or employees paid back. I don't know what. It's dumb. Grants. They made grants. They made a grant to another organization. I don't know what, because if it's not over 50, I think. Yeah, it's 4. It's the number 4. Um it's sorry, I should give you guys more information. I apologize. I'm leaving you kind of stranded over there. Um but I don't know who this grant is to, and they don't necessarily have to disclose it. I don't think, is it over 5,000? I don't think it might be. It might be that we had to list grants over 5,000. Yeah. Lobbying. Okay. Oh, accounting. Okay, so that's not very much to pay your accountants, but of course there's not terribly much to account for, is there? This is a huge red flag. No, I'm sorry. Hi kids. No, you can't. You can't just put all of your expenses in an other category. That's not the way it works. Oh, and here's what they're saying. This is interesting too. Okay, so let me show you this section of a 990. What it does is it tells you by it, this is basically like a P&L, right? This is a high level profit and loss, just like on QuickBooks, basically. Almost the same in some ways, some of the same categories. And it'll show you this is money in and then money out, right? But or this is money out that they did, money that they gave. But you can't just put everything in other. And then what else this will show you is you have the total expenses here. Then you have what they will call the program expenses, which means this is direct service money. This is money that we are spending directly on program. It's not overhead, right? Because what everyone considers to be overhead in a nonprofit is the management people, right? Like the people running it, and fundraising. Anything that you spend to raise money, right? When you hold an event or you pay your fundraising staff or anything, most of their time, if not all of it, has to appear in this column over here, because you should have a ratio that you don't spend more than 15 to 20% on all of the money that you spend over a year. Not more than 15 or 20% of it should go to quote unquote overhead, which is not really overhead. And we can have that discussion later. But anyway, that's why this is important, because what they're telling us is that in this other line, that of the other 552,000 was direct program expense, which is obviously that grant or that payment to the independent contractor. There's no management or oversight, which is unbelievable. Okay. If you have a fucking board of directors, there's some expenses related to that fucking board, and that's where they go. And then fundraising. They say they spent 21,000 on fundraising, but they didn't have any fundraising events. Is that travel? Because why isn't that in travel? Okay, there's a lot of questions I have. This is very generic. This is a phoned in 990 for $500,000. And I'm going to tell you, I ran a few organizations that had annual expenses of $500,000, and I had fucking external audits. And my 990s looked nothing like this. They were filled with numbers. So this is stinky. This stinks to high heaven. Good job, Jay. Good job, Chuds. Good job, Chuds. You're so fucking smart. You're like a fucking trout. You open for every piece of bait that comes your way, you stupid cunts. Stupid cunts. Anyway, that is your tour of a very, very sketchy 990. And I'm sure there's more that a real live auditor could tell you, but I think that's probably enough. It doesn't pass the smell test to me in any way, shape, or form. Now, let's go to their website. This is Americans for America. Who we are, who we are. They're based in Colorado. Americans for America is a nonprofit, nonpartisan citizens alliance based in Colorado and active throughout the United States. Why'd they pay an organization in Texas then? With educational programs to uphold our nation's free way of life. Americans for America contracts for training courses and seminars to benefit law enforcement, citizens, and key influencers in support of A4A's core beliefs. Partner providers include Understanding the Threat, Dallas Jewish Conservatives, Key Wiki, and Enemies Within, Katie Hopkins, randomly, and Encounter Truth, advocating for our country's founding principles and Judeo-Christian heritage. Oh, Max Flower, you're so right. They're Christo-fascists on the right. Christo-fascists on the right. Give me some of that Christo-fascism. Give me some of that old time Christo-fascism. And yeah, I know. If the convoy is, you're absolutely right, Max. I mean, this was kind of an academic exercise. But you know what? Sometimes I like to be obvious. I like the low hanging fruit sometimes, Max. It makes me feel superior. Understanding the threat. Yeah. Yeah. Let's look at Understanding the Threat. Let's see if we can find their finances. I suppose maybe they might be a for profit. Are they? I don't know. Gal knows. Understanding the Threat. Yeah. Understanding the Bible. I don't see him. I don't see him. I don't see him. I wonder. Okay, wait, hold on. I also, let's see. Partners and resources. Look at that mug. Look at that fucking mug. Hi, I'm Trevor Loudon, and I have a little bit of drool spot here. Come here, little girl. Come here. Come here. I just want to see what you look like. You look real pretty today. Yeah, you're looking really pretty. Barack Obama and the enemies within, enemies within, enemies within, enemy. White House Reds. Enemies within. Well, this guy must be familiar with Brandon with no D then. I don't even want to click on this. I feel like I'm going to get sick. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yep, there I am. Sick. They just don't like the communists. You know, we just don't like the communists. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We just don't like them communists. Them communists. Act for America. Act for America. Oh my God, those are my favorite. Look up John Guandolo. John Guandolo. The links you put up. Shit. Okay, hold on. Hold on, girl. Hold on. Hold on. I'm a going. Gal Suburban, you're amazing. Anti-Muslim. There you go. Act for America. My favorite. Brigitte. Act for America bots are my favorite. Yum, 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 yum. All right, so let's just finish this. Dallas Jewish Conservatives, John Andrews. Oh, come here, little girl. My lips are a little dry, but I'm gonna give you a little kiss. Just come on. Sorry. That's what I hear when I see their faces. I can't help it. I'm just inspired. Donate. No. Incorporated 2016. Jesus. Trevor Loudon. Election integrity matters. Wait, what is the other one we wanted to look at, gal? Hold on, let me just go to this one. Hold on.
Wait, we were just talking about it. What did you say? Hold on. Let me go back. Free Roots with Ginny Thomas. Ginny Thomas! Didn't Walk Away. Oh, yeah, Walk Away. And then there's Moms for Lick My Ass. And I just say it because I like to say it. Okay, wait. What was the one we wanted to look at? Your tweets are protected, gal. God damn it. Protected tweets. We got to get on. We got to get through these. Everyone has to stand up to Nazis right now. Here, I'm just going to remind you of what we're fighting. Boop, 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 boop. Tickle, 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 tickle. Let me squeeze your nipples. Let me squeeze your nipples. Pinch, pinch, pinch. I'm pinching Nazi nipples. Look, they look like little pillows.
Don't show us your dirty pillows, Chuck. Stop showing us your dirty pillows. Put your dirty pillows away. That's it. He's Carrie. Hurry, get the pig's blood. Just kidding. Just kidding. I wanna pinch your nipples, you Nazi. I'm pinching Nazi nipples. Pinching Nazi nipples on a Friday with my friends. And we love to pinch those Nazi nipples and give them purple nurples. I'd like to hurt his nipples. I'd like to pinch him so hard they turn purple. That'd be fun. I think it'd be fun to pinch him until he cried. One I always call up offhand is down that vein of funnels is called Association for Investment in Popular Action. Oh, APAC? Oh, oh, it mirrors the acronym APAC. Oh, it's not. That's right. That's the Israeli. And the pig enjoys it. He does. Yep. He does. Gives his life for this. Just hiding. American Strategy Group dedicated to understanding the Western chauvinists, pro Putin, Putin on the Reich. Putin on the Reich. That's the name of tonight's lounge. Let me show you that. Hold on. I'll show you. Hold on. I know this lunch break is not the most. I'm sorry. I'm not as interesting as I could be. I'm just exhausted. Try Friday, man. Friday. Fucking Friday. Jesus. Let's see here. Yeah, we're doing this. Okay, so look, see, this is what we're doing. This is free the nipple. Fuck yeah, we're ready. Lolo's Lounge, the Chuckle Cuck edition. Putin on the Reich. I just thought of that last night. Check signal. Okay. I'm so appreciative that you tagged me in those because there's so many messages. Forward. How do I forward it? I mean, can I share it? Oh, fuck me in the ass. God damn it. Well, here, I'll just play it. Hold on. Okay. We are about to hear a Spaces clip provided by Gal Suburban. Hold on. And this is the Blue Betty Chaos Agent account. Is this from last night, Gal? Or recent? It's just recent. And the topic of the spaces is, what should we do about Israel? Oh yeah, okay. I could, you know what? Let me find a better picture. Hold on. Let me do that. Here, we'll look at we'll look at this. Here, there's my recommendations for shows. You can look at my recommendations for shows while we do this. Make sure I will eat. Fuck. You're right. I will eat. I will eat. I will take a break after this and I will eat. Okay, wait. But everybody's here. I don't want to miss everybody. Okay, here we go. This is Blue Betty from last night. Spaces.
My dad's a refugee from Czechoslovakia. He said, never, ever speak about Israel. Like, just don't talk about Israel. But I have more to say, but I'll wait.
No, go ahead. Yeah, say what you have to say.
So yeah, like, well, first of all, yeah, I've been told never speak about Israel. Don't even ever, right?
This is Blue Betty.
Also, I mean, I feel like, if the fall of Netanyahu happens, maybe it could be somebody else, but it could be him because there is a tradition of Saturnalis, where it's a carnival festival and it's based in Rome.
Yeah.
And it's where a leader is basically held up like a king and then sacrificed, and they have a carnival surrounding it. So maybe Netanyahu could be that person. But also for Internet Governance Forum, like you said, if anyone deals with Israel, it won't be a country. It would be like an international community, something like United Nations, or because they're building up the internet and the government, right? So I feel like
My read for what it's worth is that the French are kind of sick of this shit, and the French have made a big deal about this stuff. And the French, like, apparently, like, Macron was like, he ordered like La Piscine and all the French intelligence services to go hard in the paint against Netanyahu. And so I think we're going to see that play out.
Yeah, Macron is big player in internet governance.
You are, Marie.
He's like the leader, and he has bankrolling from Mark Zuckerberg, so he wants to lead the way.
Who doesn't,
right?
really?
So he's probably going to want to push Netanyahu out of the way to have control. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so I think that we haven't really even begun to see some of the approaches there. Obviously, people saw the
Go hard in the
story
paint.
about all the efforts that were done, to sort of hack and fuck around with and run dirty tricks on a number of these elections.
Yes, well. Oops.
Well,
Oh God, stop. Oh my God, they never stop. Stop. I can't. All right. Wow. Nah. Yeah, stop let's put up Saturnalia posters. I like our idea better. I'd rather talk about that. So that's Blue Betty. How many followers does Blue Betty have, I wonder? Let's take a look. Twitter. Betty. Am I blue? Am I blue? Do these tears that I cry? Your account is suspended and you cannot do this. You are very naughty. This is Blue Betty. What is she? What is that? Is that her? Oh, that is her. Hey, I have that makeup. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's an interesting hostage video. Oh dear. Oh God. Here we go. What is this? Wow. That's kind of an interesting cosplay there. I don't know if this is actually practical, frankly. I don't feel like this is actually quite, like, what is this? This doesn't seem practical at all. And I don't know, what are you going to do? Just make sure you Make sure you hit the doorway on your way out and maybe give yourself some clearance room there. I'm not quite sure what's going on with that. All right, well, there you go. What am I to do? Okay, well, I don't. Okay, well, whatever. I'm not watching that. My goodness, little fear porn. Oh, here we go. Jack Pussy Bitch. Why she loves Jack Pussy Bitch. Oh yes, I know. I know Jack Pussy Bitch is really kind of interesting. Yes, well, where's Islamophobia is at the heart of so much of the fuckery right now. Eric Prince is on a mission. So it's so interesting to me that actually in the zeitgeist we don't talk enough about the anti-Muslim origins and spirit of this current fuckery that we are under. But yet here we are. We can't even get them to talk about what actually happens because they're too busy talking about George Santos and balloons. God, I hate this people. What is this? I mean, I do some really crazy lighting. I'm not kidding. Fucking with the lights a lot, but I don't understand this whole vibe. I'm sorry. And that just looks uncomfortable. This whole shirt situation, that just looks terribly uncomfortable. I don't get this. I don't. So many questions. So many questions. Richard Spencer. Richard Spencer is on Twitter, you guys, but I'm not. Jack Pussy Bitch is on Twitter, you guys, but I'm not. Laura Looney is on Twitter, but I'm not. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I can't. I'm not. I can't. I can't even do it. I did it for a while and then I didn't do it. I can't. Fuck. Sorry. Yikes. Yikes. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. If for nothing else, Cal Suburban, you should get an award for all the time you spent. Yeah. Okay, here's what I'm going to do, you guys. I think I'm going to take like a 10-minute break and get the kitchen set up. So we'll move into the kitchen for the afternoon because I need to stand up and move around and eat because as Oomph has reminded me multiple times now, I have not eaten and I don't, you know how I get when I don't eat? Anyway, how I am right now. Okay, so I will leave the be right back on. I'm going to leave the stream up, but I'm just going to go and rejig everything. So I'll figure all that out. I love you and I'll be back. Don't you can put us on in the background and I'll put some music on. Oh my God, you guys. I'm doing this. Wait, I'm doing this. I'm going to add music. Hold on. Wait. Here we go. Add music. Background music. Let's see. Wait. Oh, yeah. But now I want to sing to it, and that's a problem. Cause I really need to go eat. Yeah. Ooh, 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 ooh. Go have some fun. Go have some fun.
Can you guys hear me? I have my earpods on. I'm curious if they make any good sound. Oh, I like that. I'm gonna get the iPad. I'm walking in my living room to get the iPad. Then I'm gonna get the power cord so it won't die. Then I pick up the iPad. Then I walk back into the kitchen. Yeah, I walk back into the kitchen. Maybe this is my new theme song. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, you. Oh, totally get down with this vibe. Oops, that wasn't good, no. Oh, oh, it's giving me a little of that vibe. I don't know what I'm gonna cook because, frankly, nobody can eat anything. Nobody can eat as much as I want to cook. This is why I need more people in my life so I can cook and somebody can eat it. Whoa, 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 whoa. They're not back in court yet. I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at them right now. Oh, baby. Did you guys ever watch Flight of the Conchords? Bye, Marie. Did you guys ever watch Flight of the Conchords? I'm telling you right now, you guys, this is terrible, and I know no one will watch, and I actually have not heard about that. I would literally put on music like this and do a stream for hours. Just doing nothing and making up random songs. I would just do that. My effort. Which stream? Admire some of your effort over in another stream, KMS. KMS is amazing. Ooh, it's a vibe. I just wanna vibe. They're not back in court yet. No. Ooh. Am I talking about DOA? Oh, that got me in some hot water today. Did? Some Pennywise went after me in Roosters today. Told me I was an ant simp, so I told him ants my brother. Took that for that. Look for that rumor. Tough room, feudal argument that has to be made. Ooh, KMS, Discord me. What happened? Am I behind in my times? Am I behind in the times? I mean, I don't think you are, right? I'm confused. I could be confused now. I gotta get a lighter so I can light the candle. I need a little more positive energy in here. I'd rather talk about wood orgies. Can we talk about wood orgies instead? I just want to talk about having orgies in the woods. Oh, court's back on. Fuck! Alright, goodbye. Goodbye! There we are. Hold on. Hold on, everybody, darlings. Hold on, darlings.
Had never provided that information to law enforcement and other people
He did
until
specify it?
today or
I don't
yesterday.
know if he specified that.
And Your Honor, that's a direct violation of Dole v. Ohio, where the Supreme Court said that cross-examining the defendant about his failure to have told an exculpatory story after receiving Miranda warnings at the time of his arrest is a due process violation.
After
The court goes
receiving
on to
Miranda
say
warnings at
the
the time of his
defendant's
arrest.
post-arrest silence cannot be
Post-arrest
used against
silence.
him. Violates due process. That's exactly what happened on cross-examination. So I want to make clear
There you
the
go.
grounds for our objection. Also, would like to move to strike the question, strike the answer.
If you don't listen to
and give a
Lolo,
curative jury instruction
then
that they are not to
you're
consider
done.
any
Once
failure
you
of the defendant to
listen
come
to
forward
Lolo
with
and you
exculpatory
tell Lolo,
information
I'm not gonna
after
listen
his
to you,
arrest relating to the murder.
You're
Thank
done.
you.
I'm done with you.
Waters.
I gave you way
Yes,
too
sir, Your
much of
Honor.
my energy.
Clearly, this defendant has given statements on multiple occasions, and that
Including
operates as a
post-arrest.
waiver
And don't
under Doyle.
fucking
Additionally,
go
my
after
question
women.
was not so
Okay?
limited as
Don't
Mr.
speak on
Griffin
shit you have
says,
no
and it
idea
was, in
about.
fact, the
I don't
defendant
care. I
who
don't
made
care.
a point of saying that he had repeatedly tried to
This
talk
is
and put
no
that in issue.
ordinary
That's
ground.
directly responsive to
No
what he brought up.
ordinary
Additionally, this was also all that was discussed were
This
public statements
is
of his
no
counsel, who is an agent on his
ordinary
behalf and attributable to him. So there's no Doyle violation here. If Mr. Murdoch
That's what I
had
want to do all
claimed his
day. Can
right
we
to
just do
silence,
that?
from the beginning and had kept that throughout, then the state would be precluded from commenting
We
on the
talked about
exercise
that
of his right to remain silent.
earlier.
One thing we know about Mr. Murdoch is he has not remained silent at any point during this process, and he's the one that brought up this false claim that he had been begging to tell the kennel story, when in fact he did not do so till yesterday.
And that's what I thought. He was talking about not trying to give information on
Doyle
financial
primarily
crimes.
addresses the issue of post-arrest silence.
This defendant's all
If
yep.
an accused is silent following an arrest, then
That's privilege.
it's improper to comment on
This
the post-arrest silence. It does not allow
No
a
ordinary
person, an accused or a person who's suspected
What shall I make? I didn't eat
give
anything yet.
contradictory information or to voluntarily give a statement.
Yep.
Or to
That's
voluntarily
right.
give a
Nope,
misstatement.
KMS, you're fine.
Well, I was
Fine, my
I
love.
was a prosecutor, y'all. I know a lot about
This
Doyle error.
I do not
is
find any
no
Doyle violation, and the record is protected. I certainly understand the defense raising any and all possible issues. And
Mommy.
You've done it here. The record is protected, but all motions are denied.
The judge is like, you've done your job. We're moving on. The defendant did not
Oh,
remain
moving on.
silent.
I'm gonna get out one of those cute
Bring the
little
jury.
butters. This is a baby butter.
The defendant did not remain silent,
There's a
and
little
that's why there's no
toast.
Doyle
I'm gonna
error.
make
Look,
myself
here's
a
the
little
thing.
toast.
This defendant did say on the stand, and I disagree with Jim. He was saying on the stand, I've wanted to clear this up with you. I've wanted to tell you these things. I didn't interpret that as
I wish I could do a
limited
whole day
to
standing. I just
the
can't. I'm
financial
too,
crimes. I thought the defendant was
At
talking
one point,
about
the granny kicks
all of
in.
it.
Okay, I'm just
I wanted to
saying.
clear this up with you as late as like November 2022.
But I think I'm
wanted
gonna
to
get a
tell you all of
cushion
this, and
for
y'all
the
didn't
counter so I
listen to
can
me.
just sit on the
I
cushion.
interpreted that to mean
Choosing how you
all-
identify is
all-
fucking privilege. Thank you, KMS.
things, not just
Thank
the
you.
financial crimes. So when Jim was limiting
Guess
it
what?
to the financial
You're a white
crimes,
male.
I don't think he did. I think Alec was saying I wanted to clear everything up with you. I might be misremembering.
Every day
Memories
is your
differ,
day.
And this is why, if you see it in the chat, some of you going, yes, he did, no, he didn't. This is what jurors have to
Someone
do.
said that. Where's
Is
all
I
the
remember it
news
this way
news?
versus I
I'm
remember
like,
it
every
that way.
channel is your
And that's a
channel,
big,
you fucking
that's a big
moron,
thing that jurors
incel,
have to talk
bad
through,
fuck.
remembering it differently.
I wouldn't fuck
thought
you
he
with
was very
my
much talking about everything, not
neighbor's
just
vagina.
one. Don't worry, we're gonna bring the jury march. Of course you will cause. That's what you do, Emily. Defend the judge. I don't think I just defend the judge. There's definitely been times in this case where I've disagreed with this judge.
Don't
but
start
I
none, won't be none.
her,
Hello, thank you, Max.
it's
How
something
about keep your
very
big
clear.
fat
I
fucking mouth shut?
The defense is
How
protecting
about
the
that?
case.
How about that for a second?
But I don't.
Jesus.
I don't think they were right in this.
Murdoch, good afternoon.
Oh my God! And if your partner in crime is Golden Renaissance,
I thought he was talking
you're
about
in
everything.
trouble.
But that's just, I thought he was talking
You've
about
got
everything.
some surely bad judgment.
We were talking about at what point during that interview in the car with Dave Owen that you decided to start lying about
I think that's
the
a
murders
bad
of your wife and son.
question.
I'm gonna pick up this video real quick. Not gonna play the whole thing.
I think the more powerful line of questioning is you lied so frequently you don't know when you started lying. He didn't decide to lie. He just does lie, Creighton.
Just start without taking time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. It was really bad.
Back
It
to the
was
interview.
really bad. Boy, over there, I could see.
I know. Hi. I love
It was.
Oh, I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Mommy loves you. Mommy loves you. I love you.
The defense did play the 911 call earlier, though.
And I could see his brain on his.
I can't believe you're on radars, KMS. Why in the hell are you on radars?
He might play the.
Why aren't I on a radar? I open my big fat fucking mouth every time anybody will let me.
Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first.
I don't know what happened. Did you guys fucking eat this chicken? I think Pat's got up here and ate a piece of the chicken pot pie.
His cell phone popped out of his pocket.
You're looking pretty guilty.
Try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly.
You're looking guilty.
Then I went to my wife, and I mean, I
Did you
could
enjoy
see.
it, sir?
In the back seat is a lawyer and a deputy sheriff.
I did. Both. I tried to take. I tried to do it
Boss
as
Attorney Bree,
limited as
good to see you.
possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And
Tried to take the pulse on both of them.
I called 911.
Could probably have useful one-on-one.
Well, he said I called 911 pretty much right away. So you can argue.
Good.
So when streaming and in crisis.
This on his lap is a card from the sheriff.
I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members.
The person he's talking to, that's their card on his lap.
Family members, did you call them?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John.
KMS, nobody should be after you for anything.
And I
Can't with
tried to
these. I
call
cannot
my
with these morons.
real good friend that's
Cannot.
right around the corner from
Cannot
me,
with
but I
these.
didn't get him.
This Walmart telenovela.
I hate listening to this interview. It always, it
When you
just,
walked up.
I can't.
Anything else?
I mean, there was some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other.
Okay, well, let me just say this. This is Lolo. Leave KMS 770 the fuck alone. And if you got a problem, come to me.
That wasn't part of Paul.
No, sir, not. No, sir.
I'll do some Fosse.
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them?
I'll Fosse your ass.
I'll have to look when he gets out of the
No,
car.
anyway, seriously. Fucking leave KMS 770 alone. Fuck him. Come on, stop it.
My dad's in the hospital.
Grow up. Find a real enemy. You fucking fucks.
Mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on.
Hello, Alexia at the Rhode Island AG's office. I bet you guys are riveted watching this.
I think I need a piece of cheese on my
Question
toast.
is, would you have filed it?
I was at the house.
Just to be clear, you say you hadn't made the conscious decision to start lying about your wife and son's murder right now,
I don't
correct?
like this line of questioning at all.
I don't believe so.
Let's continue on.
Mr. Woods,
I think this is actually
I
going
can't tell
pretty
you
well.
exactly when that decision occurred.
He just lies.
You can't describe to the jury the moment you decided to lie about your wife and son's murder.
What's he going to ask? Can you explain to the jury how you decided
I
to
can't
kill
tell you
them?
exactly when that moment occurred.
The no blood is a bigger issue than the lying for me at this moment.
When David Owen asked you about your relationships, that was a trigger point, correct?
Well, that was certainly one of the things that
I want an egg, but I'm not going to have an egg.
contributed or made me paranoid.
Okay.
Yeah, what's perspective? That's the thing. What is the perspective? Because I don't get it. Explain it to me like I'm 10.
Occurred, as I said, that put me in that.
Just a point of interest.
Those weird Republicans against
Thermostat
70.
today
Who are
is back at
they?
69.
Who are the weird
It was at
Republicans?
66 for days. And
The
then it was
one
at
you said
69.
Black
Things
was a
again, we
former
talked
any
about your
partisan.
dope paranoia,
Who
the
is
fact
now
they taken
quarter and
GSR,
police sometimes we understand.
and you talked about the advice of your law partners and Sheriff
Which
Hill
one blocked
and
you?
Greg Alexander, and then you talked about your
The character from It. Did it block you? I don't even know who it is. I don't know about anything.
No, my distrust from SLED didn't arise from this interview. My distrust for SLED arose from a couple of things, and it's really several things. It arose from the way
I want to know.
they had been involved
Boat case?
SLED had been involved in the investigation into Paul's criminal charges, and they had been involved in, there was an issue that had gone on with some rumors about Buster and Paul. They had been involved in that, where,
Stephen Smith?
you know.
I find it
Buster nor
interesting
Paul
when
had
people act
anything to
dumb.
do with what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
I have no idea. I don't know what GA.
SLED would
GA's
never-
friendly to
SLED
me. I
never
don't know
said
what the
that,
deal is.
even
But
though
GA,
they
come
told the
on.
lawyer that. They
Calm
never
down.
say that. And there'd
Calm
been
down,
another
people.
incident where
Calm down. That's right.
SLED had charged.
Have I
Greg
actually
Alexander, my friend in this case.
have
had
I revealed
charged him.
myself yet? Because if it's not obvious,
And
hey,
in
fuck you,
fact, I
bitch.
thought the agent that was involved in that was David Owen, but
I'm a
the
bitch.
charges
I'm a
against
bitch. I'm a
Greg
bitch. I'm a
Alexander
bitch. I'm a bitch.
So they were so wrong.
I don't know. You know what the thing is? I think
My dad and
everybody's
I made a
like got
conscious
an.
decision,
Even little Judy
even
has an
though he
angle.
was a career prosecutor, made a decision to go to the courthouse and sit with Greg Alexander.
Yeah, I think it's the other.
while
Oh,
his
you know
trial
what?
went on,
KMS. It is. Oh my God,
It's
no.
a
signal.
It's
It was a while back.
KMC
Signal.
who
You
you're
went to
talking
sit to
about,
signal your
David Owen was
not
a SLED 2 years
KMS.
ago.
Or they're
No,
confusing you with someone
I checked on
else.
that
That's what
because
it is,
that night,
KMS.
The
They're
officer
fucking
who was involved in
confusing
that
you with
case
someone
and
else.
bringing clearly manufactured
Oh my
charges
God,
against
these guys
Greg
are the
Alexander.
dumbest. These guys are the dumbest shits in the whole fucking universe.
About Greg Alexander 10
You
years ago,
dumb
wake of what had
fucking
occurred.
Oh no, I
shits.
didn't ask anybody.
You
Okay, so
can't
that wasn't
keep
what you were
handles
discussing.
straight.
No, I wasn't discussing that. I'm just telling you that I thought David Owen was the same agent that was involved in that case.
Then
Now,
walk out and don't talk to
I
him.
learned later, because I checked on it, I learned later that it was a different David, SLED agent, first name David with a different last name. I learned that later. I'm just saying that was all part of that process going on in my mind.
I know you
You're
are
saying
not
that
paying
you're sitting here right now
attention.
thinking
Come on
that this
now.
Dave Owen and this
That's probably what it
circumstances, the
is.
demeanor of this interview, you're thinking that guy had been involved in the
I
prosecution.
don't know. Well, I'm
or
telling her right
investigation
now
of
if
your
she's
friend 10 years
watching,
ago.
just
I did.
move on.
Okay, so
Move on to
here's a
something
new one you
important.
just
you
mentioned to us, correct?
stupid
No, that's not a new one.
Done with you bitches.
That's part of,
Done with all you
Circumstances are
fucking
new. I
greens.
mean,
No,
that's fairly
no.
specific, don't you think?
No, Creighton, that's
Well,
what
no,
was
sir.
in his mind.
I'm done with all you grannies.
No, you asked me about this.
Fight,
Mr. Owen. What I
fight for
said is part
democracy
of
and
this
stop
whole-
gossiping,
I
okay?
mean, Mr. Waters,
Why don't you
the
move
whole
off
part
the
of this whole
gossip and then I'll have
process
more respect
involved
for you.
my distrust for SLED. That was part
That
of
fucking
a
education
big part of my
conversation in
distrust for
telescopes
SLED.
last night was
Yeah, we can all see it on your face in this interview, can't we?
I don't know.
beyond.
But you said what you just said a little bit ago, that wasn't
is why we
the
can't have
lie.
nice
That wasn't a
things.
conscious decision yet, so let's keep going.
I don't think he
No,
made a
I'm saying
conscious
that. I'm
decision
saying I
to lie.
don't believe that it was.
I
don't
think
know
he
exactly.
doesn't know.
I always
when
make too much
I
toast,
made
by
the
the way.
decision.
I
to
know.
lie
I don't.
about
I know
that.
you
I don't
don't
think he
care.
decided
I
that.
know that.
I don't
I
think it was
just
a
don't. I don't
conscious
want. I
decision.
don't
I
like
think
to
it
be
was just a-
misunderstood either.
I
Frankly,
think it was just his
KMS. I don't like to be
nature.
unclear.
For just a little while.
I don't want anyone to be confused about my position.
Texted her.
That's fair.
No response.
Yes, I made 3 slices of toast. I won't eat them. Calm down.
When I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there, so I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul was,
Yeah, right?
gonna be getting set up to plant. Our
It's an app.
sunflower seeds got sprayed and died,
Grow
and
up.
he was
He
refiguring
sure
to
talked to Sled a lot.
plant the
He didn't
sunflower
have to.
seeds.
He didn't
Guess
have
what?
to talk
I don't
to
want
them.
you
Came
near a
back
school.
up here
He could have told one of the
and
lawyers there were a
drove
million of
up
them.
and saw
Go tell him this is what happened. He could have not talked to them at all.
and called.
He could have just said,
Had Maggie and Paul been arguing over anything?
No.
What was their relationship like?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. How about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
And yours and Paul's relationship?
As good as it could be.
How old was Paul?
22.
Okay.
So that was the moment, right there, that line of questioning, just asking some very general questions about your relationship. You mentioned that before, didn't you, Mr. Murdoch? Is that the moment right there? Is that the look on your face when you decide to lie about an important fact in your wife and son's murder?
I don't know, as I said, Mr. Waters, I don't know the exact point that I made that decision.
You earlier mentioned that very exchange as somehow triggering you to lie about the last time you saw them alive.
No, I'm not saying that that's what made me lie. I'm saying this whole set of circumstances caused me to be in a state where I had paranoid thoughts.
Okay.
That normally, Mr. Waters, I could take a deep breath and make go away in a second,
Interesting.
or 2 seconds, or 3 seconds at the most. And on this night, I wasn't able to do that. But all of those things
let him
that I
keep talking.
mentioned,
stop
I
wandering,
believe
Creighton.
contributed to that.
Just let him stand still and let him talk.
Any more you want to add now, since you keep adding them?
Creighton, that's not a
That answers the
question.
question you have.
Well, I mean, I'm asking you. I mean, the factors have gone from yesterday to today, and now even after lunch, we got some new ones. So anything else you want to add right now as to factors?
Mr. Waters, I don't believe that I've added any new factors. I believe that's what I said yesterday.
All right.
If Creighton does not move on,
I've explained some of those factors because of your questions.
just let him talk.
I added any factors.
They could say no question pending, but Creighton should just let him talk.
All right, let me move this forward just a little
Just
bit.
talk and talk.
Okay, so
Delicious.
most of this was stuff from
Jizzy is live. And let me tell you,
a couple of them, but not.
it's Oomph and Lolo.
Yesterday in great detail
We're going to
about
try
the
and
boat
be
case,
like the
which you
safe
brought up
havens.
on the 911 call, and to Daniel Green, and then of course in this first interview, correct?
An oasis from the
I did
darkness.
mention the boat wreck.
That is
And
Convoy.
you described that. Do you
Oomph
remember
is
what you
great
said in this interview
refuge.
about the boat wreck?
Not
About
specifically.
specifically the other people
It's
involved in
nice
the
to
boat
have
wreck?
met smart,
You don't remember
funny
specifically?
people like Oomph and
Do you
KMS
remember
and Max
specifically? I guess you said no.
I remember
that have
talking
come out
about
of
the
this
boat wreck. And I
fucking
know
nightmare.
that I talked about the boat wreck.
All right. Well, I'm gonna
Immediately
play now
talked
from
about the boat wreck.
1714.
What's Wizzy talking
Direct
about?
threats between
Black
any of the
on
people
black
the
violence.
boat specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yip yap between a couple of them, but not
I
recently.
don't know, man.
What was the term?
This is where the smart people are.
Yeah, and just to be
Notice
clear,
how few of
Mr.
us there
Waters,
are here.
There was never, ever a point in time where I thought that the people that were involved in the boat wreck did this.
I always sit
for
there and
Paul
go,
Maggie.
why do I only
I've never
have
thought that.
13 people?
Never thought that, but it's literally one of the first things that
But
you
then
said
I
out of
remember,
the
because I
911.
like
No,
these
I
13
No,
people.
that's not what I
That's
said.
not what he
I
means.
never, ever ever, under any point in time, believed that those kids
No, I'm
that
gonna
were
burp.
riding
I'm
in that
sorry. I'm gonna
boat,
try not to
their
burp.
parents, or
their
their
parents.
or their families. I didn't believe that any of the families, the people that were involved in the boat wreck, had anything to do with hurting Maggie
He
and
thought
Paul.
it was other people.
But I can tell you that at that time, and as I sit here today, that I believe that boat wreck
What is it?
is the reason why
Tertiary
Paul
Peter
and Maggie
principle?
were killed.
Okay.
And I'm certain,
So
I believe that.
It was random
I'm
vigilantes.
certain what?
The
Wait,
5
Creighton,
vigilantes.
listen to him. No.
Now I believe, Mr. Waters, is I believe that
Listen to him and
when
let
Paul
him
was
finish.
charged criminally,
He's going to tell you what his motive
there were
is.
so many leaks, half-truths, half-reports, half-statements, partial information, misrepresentations of Paul that ended up in the media all the time. And when I tell you the social media response that came from that was vile, the things that were said about what they would do to Paul, they were so over the top
Welcome to the internet, fuckwad.
that nobody would believe anybody would get on social media and do that.
Have you met
But I
Red
believe
Squirrel?
then, and I believe today,
Have you been on social media?
that the wrong person saw and read that.
Okay.
Because I can tell you for a fact that the person or people who did what I saw
Tell me for a fact.
on June the 7th, they hated Paul Murdoch and they had anger in their heart. And that is the only reason that somebody could be mad at Paul like that and hate him like that.
Gotcha. All right, so we've got now.
Creighton.
We've
But
got
that's why I did then believe it
Pause
was
and
the boat
listen.
wreck, and I believe now that the boat wreck.
All right, so we've
Had
got.
She's saying murder
Nothing
suicide.
about
We've got random
Listen.
vigilantes because of the boat wreck.
No, I don't know that they're random vigilantes.
Well, you just said it wasn't the family or the kid, or
No.
the kids or the family of the other kids in the boat, right?
But
So
what-
you're saying
Yeah,
it's somebody
true.
off of social
That's
media.
true.
And you don't have any evidence of that, do you?
Not
You
to-
just believe that, and you're just telling that jury that.
Oh my
and
God, this is
try to
exciting.
explain the lie
That's so
that you told for
exciting.
the First time yesterday, isn't that right?
No, sir,
Nothing
that's
about
not
Maggie.
right.
It's not right.
Day 24.
All right, well, let
It
me
gets
ask you a
exciting.
question then. So what you're telling this jury is that it's a random vigilante,
That's your
the
term.
12-year-old 5'2" people that just happened to know that
Oh,
Paul and Maggie
shit.
were both at Moselle on June 7th, that knew that they would be at the kennels alone on June the 7th, that knew that you would not be there, but only between the times of 8:49 and 9:02, that they show up without a weapon, assuming that they're going to find weapons and ammunition there,
Objection,
that they commit this
compound.
crime during that short time window, and then they travel the same exact route that you do around the same time to Alameda.
Objection compound.
That's what you're trying to tell this jury?
I love it.
You got a lot of
That was me.
factors in there, Mr. Waters, all of which I do not agree with, but some of which I do.
I wanted to see his lawyers.
This jury?
I wanted to
You
see
got a
his
lot of
lawyers.
factors in there,
That
Mr.
and
Waters,
travel.
all of which I do not agree with, but some of which I do.
Uh-oh. That and travel.
Huh.
Okay, there's a
All
lot
of
of
which I do
questions
not
I
agree
have.
with,
This
but
is
some of which I
very
do.
gal.
If Creighton
Gal's
loses
on
his
the
cool, he
case.
loses this battle with Alec. And that's my concern with Creighton. If Creighton loses his cool, he has lost to the Battle of Wills. But he should have paused, I think, when Alec was saying, and almost it seemed to say, I'm certain that they hated Paul
Testified.
to do this. Why?
Earlier that after this happened. Well, let me back up just real quick. When you were driving to and from Alameda, why were you in such a hurry? Why are you rolling 70, 80 miles an hour down that dark, beat up road?
I wasn't in such a hurry.
You weren't?
No, you just go that fast anyway. Okay. Okay. Let's see if they're still in the parking lot. I think they probably are.
Ooh, what's going on?
Yep. He said nothing about Maggie.
What's Jizzy talking
He's
about?
showing Jim and Poot. We'll see in a minute.
Show you what's been marked as States 573. See if you recognize this.
I do.
Tell the jury what that is.
I want you to ask the next question I would ask.
What's it in front of?
Because I have questions.
And what's between the house and the Mercedes?
If Ohio needs help, they might want to start by talking to their governor.
I want to see it. Wait.
No, sir.
Can we see it?
I mean, it was near there, but that's not exactly where it was. No, sir.
Okay, where was it?
Where we would normally park it would be a little bit closer to the sheds. I mean, a little bit closer to the house, to the bushes.
Put this here.
When
Right,
did
this-
you move it?
When was that photograph taken?
Well, do you recognize when it was taken?
No, I don't recognize. No,
You
sir.
wouldn't dispute that it was around the time in the aftermath of the murders, would you?
Aftermath being
I'm
when?
such a good
I'm
MacGyver.
asking you.
A day, a week,
I'm the best MacGyver on the planet.
You recognize those?
I recognize the car, I recognize the house, and I recognize the golf cart.
Look at now we have a
But
little candle.
that is not, that's not exactly how it would have been
All right.
that night.
How it would have
Can
been
you
or how it
describe to me
was?
then where it would be different?
Well, it would be more in line with, first things first is when we drove the golf cart, or when I drove it for sure, and I believe when the others drove it, you would come in and you would go across the little brick walkway that's
Yeah,
in
he already
front
said
this.
one of the drug dealers.
If I would have come in and gone this way, or I would have come in and gone this way, this is not a place that any of my family would have normally parked.
So-
And so what I'm assuming is this obviously is taken at daytime. And what I'm assuming is it was taken when SLED came to the earliest it was taken was when SLED came to the house the next day, which I believe the testimony is
Yep, you're right,
in
Ted.
the afternoon.
You're
And
absolutely
At
right.
this point in time, that golf cart, I would assume would have been moved several times, but that's not how it
Well,
was.
where did you
When?
leave the golf cart?
When would it get moved when they were investigating a murder? on
In the
your
manner
property?
which I just talked about.
Okay, well, help me out again, so I understand. You would have come around this way or that way, but where was it, where would it end up?
It would have been, in this picture, it's facing to the right.
Oh, I got you.
The night that I drove it, I believe I parked it facing to the left.
I understand.
Would be customarily how I did it. And I believe I did it that way that night.
Okay. Well, all right.
And that is how I would have gotten into it.
All right. That's a very specific memory. Thank you. All right. At this
Well,
time,
that's
the
just how it
state would
normally
offer
is.
State's 5.
Creighton, stop with the commentary. Hi, hon.
Admit it without objection.
Could I have the Elmo very briefly?
And see, Mr. Waters, you can see in the picture now that you bring this up on the screen, if you look to the right, you can see the actual steps. And just to the left of that would be where the little brick patio starts. So
Okay.
where I would normally park it, you would roll across those bricks and the end of the golf cart would be
Well,
just
la
past
di da,
where-
little bit of a little
who moved the golf
Mercedes
cart? Well,
And we
Benz.
all normally parked it that way because the way you charge this golf cart is if you see
Jeez,
that
you know
back
what?
seat,
There's
the
so much
seat-
in that statement that I
you can
hope
see the
doesn't
edge.
happen.
This is a 3-seat golf cart.
I
and you
can't
can
even really,
see the
I
back
can't
seat.
even choose where to
And
begin.
A lot of golf carts have the charger.
But I'll just
that
leave it at, I concur.
Sits on the floor or something. This golf cart has a charger that's plugged in and a part of the golf cart. So you
Well, but he's
flip that
kept bringing
seat
up the social media
and it
enemies
plugs
all the
in.
time, Ted.
When?
He
And
keeps
the
bringing it up that
outlets are
You
right up
drove
then
to
it's
the
like
kennels in the
only
Chevy
the ones
Suburban.
that were
You
shown
called
to him. So
911.
he even
You got
acted
it
like,
done.
I didn't really
Law
see a lot of the
enforcement showed up.
social
The whole
media
law enforcement
bothering
showed up.
Paul. That's what he was in the
Everyone
beginning.
showed up.
I remember that.
When did it get moved? Who moved it?
I cannot get high enough
Sled
fast
didn't-
enough.
Sustained.
It is. The commentary is ridiculous.
I hope you never say that.
Sled
either.
didn't move it. Did his friends move it? Who was driving it back and forth? Because when law enforcement was
It's just
there,
never parked that way
y'all left and went to stay at your mom's house.
by the family.
So who moved it? And when was the picture taken? Because I don't think Creighton said that either.
More importantly, what am I going to
Did the
stream
lawyers go
when this
driving it around that
trial
night?
is over?
Did they wipe it down while they were driving it around? Now I have more questions about the golf cart. But I don't think are going to get answered.
You guys, we have work to do. We don't know what we're going to stream next.
And is law enforcement just letting people drive the golf cart around?
This would have been June the 10th. I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but I do.
They
want to go through a
didn't.
couple
They never came into evidence. They never came into evidence. There were no specific threats.
Jenny Ann said, I can't stop yelling at the screen. I mean, obviously same. Because as we were getting into the moment where Alec was saying whoever did this to Paul had hated Pawpaw and had, you know, whatever in their heart, there was more there, and he just moved on. And I was like,
Did Max go to Ohio too? My goodness. Who's not going? I'm not going to Ohio, just as everyone knows. I just want to make sure I let you know. Darlings, I won't be going to
we are less than
Ohio.
100 subs away from
I
100,000,
shan't.
so there we
I shan't
go
be
with
going.
that. So thank you, everybody.
Share, like, and subscribe.
But
This
the
works.
moment where we were hearing the
Yay! Please take
whoever
a. Oh,
did
it does
this,
it all the
because we
time.
heard
Take a minute to
sisters say,
share this
Alec told
stream. Oh
whoever
my
did this
God!
been
Why
thinking about
does
it
it
for
do
a long
so
time.
much?
And now we're hearing again, whoever
Why
did
is
this.
it doing so much?
And then Creighton brings a snark of like vigilante
Look
12-year-olds,
at
and it's like
Democracy
you're missing
Dino
the point,
supporting her
Creighton.
girl.
He's saying whoever
Thanks,
must have did this
Dino.
thought this and this
For
and
the
this.
record, I'm gonna start.
And I know for a
Look
certainty
at Lola.
and cut him
Started
off.
at 23:55.
Look at Lola's
This is
lounge.
the
That's
first
when he should have let him
interview.
talk.
She's been having trouble with her. She's been having trouble with her stomach. And
I really
her
fucked
tooth.
that one
I'm
up.
not positive. It was sort of a
I should probably just
routine
put that on one thing.
visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of him, and I can't. Oh, Gordine is who I think she saw.
Gordine.
When he was saying we drove
So
the golf
was she
cart,
back
I
on
heard him
around
talking
supper
about
time?
the family. Like that's how we used it.
Or
What is
6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
what in the clusterfuck is happening? Can you
I
maximize
don't
your
think
screen,
she got
please?
back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that.
Okay.
Nope. Creighton. Also,
What did you do today?
thanks
You go to the
all.
office?
Americans are really
I appreciate
awful.
you.
Please share and subscribe. Usually, that's what I could have typed, Ted. I could have just typed that and been done with it.
Lay down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie. Didn't get an
That's right.
answer.
Coming soon. 24-hour lounge.
I left to go to my mom's. She had said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there.
I'm afraid to do a sleep stream. I'm sure I make terrible noises at night.
I think I texted her.
I guess I could do like silent. I could do like
This is
I
not
could
the
put
flex you
music
think it
on
is,
and
dude.
do a
Move
sleep
on.
stream.
You missed the
Although I
moment.
think
That was
I
the moment.
probably
I decided to lie to mean
I don't think it's very attractive.
I don't know. As I told you,
When
Mr.
some
Waters,
people
the
are
exact
sleeping.
moment that I decided to
You
lie.
missed the
But
moment.
At that point in time,
But you did lie
obviously,
there, correct?
I did.
And I'd want to do it for like a purpose, right? I could do it for charity.
And she's very
I mean,
good about
I
answering
know,
the phone.
because nobody's going to do anything anyway. They're just going to watch
That
it.
was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
Maybe it's just to get subscribers. That's what it is. It's a way to get subscribers. That's the angle. That's Judy's little angle. Even little Lolo has an angle.
Okay, Creighton. I know. I think
All right,
he
we'll go to the
missed
second interview. It's been previously admitted.
the forest for the trees, but we'll see what happens from there. Are we doing another interview?
Like, share, subscribe.
Let me ask this before we start. You said earlier during your direct testimony that after these crimes happened, you were around family, family was around you. Your law partners are around you pretty much every minute after that, correct? Every waking minute.
Oh, BRB, I just gotta go check the
Didn't you say that
mail.
yesterday?
Yes.
Give him a
Fan
second to answer,
mail
Creighton.
from
Just
some
breathe.
flounder.
Just breathe.
And this second interview is 3 days later, is that right?
Maybe.
That's correct.
And in no time, with any of your close friends and law partners and family, do you confess the truth? Do you?
No, I did not.
Do you say, hey man, I think I messed up. What should I do about this?
Asked and answered.
No, I didn't.
You're not telling that lie to anyone, are you? Until yesterday.
Excuse me?
Great.
You're not telling that lie to anyone until yesterday, are you?
Not telling what lie?
The same lie that Creighton wants you to say that you're telling?
Saying I tried to tell somebody that I was lying?
You're gonna need a bigger boat. You're gonna need a bigger boat. You're gonna need a bigger boat.
Yes, that's a good idea. Oh my gosh, hold on. Here we go. I can't hear anything. There we go. Why can't I hear? Oh, that was my fault. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Maggie went to go to the
Okay,
kennels.
Paul, and Paul left.
Assuming,
Thank you, Christina, for
I'm
the
assuming Paul
sticker.
left
Okay.
It's my
because of,
fault.
you know,
When I
what
left, it
happened.
turned off
I mean,
because
I'm
my
assuming Paul
AirPods,
went
it
to the
turned, it
kennels.
froze
Okay.
this.
And
I'm so
what
sorry.
did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house
Okay.
and I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep
Yes,
on
Liv,
the
this is the
couch.
first time
Okay.
Creighton Waters has gotten to speak with Alec, and he's going to keep
And what
speaking.
time did you?
You know, I
What
don't
time
know
did you wake up?
exactly what time I woke
Vincent
up, but when
Price.
y'all get my phone,
Ooh.
you know, I think one of the first things I did
When
when I
y'all get
got
my
up was
phone.
call Maggie
Ooh.
because I was going to my mom's.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And what time did we say the text was?
I got a
Like
T-shirt.
9:06.
Support
Yeah,
support
I
artists on
gotta look it
I
up.
Etsy.
showed you the other night, didn't I?
This
Yes, I
T-shirt's
did.
too
I showed
big,
you, though.
I texted her,
but I'll
so I
figure it
called her
out. I'll
just
cut
before
it
that.
or something.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, look.
I mean,
Isn't that cute?
Thank you,
she
Melissa
didn't
S.
answer
It's
at
like
that point.
sparkly pink lips.
And I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
Isn't that cute?
Y'all will just have to look. I'm not sure if I called Paul or
Well,
not.
and that's why we're getting the phone so we can nail down the times and everything.
I'll wear it for the lounge tonight. I'll wear my new pink lips.
Pretty much all of that was lies, wasn't it?
Pink lips.
The part about me not being at the kennel was a lie.
Well, also not knowing that Paul went down there, not being sure, that was a lie too, wasn't it? I mean, you're putting some detail on this thing, aren't you?
Not knowing when Paul left. Everything about me not going to the kennel was a lie.
And you're able to just do that
Max-
Oh,
so
thanks, Miss
easily,
Hogue.
so convincingly,
Good to see you.
so naturally, don't you?
Oh, Creighton, so dramatic.
That's not for me to judge.
That's true.
Good God, Creighton.
Yeah, it's kind of cheap shots. I'm
The
sorry.
commentary back and
Not
forth with him and the
impressed.
defendant. On cross, you are
Rap
supposed to
battles.
ask
Let's have rap battles.
questions. So when he's like, that's not for me to judge, and Creighton's like, that's true.
Oh,
If he had done that
Telescope
more
is
than
on
once
Jizzy.
in most courtrooms where I'd practiced, the court would have admonished him in front of the jury and said, counsel,
Wait,
that's
I'm
not
gonna
a
turn it
question.
off.
It's both sides have done it, but Creighton's done it a lot in this cross. And the jury is hearing from the defense that this is an over prosecution. And Creighton is giving, let's reach with a lot of these things. So if the jury's already leaning out from Creighton's theory of the case into the defense's theories of the case, this is playing right into it. And there are moments in this that have been good that he has, I don't think, caught because he's
quick and
trying to get into his story.
That's going to tell us something.
By Evans, I mean, is it things you think are going to be helpful?
Well, I mean, like the shot shells out there, the casings,
it might not.
The DNA swabs that we took from the door handle to see if anybody touched the door handles, any other places that we think somebody may have touched while they were out there. We're trying to collect DNA from that and analyze that. Which at the conclusion of this, what I'm going to also ask is that we get a buccal swab, the DNA swab from you.
No
Your DNA is going to be there, but we need to eliminate it once it's developed. We don't need.
It's basically rap battles. Telescope versus Jizzy.
Jan, he
Talking
said he
about,
touched
is
them.
it
That's
right
why
to
the lack
call
of
out
blood is
grifters?
concerning.
That's the
It doesn't
topic.
match his story.
Close to 100 people.
Is it kind?
Trying to track people down.
Is it
and we're still tracking
intelligent?
people down, and that's why
Is it nutty?
I want to tell you one thing while I'm thinking
Is it
about it.
dystopian?
Paul was
My
really
daughter and I like to take
an
that "is it
incredible,
kind," thing. Like,
intuitive
is it kind?
dude.
Is it this? Is
And,
it that? And we
I
make
mean,
up just
he was
random
like a
fucking
little
words to it.
detective. And
Is it an
He was
isotope?
like a little detective.
That's what I said.
What do you mean by that?
And he was very intuitive, like I said.
Was he afraid?
What Marion described as Maggie's term for how he was and keeping tabs on your pill usage. Wasn't that correct?
That was what Maggie said about it.
Was he afraid of the
For some
threats?
reason, you decided to bring that up in the center.
I guess Wizzy is Team Jersey J. I don't know. I don't fucking know.
That was a trait of Paul's personality. I mean,
I'm just enjoying watching the
nobody who knew him would tell
denouement.
you how
That's all.
intuitive he was.
I'm here for the denouement. And scene.
It's possible they all went in the golf cart to get down there. It definitely is. He's still saying they didn't all
She
go to the
sticks
kennels
the
together.
line.
But we'll see.
I went through our videos that we.
All right, for the record, I'm at 4630.
Jeannie, I think it goes both ways. If the jury doesn't like Alec, they want to see an aggressive cross. But if it feels heavy-handed, it can feel
You don't have
heavy-handed.
to call me Miss. You just call me Alec. Thank you.
There's times it feels heavy-handed to me.
When you and Paul got back to the house, Miss Maggie's there.
Simply look around and do
And you say you lay down and took a little nap. And when you got up,
this denouement stepping on a human face.
or did they leave when you lay down?
Or at least for the next 10 minutes, darling. At least for the next 10 minutes.
I'm not sure.
And you'll
But they weren't there when you woke up around the 9 o'clock mark or so when you made the call to Maggie to literally.
Nobody was in that house when I left.
Explanation.
Trying to narrow that the last time that Paul and you saw Paul and Maggie when y'all were eating something.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm going to answer questions for free.
Yes, sir.
They're doing it for the views, darling. They're doing it for the views. Why do you dance? Why do you live? No,
Do you
wait.
think Waters will call Cousin
Why
Eddie
do you
before
dance?
closing?
Why do you breathe?
I don't know.
What, I breathe because I need oxygen to
Ask me again
live.
at the end of the defense case. I don't know.
That's my answer,
What's
too.
in his shirt pocket? Didn't the inside of the pocket test positive?
It's one of my
indicating
favorite
blood?
scenes.
It did. I don't know what was inside the shirt pocket, but it did.
Why
But then
do you want to
again,
dance?
the confirmatory test all
Why
said
do
no
you want
blood.
to live? Well, I don't know, but somehow, my
So,
darling, I must.
I'm going to answer questions as we
That's
go.
my
Do you
answer,
think Connor
too.
will take the stand
That's
for the
actually what I think
prosecution?
it
Maybe
is.
in rebuttal?
It's a great exchange.
Maybe. I don't know. It feels far afield. Have they considered AM could have hidden murder
That's
weapons
my
at his
answer,
parents? Yes,
too.
they have. We heard testimony from Miss Shelley that they're going to argue about that, I imagine. And we heard about the raincoat
Have you
slash
watched
tarp
that yet?
that had GSR all in the side of it. But they didn't consider it until September. Regarding the roadside incident, I think he lied about wanting to die. He planned for a minor injury and major sympathy.
I'm really hoping this cabinet door
Maybe.
doesn't break.
And I think
It's from the
that's a
red
reasonable
shoes.
interpretation of it. I think both. Do you think Poot just brought in that folder? What do
I
you
only
think Poot just brought
recommend
in
one
that
movie.
folder? I didn't
No, I'm
see
kidding.
him. But they've got their expert witnesses getting ready to testify, so probably that.
About to go to the August
You've been doing this.
2021 interview, but between
This is
I'm
playing at
sorry.
the
that
car
June
wash.
10th
My
interview
friend
and
was
the
I'm
telling us
very
August
South Carolina.
sorry.
I'm
That
sure it
was.
is.
I'm very sorry.
you
That's fair.
were not working very much. Is that correct?
We'll get to that in a minute.
If at all.
No, I definitely wasn't working very much. I think I was working a little bit, but no, not very much at all.
Did you go to Johnny Parker to borrow $250,000 in order to cover the Ferris fees?
I did.
You did?
I did.
Did you tell him what that was for?
No, I did not tell him what that was for.
Did you go to Russell Lafitte at Palmetto State Bank and get $350,000 in order to help cover some of the Ferris fees that you had taken to send to Chris Wilson?
I did.
And did you get those fees before you signed any paperwork or documentation?
I've heard testimony about that in this case, but I can't tell you the specifics of that.
You don't recall that?
Do I recall when I signed paperwork? No, sir.
You don't recall that you got the money a month before you had to sign any paperwork?
You leave me close.
No, sir, I don't recall that.
Recall your phone being in the console, which
I'm
you
not
don't recall.
disputing that, but I don't recall it.
Did you go to your best friend Chris Wilson and convince him to cover $192,000, the remaining $190,000, in order for him to send that email to your law firm as if those fees had been there all along?
I spoke to Chris Wilson. Did not have the full amount of the fees, and I got Chris Wilson to put the remaining fees in his trust account.
I'm crazy for feeling
Asked him to cover you, correct?
I did not tell him.
And he agreed to do that because of his belief of who you really were, or who he thought you were.
He agreed to do that for whatever reason. I assume that was a big part of it.
And I'm crazy for
Once that
love.
$600,000 was transferred, Chris Wilson sent an email to you saying those fees had been there or in his trust account, correct?
That is correct.
And then you forwarded that email to Lee Cope and Gene Secretary, correct?
I know I forwarded to Jeannie, and I've heard that testimony about forwarding it to Lee Cope, so I believe that's correct.
There. Bo, 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 bo,
They
there,
did search
there.
the waterways on the property. I don't know if they searched all of them. Thank you all for the
They said they
congratulations. I'm
didn't
gonna try to
think they
answer some
searched
questions.
all
The
of them,
prosecution keeps
Emily.
taking
I
bits.
was listening.
Not get it all from PSB.
Because at that time, there were limitations on how much I could borrow.
Because he was maxed out, Creighton.
Because Mags
Better to hear him say it.
Loving you.
was passed. And so I was limited.
That's helpful for the
couldn't get
defense's argument.
A loan against
Couldn't get a loan because Maggie had
Roselle
passed.
and had to get a loan against Palmetto State. Against Edisto.
This Saturday,
Making it
the
harder for him to get money after Maggie was
neo-Nazis are
gone.
holding a day of, oh, it is a
It's
day
what
of
the defense
hate.
has been
Yeah, the
arguing.
drag queen
Going to the third interview.
Oh boy.
I like it. I like it. Chat,
They're
freestyle,
definitely
rap
not
battle.
going
Go.
to do that. What grade are you
Just
giving
started
Creighton
with
so far?
neo-Nazis.
He's got moments.
What are you gonna do?
And then he's got moments.
Right, I'm going to go to
Creighton could improve his active
1745.
listening skills.
I think
He's-
chuds are
he's
stupid. I
wanting
wish
to go
they'd
through
be
everything he wants to go
lucid.
through,
I
but
wish
he's
they'd
not
be less stupid. I
listening to the
think chuds are
answers.
stupid. I think chuds are stupid. I
Shitty
wish
says
they
this
were
cross is going into
lucid.
Monday. I sure hope not. Can you give me a
Wait
word
a
to go?
minute.
Yes. Shout outs to you and the mods for your hard
I
work.
think
Yes,
chuds
we
are
definitely- you're on jury
stupid. I
duty.
wish they were lucid.
Thank you, Jess, for the super
I
chats.
want them to.
Do you think they will choose to redirect?
Apparently
I
having
don't
some
know.
technical difficulties.
Entirely. Way too many
With the
Yahtzee
Snapchat evidence,
Nazis.
I believe
Thank you,
that the little
Max.
detective Paul may have been
Hi,
responsible
Yahtzee
for starving his
Nazis.
own
Can
murder.
you come up with
It's a
something
very fair
different?
point. I don't think Alec would be in
Tired.
charge if
Hashtag
that Snapchat video
tired.
hadn't been there at all.
Hashtag no.
Sure.
No
You're
Putin on the
this, so,
right.
I mean, again, you're repeating the
Okay.
same lies over and over again.
Stop Putin on the
Thank
right.
God.
Effortlessly and convincingly.
I really am in love. I'm in love with my
Elysium
title
said,
of tonight's
I want to say hi
lounge.
to my mom. Hi,
I can
Karen.
see
This
it there.
okay? Yeah, it's entirely
with
too many
that.
Nazis.
Nobody
Okay,
yelled at you.
I wish chuds
Nobody
weren't
yelled at me.
stupid. I wish they were
none
more
of these guys were ever
lucid.
discourteous to me.
I wish. What's id?
Nobody what?
I said none of those guys were ever discourteous to me.
They weren't.
Okay, wait.
You made a comment earlier.
I think
that
chuds are
David Owens was
stupid.
mean
I
or
wish they
something
were
about being
lucid.
mean, and he was never mean to me.
He was being facetious, Alec.
Their views are just
He said big
putrid.
mean old David Owens.
Oh, here we
is
go.
what he
Wait.
said. He was being sarcastic.
I think chuds
You
are
decided to lie in
stupid. I
part
wish they
because
were
you distrusted
lucid.
David Owen.
Their views are so
I distrusted
putrid.
SLED in general. And
Those chuds are
I
so
particularly
stupid.
distrusted
I'm not very good
who
at
I
rap,
thought was David
obviously.
Owen at the time.
Wait, can we write that down?
Then get
I
out
think
of the
chuds are
not to be
stupid.
David
I
Owen.
wish they were lucid.
So,
Their
wait a minute,
views
I
are
wanna be
so
clear. You're saying
putrid.
now
I
you
think
thought
chuds
that
are
this was
stupid.
some David
wait, I
Owen
gotta
that had
write that
something to
down.
do with Greg Alexander 10 years ago.
He already said that if you were
And
listening,
I'm not
Creighton.
saying that now. I said that all along.
I am
The
talking
person
and reading
that
and streaming,
saw
and I caught
and
that.
watched in Greg Alexander's trial that was clear to me was just.
Wait.
it was
I got
terrible
stuff.
what
Hold
they
on,
did
I
to
got
Greg
stuff.
Alexander.
Wait, where's my fucking
And the person at SLED who was responsible for that was a guy named David.
Shit.
All right, and I'm not even
man.
getting into
Oh, I
his
need
last
that for
name.
something else. Okay. Oh shit.
I thought that David Owens that night was that guy. Later,
Oh wait, this is a good idea
down the
too.
road,
Creighton, he already said this.
and it was a
Oh
while.
man, where's that other thing?
I checked into that, and I found out
God
that I was
damn it.
mistaken, that it was not David Owen. It was
So
a
when we
different-
went back and we spent a lot of time going through that first statement, you're telling me now that you were sitting there thinking
Where's
that
my?
this was a completely different
damn
guy
it.
the whole time, and
He
that was
told
on
you
your
that
mind
10 minutes
during
ago.
that entire interview.
Where's my fucking?
No.
Yes,
Creighton.
at the time, I thought that
Where's
David
my
Owen.
damn
No, I
microphone?
didn't think David Owen was a different person. I thought that David Owens was the person that my dad and I had
My
watched.
house is too messy.
Just, I mean, my dad and I truly thought evidence was
Yeah, you said that
manufactured,
part.
and
Okay, well,
and
I don't.
thought it was David Owen. And
I don't
was
have my
wrong about that.
microphone.
But that's what I thought that night.
Right. And he said that like 15 minutes ago.
Here we go.
Details you want to add about your decision?
I want to answer any question you have.
I'm
Mr.
gonna
Owen.
use this. I'm gonna use this as a microphone. I think chuds
Do
are
you have any more questions?
stupid. I
No, I
wish
mean
they were
more about your
lucid.
decision
Their
a lot.
views are so
I just wanna-
putrid. I think
just
chuds
let it
are
out now.
stupid.
Please stop.
Do you have any questions? I'll be glad
Says she was
to answer.
stupid.
All right, well, I did.
Oh yeah, okay. If I'm picking up what you're putting down,
Please
sir.
stop on the deciding
Okay.
to lie, Creighton. Do you not know
I think
humans?
chuds are stupid.
Tell me
They're-
about the replacement blackout.
I wish they were lucid. Their views
You
are so
initially told law
putrid.
enforcement that you weren't
Incestuous,
sure whether or not there
stupid.
was one,
Oh
correct?
my God, that's so good.
No, sir, you're absolutely wrong
Oh
about
my
that.
God, you made
What
the
did you
song
say
like
to
10 times smarter just
Shortly
now.
after this, it
I think
became
chuds are
being,
stupid.
told that
Oh wait,
Paul's gun had been stolen.
I think
And,
chuds are
the one you heard
stupid.
talk
I
about
wish
being
they were
stolen from the thing.
lucid. Their views are
And
so
I'm not sure how I
putrid.
learned this, but I
Incestuous,
learned that somebody,
stupid. Incestuous,
I believe
stupid.
SLED had gone to
I think chuds are stupid.
John Bedingfield, who made those guns, and could only
Okay,
find
listen,
paperwork
men.
for 2 blackouts.
I will
One which they
never
were saying
kiss
was
you if
stolen
you
in
have facial
17.
hair like
He
this,
didn't
okay?
fill out
I
the
will
paperwork.
never
that's what they
kiss
were
you
telling
because
me.
I can't even wear
And I
this
was
without
certain
getting really
I and told them that I was certain that there was a third one.
But initially,
Why
I
didn't John
think
Benningfield
chuds are
get paperwork for it?
stupid. I wish they were lucid. Their views, they're so putrid. Incestuous,
wavered and
groupid.
then eventually said you did replace it.
God,
correct?
Oomp, you made that song a lot smarter.
That's correct.
Congratulations.
I
You're
don't
really
believe that's
good,
You
correct.
say to
Captain,
law
my
enforcement that
captain.
you thought that the third
Captain,
gun, the
my
replacement
captain.
blackout, had gone missing
But they
in
don't
Christmas
have good
of
lips
2020.
like mine.
Creighton, if he said that, just
It
play
did
it.
go missing in Christmas of 2020.
So you're telling them that one also had been missing.
But it is kind of
6 months
confusing
prior,
you right
right?
now, isn't it, Chuds?
Did-
Is
Answer
it
my question
confusing
first
to
and
you
then
right
explain.
now?
Did you all tell law
Do you
enforcement that
somehow
that
want
gun had
to
been missing since Christmas
do
time?
some things to the
I
Santa?
told law enforcement that when we looked for
The
it
Chuds
at
are so
Christmas time, we
stupid.
could
The
not find
booty.
it.
You're my
Okay.
And
producer. That's right, producer,
that was accurate.
Captain.
We
The
looked
Chuds
for
are
it
so
when we were
stupid.
trying to shoot
I wish
hogs,
they
when
were
we had
lucid.
a
Their
group of
views are
people
so
out there, and we
putrid.
could not find it.
Incestuous, groupid.
But
I
you now
wish they
know
weren't
that it was there
stupid.
as late as turkey season.
I know that Will Lovin and Paw Paw had it
Oh my God!
right before turkey season, like Will Lovin testified to.
I don't know how I
But that's
managed
not
to
December.
avoid beards my entire sexual life, but I
It was
did.
around there at some point in time there, yes, sir.
So you're
Well,
saying
thank
had
God you weren't a
stolen
bear
the
either,
second time,
KMS.
or you just
You're not
saying
really qualified to be
No,
a
I'm
bear.
not.
The 12-year-old stole it a second time?
If you know, you know.
I never said a 12-year-old stole any gun, Mr.
Sorry, the
Waters.
Yeah,
5-year-old
Mr. Waters,
stole
you're
it
the
a
one
second
being snarky about that.
I don't
Creighton.
know that it was stolen. I just
Yeah, you're
know
my
that when we
producer.
looked for it at Christmas time, we couldn't find it. And I know this, I know that I hadn't seen that gun
Paul could have left it at
in a
somebody's
long
house.
time.
I know you know what
I
a
heard
beard is, but
testimony
you're not.
that
Oh,
people who
never
were
mind.
at my house
No
using
men with
guns
beards,
and
and
hunting with us
it's
all
not
the
a small
time.
list.
Rogan, Buster.
No men with
they
beards,
didn't-
and it's not a
I
small
can't
list.
remember
You
about
gonna
Buster,
blame
but there were
Roro
several
for having
people
the
who
gun
didn't even
now?
know
I'm trying
that
to
gun
think
had
if
been
there's one of them
replaced.
without
So that
facial
tells
hair.
me that that gun did not stay where our regular guns were. And I know that I didn't see it there, and that tells me that they didn't see it there.
I don't think there's any of them. I think they all have facial hair, right?
Because it's got to be missing.
It's kind of a Chud
Ask that
Friday.
question
One more
again.
I'm gonna be
circumstance
honest.
for
My
your
God, look at I'm
latest
looking at them
story
right
work
now.
is that
Yep,
it's
they
gotta
got
be
facial
missing
hair.
as well.
Bitches got
When you
facial
told
hair.
law enforcement it was missing at Christmas time.
See?
Now we've had testimony at this trial.
Facial hair.
And now
Facial
you're
hair.
still claiming that you never saw it. It must have been kept somewhere else. Where else would it have been kept?
That's okay.
It could have
These
been
guys
kept
don't
anywhere,
want to.
Mr.
They
Waters.
don't
The
want to
way
get with
Paul
Lolo
did
anyway,
guns,
so
the
it's
way
fine. It's a
guns were
mutual.
handled around
It's a
there. I was
mutual
terrible about that.
exclusion society.
Okay.
They're off my list too. That's fine by me. I don't mind not being attractive to them.
should have been
That's not a
straight.
problem.
Nemo
But you
Choo
know that third gun
I don't think
was
there is
fired
any
right
good end for
outside
this case, honestly.
Stupid. These
Gun
are
Maggie
door
killed.
stupid.
in turkey season,
Lucid.
2021, correct?
Incestuous. Grouped. God, that's
I
really
don't
a good
think there is any
line.
good
I don't even
definition.
think that song deserves that line.
No,
Truly.
it was also fired
It's all
across the
just a
street at
mess.
y'all's shooting house around that same time, don't you?
No, sir, I don't know that, but
I
I know that I would assume that it was fired.
I can find it. I
at the
can
shooting
find
range,
it.
but
I'll find
I have
it.
I don't have any reason to believe it was done in close proximity to that time.
Could have been any time, and that's
You
fair,
don't have to
Creighton. It
do
could have been
that.
any
You're
time.
busy. You're busier than I
But
am.
the ones near the house weren't at any time because you have testimony from Will Loving that it wasn't.
You clean up between not cleaning up. I guess I should have cleaned. Oh, I see what you're saying. Cleaned.
You guys, do you think 700,000
Oh,
subscribers
some
is
of you
enough
are
to
just
convince
lazy
Ruffles to
and
sell
you
all
don't
dress
like
strips in
to
the US?
shave.
Just
Is
a
that what
question.
it is?
Emily,
Are
have
you
ever had to
talking about
cross-examine
that?
another lawyer? No.
So it's about you.
I've had lawyers that
Couple
were very
months go
difficult
by.
victims, though.
And
So
you
it's
get
not about
confronted
me and what my face
Yes,
might
we're
want.
going to work on it.
from the law firm, correct?
What if I don't want a beard?
September of 21.
What about that?
Unlike June the 7th,
What do you
when
think?
Jeannie
Do you understand what I
confronted
shave for you
this
guys?
time
Do you
they had
understand what I'm
unassailable
shaving
evidence,
for you
correct?
guys? Do you understand
Yeah,
what
that's
has to
correct.
happen
I
on
mean, they
this
had-
thing? Okay, all
No
right.
wiggling
then.
out of this one, correct?
I didn't try to wiggle out of this one.
Well, you've
I'm
been
married,
wiggling
so I
before,
don't
though,
shave.
Right? You wiggled when you stole your brother's money twice, correct?
I get okay.
Yep.
I admit almost
All right,
all of
that's
these
fair.
things, Mr. Waters, but that's
I'm
one
not.
of the
I
things
don't
that I
know.
take
Yeah,
pride in,
thousands of miles away. It's true. It
Which
doesn't
one?
that
really matter.
Stealing from
I
his
That's a
brother.
good
stole that
point.
money that you're referring to.
You're
That's a
gonna
great
dispute that?
point.
Let's hear about that then. Tell me why you dispute.
It's a very good point. He
Let's hear
makes a
about
good
that
point.
Twice.
I
I
don't
have
dispute
snaps.
cashing that check twice.
I don't dispute cashing that check twice.
But you're gonna tell this jury that
My
you
God, there's
accidentally
drama
realized
happening on Chudville.
you were supposed to
So
be
what are you
receiving
disputing?
some $125,000 check,
He
$120 however $1,000 check, 2 times.
What
How
I'm
many
telling you,
$120,000 checks do you receive?
I got that check, and this is several months after. I mean, you can look at my finances, and you can
Oh, I
see
see.
how
He's
I
talking.
was
Oh
doing.
my God,
I
they're
didn't- I
going
didn't
back in the
balance
Wayback
checkbook.
Machine.
Um,
Jizzy and
But
Telly
the
in the
fact of the
Wayback
matter is, when I got that
Machine.
check,
When I
and
moved
he-
to LA, I'm obviously gonna have to
Honestly.
keep
I
a
asked
clean
about
look to
it.
stay at the commune. That's
Come on.
right.
and I was told mistakenly that
You're doing that for a
it was
different
for me that
man.
I had participated in that year-end thing, which
Oh,
I
I see
did
what you're saying.
sometimes, not
Okay.
often, but sometimes.
Yeah, I get it. I understand.
I can't
So I'm
Apparently,
enjoying.
a new check got cashed.
Enjoy
I cashed
your
that check.
I have
loungeness
a
Then a
now.
year later,
That's right.
Can't drink yet.
I used to shave when I had a boyfriend, but
I don't
COVID
know
really
where
fucked
it was.
that
It was
up. I don't know.
obviously in my
I don't
desk,
have a
but
boyfriend.
Mr.
I still
Waters-
So
shave.
you found it in your desk?
no, I didn't find it.
I think it's because
So
I
it was
want
obviously in your
to.
desk. So you remember that?
That's
You remember
why.
finding it
I
in
mean,
your
I wanted.
desk?
I don't want to be
No,
not
I
ready.
remember when we.
You know what I'm
Did you go to
saying? You
finance
never
and say,
know.
I just found
Any
this
moment.
year-old check.
No, he
Is this
didn't.
right?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
No.
He cashed
No,
it.
you took it to the bank.
No, he
didn't you?
cashed it.
No, sir.
He cashed it.
I didn't.
Fine.
Not allowing.
Clearly,
anyone to
I'm
ask
not
questions.
really
So when
one
this
to
came
talk
up-
about who needs
Hey,
to
let the judge
shave and
answer,
who
Ellen.
doesn't.
When this
Okay,
came
so
up,
let's
That
call a
check
thing
got
a
cashed.
thing.
There's no way that I can have a check in our
Although
law
I know
firm
I'm better than
with
these guys,
the way
so
accounting
there's that.
is, and that I can cash a check twice and think that's impossible. So to cash a check that's already been checked, it's going to throw. There's no question it's going to
Right,
throw
before
that
deployment
off.
to Love
What
Island.
happened is I had we used to get a rent check. We get little checks. I'd
Dear
have checks.
Penthouse, you'll
and
never
they
believe
pile
me.
up. The small checks. That check got mixed in, and it got
The small
sent
checks.
to the
That's it.
bank.
He's talking
And
about
it got
$100,000,
deposited.
y'all. The small checks. The small checks.
Keep going.
And that was a year after.
Keep explaining the small checks to me. I
yes.
don't understand.
But
Gal.
I do dispute that I stole
I know
that money.
exactly. If I ever get in trouble, I know
That money.
exactly who I'm going to
That wasn't
research my
That was a
case.
You
mistake.
brought up, so any of the other money you dispute stealing?
No, sir, you brought it up. I was just
I thought you
telling
said Love
that
Island,
was the
Lolo
one I
Island.
disputed.
Yeah,
Fact. That's
right.
a fact.
All right.
He's right on that,
You heard
Creighton.
That's
Ron
right.
Crosby and
I
Mark
said
Ball
it.
testify
I
about
meant
that,
it.
correct?
Gal, we
I
wrote
heard
a
Ronnie
rap
and
song.
Mark testify about what they thought about it. Yes, sir.
Nobody has to shave when they come to Lolo Island. It's fine.
Um,
Fuck shaving.
I know, chat, right? We'll take the small checks. Can I have a small check, please?
Lolo Island.
Wow.
Yeah, no one has to shave. Shaving.
It was, no, I think what Alec was saying is that he
Testified
wasn't keeping
yesterday about
track of
the
the
side
little
of the road.
checks, the $100,000 checks, you know, the little bits of money.
I always
He
thought
wasn't keeping track of that.
paralegals
And
and that, but
You
it's
heard
really
the
good
testimony during the
ones
state's
that
direct
do
case
that.
about
Yeah.
what you said on the 911 call.
Easily distracted is back. Which sent research.
You heard that, didn't you?
I did hear that.
You heard the 911 call? where you said
KMS.
you'd been attacked by an unknown
Ooh,
assailant
KMS.
and
You are
described
a
him?
spicy,
I
spicy
did.
lady. You know what?
You
KMS gal doesn't know about
saw
Spoon,
the
and I'd
video
like
from
to
the
keep it that
ambulance
way.
where you said you'd been attacked
Although
by
I
an
have a
unknown
feeling
assailant
she
and
might need
described
to.
him?
I did.
Hey,
And you heard the
KMS, is
testimony
Spoon rogue?
from Ryan Kelly,
Is Spoon one of her
where
alts? Is it
you
rogue?
again went into detail.
You know
and
how?
described
Do you
this
see how
attack from
careful
an
I
unknown
am with
assailant.
people's information? I don't even give a
I
shit.
did.
Yes,
And
please do not.
You heard
Please
the
do not.
testimony about your interview on September 6th with law enforcement,
No.
in which you went into great
Do
detail
not get sick.
and again described this
Oh,
unknown
is she
assailant.
really? She is rogue? Oh, okay. You don't know.
did.
Okay.
And you heard the testimony, and in fact, the image was put in.
Wait a minute.
About how you sat down.
I'm
with
gonna
a
send
sled
Bailey
Wait a
all
minute.
those
artist
chips so she can get hooked on them too.
Wait a
and
minute. Are you
spent
saying that
24
Spoon
serious time
is
with her
Carrie?
going
No,
forward
you're
and
not saying that, are
creating an
you?
image
You're
of
not
the
saying that.
supposed assailant.
I did sit down with a.
Carrie wouldn't be
I
wasting
was
her
in the
time with
hospital and they came in,
fucking
sat
Celtic
down with me,
muffin
asked me a
head,
bunch of questions.
right?
I answered their questions. and
Yes, you did. You
it
sat
came
there.
came up with a composite.
Creighton, let him answer.
I know,
There
and I don't
answered
even
your
understand what
He's
it
under
is.
control of
I don't even
everybody.
understand it, but I don't like her,
convincingly
but
as you've
whatever.
been trying
She knows
to
it.
do
She knows
for
I
the
don't
past 2
like her.
days. Isn't that correct?
No, sir, that's not true. In that hospital,
I don't hide
I
how I
was,
feel
I
about
mean,
anyone.
I couldn't sit still.
Well,
I was
maybe I had a
standing
couple
up. I was
feelings,
walking
but you know,
around. I was
they're
using
not
the bathroom
they're
with the
not
lady
negative.
sitting right there. I was, I
What?
was 2 days into
Yeah,
not
Rogue
taking,
3.
3 days into not
When I
taking
was in a
pills
deep
like I had
depression,
been.
after she
So no, it wasn't effortlessly.
tried
But
to
I mean, I told
infiltrate
them
our
what I told them. I
spaces,
don't
she
dispute
was
that I
telling me,
lied.
It
"Don't
was
kill
all lies,
yourself."
though, is the point, correct?
It was.
I'm like, oh, okay.
And you're saying withdrawal,
Oh,
but
I
you
see.
still
Yeah.
are able to pull
Same kind
off
of crazy.
lies
Yeah,
in great detail.
absolutely.
I
Correct?
lied to them.
Absolutely. Lots of crazy bitches. Wow. Why are there so many crazy bitches? What's the matter with you women?
We've heard Alec described in this trial as cunning. Are you
Yeah, Rogue
texting
told
or
me
How
not to
did you
kill
tell
myself when I was
no?
depressed once. On YouTube. She
Of an
told me on
unknown
YouTube.
assailant.
I think it's
to
a
try
woman.
to
I
make
don't know.
people
It
His
might
son
not
was
be a
passing
woman. I
him
guess it could be a
notes.
man.
I just wish they would have
Quote,
slowed him
real
down.
Something
a
tells me
bad
it's a woman,
guys.
though.
We're back again to finish the job. Isn't
Yeah,
that
they're
true?
called Rogue.
No,
And
sir,
they have
that's
like a
not true.
That's not the
resistance
effect that you
avatar,
intended
you
that
know?
story to have? Did it have that
No.
effect on people that you knew?
Calls for speculation.
Isn't that the exact effect that it
Yeah, all
had?
their men are bearded
You
insults.
have to
Boy,
let
you know
him
what?
answer.
When you
I
really
don't
think
think there's
about
many
it and you
people
more
that
stop and
believe
look,
that.
they
No, sir.
are.
The
You're
people
right.
that were,
I mean, that's not even just
I
like a
mean,
wild
the
generalization. That's
people
like
that
fucking
were
accurate.
closest to me didn't believe that.
Shit.
So, no,
When
sir.
accountability is at your door, Mr. Murdoch, bad things happen.
That was his point.
Isn't
He
that
wanted to
true?
ask that question.
When accountability is at my doorstep,
Crazy.
Go ahead.
bad things happen.
And then yet I still go, and I know this is dumb
What do
to
you
say
mean by
this, but
bad
I look at
things?
people
What do you
like
mean by
that and I go,
accountability? Should have been
they
the
found
question.
each other.
happened.
Like, what the
September
fuck is
4th
that?
happened.
How do people
I
like
don't
that
believe that
deserve
June
to find like a
a
relationship?
man
Like, how does that happen?
to help me kill
I
myself
don't even understand that.
because
I
issues
don't
were
want
at
to
my
deep. I don't want
doorstep.
to dive too deep on that because then I
Every
start to have to
time-
reflect on myself. So
I'm
I don't
sorry,
want
for
to
the
do that.
first
But I'm
time
just
in your
saying.
life of privilege and prominence and wealth,
Oh.
when you were facing
I
accountability,
mean, even Convoy
each time,
Santa has.
suddenly you
I
became
know
a victim.
we did find
and
each other
everyone
because of
ran
incels.
to your
That's
aid.
true.
Isn't
And
that
now
true?
sit down.
That's pretty lucky.
I mean, I disagree with that, but
And now sit down.
I mean, what you're
Shame for
you're,
you is
you're
an
in-
extraordinary provocation. Isn't that true, Mr. Murdoch?
Hang on, let me just finish this. You seem to be implying 2 days, June the 7th and September,
He wants to
and
explain
talking
now,
about
Creighton.
accountability issues. And
Did I
mean,
finish my soda?
to me,
Oh, I
those two
did.
things are totally
I put another soda in there.
different.
I put
There
another
were no
soda in the fridge.
accountability issues on my doorstep on June the 7th.
That's what you say,
And in September,
not what other people say.
I was trying to, I mean, been a lot of people.
Bless you. Their premise is that they
Oh.
will never achieve a relationship,
in
so their standards
September-
aren't blocking them from anything.
That wasn't
Future spit? What's
Designed
future spit?
to gain me
Oh,
sympathy.
spit on their graves.
That was
Future
designed
spit.
for me not to be here because
Oh, I
didn't
will
want my
dance.
son
Oh, I will
to have
dance.
to deal with
Thank you.
the wake of the things that I had done.
But that's not the story you
Danke.
told. The story that came out of your mouth
Dankeschön.
right away was the story of you getting
Oh my
attacked
God.
by some unknown assailant while you were trying to change a
One
tire
second,
and run
this thing.
flat.
Well,
That's the story that you told.
That is the story I told, but that's because the man who shot me
Okay, yeah,
did
I
not shoot
understand
me
that.
that
But
day
oh
as
shit,
I
my
intended.
fucking computer isn't fucking charging. You fucking fucks.
And I had to have a story as to how I got shot. So I lied.
Screw having
So
a
you lied.
man. I just like a
You're
fucking
saying that
computer
people in
that
your
holds
family
a
and your friends
charge. You
didn't
know what I
instantly
mean?
believe that whoever these
Oh, this is
12-year-old
really
marauders
fucking
were
pissing
back
me off, you
to finish the
fucking-
job.
You keep using
And
the
it
term
happened just
12
2
years
hours
old.
after you'd
fine.
been confronted by Chris Wilson.
I think probably some
Fuck
people may have
you,
thought
fuck
that
you,
when
fuck
it first
you.
happened, but
Fuck
I
you,
think
fuck you, fuck
Randy,
you.
Ronnie, Mark, those guys, I think they knew very quickly that had.
Some thought you tried to take your
This
son.
was mine.
Some thought
That's okay.
you had
We're
been
still going to
attacked.
make it.
I think they knew this was
Looks
something
like
that
we
I'd done.
made it. Oh, this guy should not have testified.
And there was
Okay,
testimony to that too,
100%. But I'm telling you.
I agree. He has to stop with the 12-year-olds.
Yes,
It's ridiculous.
exactly. There's no flushing. No, I'm telling you, there's bad partners too. I'm
Shame
not
for
saying
you.
that.
I asked this before, but shame for you is an extraordinary provocation, isn't it, Mr. Murdoch?
Wait, what did you say? Oh,
Shame for me is an extraordinary provocation. I don't like to be shamed.
The prospect of humiliating
True.
the legacy is an extraordinary provocation
True.
to you, isn't it, Mr.
That should be his last
What
line
do
of
you
questioning.
mean
no,
by
it's not any
extraordinary
port in a storm,
provocation?
people. Don't get me
It
wrong.
affects you
It's not
deeply.
any port in
It's
a
your
storm.
biggest concern, is it not?
No, that's not my biggest concern.
You're a middle-aged man like me?
I'm 54 years old. I'm not sure. You look
Oh,
like you're in
bitch.
better shape than me, so I don't know.
Oh my God, they can't even
I was
try.
actually a couple of years behind you in law school, but we never knew each other, did we?
I never knew you, no, sir.
Interesting. What does
Had
that
a very successful career
have to do with anything, Creighton?
Creighton,
up until this point.
drama llama.
Creighton, you asked this yesterday.
And the answer to that is
Drama
no,
llama.
Mr. Waters. I was an addict for more than 20 years.
All right, so
Yeah,
making
Ted, there
millions
could have
of
been a lot of
dollars
people
over a
pooping on that
decade,
space.
not having a successful career, is that what you're going to tell the jury?
No, that's not a successful career when you...
Okay, well, let me put it
No,
like
hang
this.
on. Let me just...
All right, go
put
ahead.
this-
I love Alec. No, hang on.
You know,
You're the
it
defendant
may
in the
have
murder
been
trial.
what you perceive
And
as a
Creighton's like,
successful
"Aight."
career, but, you know, I was the one who was fighting that.
I know, it's
That's
kind of
disgusting.
disgusting.
You don't have a very
Although
high
I almost
self-esteem
peed on like audio
when you're
yesterday,
an
so
addict.
what? I guess I
So,
can't really say anything.
I
I would
don't
try not to
deem
poop though on them.
myself a success.
Would you agree that at least outwardly you were perceived as successful?
No, Creighton. Listen to him talk about the self-esteem, Creighton. Listen to the self-esteem comment.
I made
Not the success.
I made a bunch of money, if that's what you're wanting to get at.
No, I'm actually asking about the perception. You were perceived as a prominent,
I tried to be.
powerful lawyer.
How I was perceived,
president
I
of
don't
the
know.
trial lawyers.
I sure tried
Just
to be.
don't get the text
Follow up on that.
confused.
I sure tried to
Don't
be.
get the text confused.
What else were you trying to be?
Oh my no, I'm sorry.
Lived a
I know I'm
life of
putting my feet up
possessing
here, but
authority.
Possessing
My little
authority.
legs.
Yeah, we saw the badges. You just admitted of your prominence in the legal community.
I don't think that I lived
this
a
is
life
why
of
people are
possessing
scared
authority.
Charles
I never saw
Johnson. He
myself
saw a
as that
side
way.
of this early
You
and
had
while
lights on your
informing
car.
You don't
on
think you lived a life of
corruption, which
privilege?
we should all
I
appreciate.
was
I
very
saw a different side combining perspectives.
But as we move
Focuses
to
the combining perspective
June of
focuses the picture.
2021,
There
you're
should be
suffering from drug
no
addiction.
He was suffering from drug
there
addiction
should
longer
be
than that,
bipartisan
Creighton.
discomfort here. Yes, I
Terminally
agree.
ill.
When?
But her recent
As we move
post.
to June of 2021.
No, sir.
He was very ill.
Oh,
He
he
was
saw a
very
side
ill.
of this early on. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm like, what?
And you were
Yes, I will.
coming to a point
Right.
Just
And
one
if Creighton
thing,
keeps
one
battling
rule.
financial
him,
crisis.
One rule.
it's the jury may be also feeling sorry for him at this point.
Wow, she really bought it.
I was having financial issues
Eva
like
Brown,
I had
Eva Brown really bought
many
it. She really
times
bought
in the
it.
past.
I don't appreciate
Mr.
Charles.
Murdoch,
He's not
are
gonna
you a
ask that.
family annihilator?
Whoa!
A family annihilator?
What the fuck is
Whoa,
an?
he
I'm not
asked
afraid of.
it.
I
You
am
mean
not
like,
afraid
did I
of
shoot
Charles
my wife and
Johnson.
my son?
Yes.
No.
I am not afraid of
Would
Cuckle
never
Chuck.
hurt Maggie
Cuckly,
Murdoch.
cuckly
I
Chuck.
would never hurt Paul Murdoch
Cuckle Chuck.
under any circumstances.
Cookie Chook. He can come on my show tonight.
Wait, that wasn't your last question?
We're scared
How
of
is
him
that not
because
your
he
last
simps for
question?
Putin and Trump and denied the Holocaust.
How is that not your last question?
Nah, scared.
Excuse me?
No, a
Say
micro
that, but you
Nazi.
lied to Maggie, didn't you?
The red knight, the little ginger micro Nazi.
I did lie to Maggie.
You know, like those LOL surprise dolls? That's what
Sometimes.
Charles is. He's a fucked up
You lied to
LOL
your father?
surprise doll. And when you open it, you get a Nazi. Surprise!
I'm sure I did at some point.
Did you tell him all the stuff you'd been up to over the years before he died?
No, I didn't tell him.
Did you lie to your brothers?
Then they would collect the buckets
About
and sell
financial
the
things?
contents. Yes, on Naughty
I
Aubrey's
would've lied to
website. That's
Randy
what they
at some
did,
point,
Jim.
I'm sure.
Did you lie to him about
This is exactly
the
what they
last time
did.
you saw your wife and son alive?
I'm going to try and do this without falling off the counter.
Did you lie to their wives?
Pray for me.
Yep.
All right,
sure
there we
I
go.
did.
Micro-Nazi.
Did you lie to Marion Proctor?
Mini.com.
Yes.
Did you lie to Bart Proctor?
Yes.
Did you lie to the Brentsteaders?
Yes.
Did you lie to your best friend Chris Wilson?
They are preventing having
Why
lies
such a
causing them
pause?
physical,
Probably.
emotional, or professional injury. Nothing to be afraid
Did
of.
you lie to your other friend Barrett Bullware when you took his money?
You are the progressive Naughty Aubrey doll. Oh my God! You know what the funniest thing
Interesting
was?
pause with Chris Wilson.
No,
Is
sir. Not, I
Red
didn't lie,
Squirrel
like I
and those
told you.
guys
I didn't
talking.
lie
Oh,
directly
Dixie
to
and
him.
those
I
guys
lied to him
talking
by
about Naughty
omission,
Aubrey and saying,
like
"My
we
God,
talked about him,
she's
but
a
he was-
successful porn
didn't tell him.
star. Big D's married to a
Didn't talk to him, I
successful
didn't see
porn
him.
star.
I
I don't think there's anything
Did you
better
lie to
than
your law
that."
partners?
I want to know what's going on with Chris Wilson now.
I did.
Did you lie to him about the kennels?
Some of them.
Did you lie to Mark Ball?
Yeah, based on what Mark said, I believe I did.
Did you lie to Ronnie Crosby?
Are you lying
According
to
to
us
what he
now?
said, I believe I did.
Did you lie to Johnny Parker?
I don't believe I ever discussed that with Johnny.
Did you lie to him about the finances when you borrowed that money in July of 2021?
You're a
I
liar,
don't
Alec.
know if I lied to him about.
You're a liar, Alec. Party's
Johnny, I don't think Johnny
over.
asked me. I don't think I had to lie
It's
to Johnny about that. So
time
I
to
don't
call
know.
it a day. She call her
You
back
didn't,
up.
certainly didn't disclose to him the truth when you borrowed that
Hey man, I
$250,000.
don't
did you?
begrudge
I did
sex
not tell
work.
him
Sex
what I
work
was
is
gonna use it
fine.
for.
Just
I mean,
don't
didn't we have
try to
say
overthrow the
before
fucking
that
government.
Not telling the whole truth is the same as
How about
telling a
that?
lie?
Sure it is.
I have
think
problems
that's a lie,
other
though?
than their untoward behavior.
I'm just saying, Mr.
Their
Woods, I'm not taking
non-polite
issue with that,
society
but I don't even know
actions.
that Johnny and I.
My problem
I mean,
is their
Johnny loaned me
ideological
money numerous
stance
times. It wasn't any long sit-down discussion
and
where
their
Johnny wanted to know
stupidity
exactly
and their
what I was doing
refusal
with
to
it.
actually
That
read
conversation would have
anything.
been, I needed it. Johnny was
Nobody
always willing to
questioned
help
him.
me, and that would have been the conversation.
And
So
Creighton's missing the point. No one questioned him
on that
because he's Alec
specific
Murdoch.
event, did I lie to him? I don't know.
Yeah, he ended up being out $477,000, didn't he?
He ended up being out a
Yes,
lot of
Ted,
money.
but he's through. Sorry, I spit.
And thank you for your qualifications as to that. Did you lie to Lee Cope?
Yeah, don't say you're
I don't
restoring
know.
morality
I
because
don't
you're
know if
not.
Lee Cope was around when I said that or
That
not.
actually, you're
Did you lie to
right.
Danny Henderson?
Unless
I
you
did lie to
believe
Danny.
morality
Did you lie
for
to Jimmy Seconder?
me, but not thee.
I don't.
No,
About
morality for
finances?
thee, but not
Yes,
me.
I did.
Yeah, that
We'll never talk to her about the
Which
kennels.
actually I'm fine with. Again, sex
No,
work
I
is
wouldn't
fine.
think
Do
so.
sex
Why
work.
would
Did you
he?
lie to
Do
Annette
sex work.
Griswold?
Be respected.
I
Don't do the
did.
You
pedophilia
lied to
sex
Christy
work
Gerald.
because that's weird. I'm sorry.
Your other secretary.
I do
Creighton,
draw the
you've
line.
proved
I am
that he
sex
is-
I don't
positive,
believe
but
she
I
and
do
I
draw the
discussed-
line
I
on
would have
that.
at some
Okay,
point,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sure.
But you know what? Don't try to
Did you lie
overthrow
to
the
Michael
government.
Gunn?
Well, of course he tries to scare
I'm
people.
sure I did at
Oh
some
my
point.
God,
Well,
but
you
he's
stole his
not
company
scary,
name.
Involved in
KMS.
any of
He's
this,
so
so
not scary.
I don't know that any of this
He's a
ever
little
came up
boo-boo
with Michael.
face.
He just stole his company name.
Did you lie to your clients? Did you lie to Pamela
He's
Pinckney?
nipple
I
boy.
Natasha
He's nothing
Thomas.
but nipple boy.
I don't know that I dealt with Natasha, but I certainly
He's
lied about that.
nipple
King Pinckney.
boy.
Again, I don't know that I talked to Hakeem, but I certainly lied
I'm
about
gonna
that.
get your nipple
Arthur
boy.
Badger.
I did.
I'm coming for you, nipple boy. I'm gonna pinch those nipples. Pinch,
Okay.
pinch,
That's,
pinch,
I'm not sure that I talked specifically to them, but I lied about that.
Look out,
Deanna,
nipple
I
boy.
lied to Deanna.
Johnny Bush.
Yes.
Actually,
Manuel
he'd probably
Cristiano.
like that, so maybe I shouldn't pinch his nipples. I would make it hurt, though.
I didn't have any conversations with him.
I would leave a
but
mark.
I certainly lied about it.
Jamie and Risher.
Yes.
Randy
Look and
Drawdy.
see
Yes.
Jordan Jinks.
your imagination.
Yes.
Mary Duncan.
Yes.
Adriana Hay.
Yes.
Angel Gary.
Yes.
He is an epic
Anderson.
asshole. I'll
Yes.
definitely give you
Elisa
that,
Mallory.
my darling. He is the epicest of
He will
assholes.
ask.
Thomas Moore.
He's the
Did you lie
epicest.
to this jury?
He
That's
is
the last
indeed the
question.
epicest of assholes.
You never lied to him?
I wish
You just took his money.
Chuds
You
are
never
so
had to actually lie to his
stupid.
face,
I
is what
wish
you're
they
saying?
were lucid.
Yep,
Their
that's what
views,
he's
they're so
saying.
putrid,
never had a
incestuous.
conversation, but I did take that money.
Oh no.
Did you lie to
Oomph
Tony
is gone,
Satterfield
but
just a couple of
Oomph, I
months before
don't
June
remember
7th?
your line.
Yep.
Incestuous id.
Um,
Groupid.
You saw the text. You want me to get it out?
Oh gosh.
Can I just tell you
remind me,
guys,
there's
Oomph
been a lot. Just
Cavalrest
remind
is
me
like
what
one
it
of the
was.
best collaborative partners on the planet.
It was been marked as 463.
And I don't remember the exact date, so.
That was in April of
But
2021.
those
Is that
chuds,
right?
they're so
I think
stupid.
they're
They're
setting
Text
up
him and
a
I
closing
wish they
argument.
were lucid. Their views, they're so
A closing
putrid,
argument similar to Jeff
incestuous,
we heard,
groupid. I
where you
think they're just
saw
Tony Satterfield, who
stupid.
got up on the stand and told the jury
Id.
about that.
Putrid.
to
I
believe
texted him on April
Alec, you have to believe all these other people
12th,
are lying.
so
They're setting that up.
Fluid.
5 weeks before.
Fluid.
June 7th.
I just don't know.
I think they're so
Told him
stupid.
everything was okay. You're working hard, right?
Well, you could do a boring
Complex
line
case.
like their morals are fluid.
Yeah, I told him I was working on the case.
He was the
I gotta
son
write
of
this
your
down. Hold on.
longtime housekeeper, Gloria.
I'm sorry.
He was the son of your longtime housekeeper, Gloria, who had served your family for many years.
That's correct.
I'm gonna send it to
You stole
Oomph. That's what I'm
millions
gonna
from those
do.
boys.
I think chuds are
I stole those funds.
And he and his
stupid.
family had started asking questions as we moved to June 7th. Didn't that happen?
I wish they were lucid.
No, I mean, there wasn't any rise in them asking questions.
I'm a
no,
terrible
sir.
rap writer. Their views,
I mean, he periodically checked in and asked me
they're
questions,
so
It
putrid.
had just started getting
but,
reported that there was a
it had
settlement.
come out
Yep, in the
Incest-
media.
I don't know how to spell
long
that.
before
Incestuous.
It wasn't
this.
that long before.
I
Whoops.
believe in
Spelled
the
it
Island
wrong.
packet that there had been a
Maddie wrote
Groupid.
about it.
settlement of $500,000.
Their morals are
I mean,
fluid.
that had
Are
been
fluid.
months and months, if I'm not mistaken. And so I didn't notice any
Soup Mama's
uptick
meals
in
are
Tony asking questions, and I don't
insipid.
believe that there was any uptick in Tony asking questions.
Soup
before
Mama's
June
nail.
7th.
Their
He would have known
politics
about
are.
the settlement before June
Their
7th.
morals are
Gratuitously out of the
fluid.
blue, decided to lie
Politics.
to him and send that text.
They are
Sent in response to the
wicked.
media
Things
reports.
going on externally that caused you to
Ignorant.
before
Ignorant. Wait.
further questions started to be asked about.
Oh, ignorant.
At that point in
Nah,
time.
I don't think there was anything.
Ignorant
On April 21st,
and stupid. We can use that
I don't know
again.
what external factors.
I think
talking
chuds are
about.
stupid. I wish they were lucid. Their
You wanna
views, they're
explain that
so
one anymore?
putrid, incestuous, groupid. Their morals are fluid. Their
Explain what?
Whatever
the
you want.
politics isn't working.
I
I'm
just want to
sorry.
answer your questions, Mr. Waters.
He just wants to be done, so do the rest of us. Did
I'm
you
gonna have
lie
to
to
come
this
back to
jury?
that. Sometimes
Are you
we
done
end up
going
on the
down the
cutting
line?
room.
Everyone about the side of the road.
See, I think it's a
that
ooid. It has to
people
have
that
a
came to
ooid
stop
right
the
now.
help and the
I know it's
ambulance
because I'm
folks
simple-minded.
and, the 911 and Ryan Kelly and
I
the
think chuds are
the composite
stupid.
sketch
Oh, and
artists and all of
buckets,
them,
they
correct?
pooped. See,
I lied to a lot of people
Stop.
about that.
Buckets, they pooped.
You know why people lie, Mr. Murdoch?
When they're guilty, Creighton.
Because they know they've done something wrong.
For the most
Okay, I'm
time,
sending
I
that
do.
for you right now, just so that we capture.
You've been able to lie quickly and
Lock it
easily and
in.
convincingly if you think it'll save your skin for well
Lock
over a
it in.
decade.
Yeah.
Isn't that true?
I have lied.
I think chuds are
Well over
stupid. I wish they were lucid. Their views are so
a
putrid,
decade.
incestuous, groupid.
You want this
Their
jury
morals are fluid, ignorant, and
believe
stupid.
you.
In buckets, they
believe the
pooped.
story
This is so good.
manufactured to fit the evidence.
I
that you
remember when
brought
Felix Sater was trying to tell us
forth
he was a
just
government agent
yesterday.
that saved the day after he was an
After
informant
hearing
and his busted
this
giant money
trial's worth of
laundering
testimony.
case.
No, sir,
Do you
that's not
remember?
correct.
Do you remember when I told Felix Sater in the room that they made me pregnant with all the circle jerk going around, that somehow their semen had
Murdoch.
found their way into my vagina all the way up, and indeed by the end
Went
of
through
this
this for a
space I had
while.
indeed become
If you remember at
pregnant,
the
and I was
beginning of your
wondering to whom should I be sending
testimony,
the
I
child
asked
support
you
request,
whether or not
because
you
I can't tell
agreed
which one of you actually got your sperm inside my vagina.
that trying to explain your presence on the kennel video was the most important part of your testimony before this jury. You remember that? And you said, oh, not the most important. And I said, was it
It
least
is.
important? You recall that?
I think the reason he took the stand is
Satyr.
because of
Recall you
that.
asking those questions, yes, sir.
And you
Later,
agree it's important,
Satyr.
don't you?
He had to take the stand because of the
I
kennel
agree that
video.
is an important component.
That's why you had to take the
I
stand,
think
though.
there's a lot of important components.
I did. I had to get an
You-
abortion
Nothing more than that kennel
because
video
none of
in
them
this
would
timeline,
clean the
I don't think.
baby.
I really don't.
It was really
Testified
sad. It was,
yesterday.
it was
He
good,
has to
man. I
answer
rocked
the
his world.
Yesterday,
He's like,
across
ho ho,
today,
No
hee
kennel
hee,
video
ho ho,
execution.
hee hee, ho
kind of
ho,
evolved
hee hee.
on the fact of the factors that
And
led
then the
you
girl, remember the guys, the
to
girl that was
decide to lie
hosting the
at some
space?
point during that interview
Who?
with
Well, I only
David
did
Owen,
because of Gal.
correct?
That's all Gal,
I
Ted.
disagree
All
with
Gal.
that. I mean, I
All
don't think
Gal.
the factors
All
have
Gal.
evolved.
All Gal.
I mean, you've asked some more specific
We knew,
questions, but
she knew
those
what was going
factors are still
on.
the same
She let us
factors.
know, and I was
You may
like,
have asked
I'm not going to
questions
stay
and
quiet.
gained a little
So
more detail, but those
I was
factors
the
haven't
inappropriate one.
changed.
But
It was the
anyway,
goat paranoia.
yes, I
It
did
was
get
the
an
fact that
abortion.
the deputy took your GSR. It was the fact that your law partner
I'm not
and
having
Greg
Felix
Alexander
Sater's
and the
baby.
sheriff were telling you you needed to have a lawyer before you talked to police.
I'm not being a
It was
Nazi
the
mama.
factor that you got in the car with Dave Owen and thought he was somebody
I'm
else
too cute.
from some case 10 years ago,
I'm
correct?
cute to have fascist babies.
That believing David Owens was the person involved
Yeah, Felix
in the
Sater.
case that I talked about
Try
was one
harder.
of the factors
Cry
that
harder.
caused me to distrust SLED.
All right. And then also you said
Your
that
bellies,
they
they
started asking you
recruited.
about,
Them
in that first
incels
interview, about your
recruited. Oh my God,
relationship
this is so
with Maggie and
good. Oh my
Paula.
God.
And that's one thing you mentioned as well,
And
correct?
that was certainly something that contributed to me having paranoid thinking.
Putin Jim
Yeah,
looked
I am a
exhausted.
mafia mama. Oh, I was, Ted. You and me, we were
Why
up
are you over at the
Zev's
Elmo Creighton?
ass.
He is trying to make the defense's case seem based on lies.
Oh,
He
KMS doesn't
is
know your
making
account's on.
Alex's story
Wait,
convenient. Oh,
Ted.
it's convenient that you got on us
KMS
and
doesn't
put this
know
all
that
together.
who you
You
are on
admitted to what
Twitter.
you had to, and you concocted
I need
the
to
rest
put your
of it.
handle.
But
Hold on, I'll do
I
that.
think
Hold on.
for this prosecution,
She
to
just
go
doesn't know
forward
who you are
without
on Twitter.
the kennel video, they
Ted is
can't place
Ted
him
is
at the
part of
timeline.
the
So without the kennel video,
an
I don't think they
unofficial
could have
member of the
brought
Gal
this
Squad.
prosecution. I don't have filed it. I still think they should have waited on filing
Yeah, it does take careful
But the kennel
clarification, doesn't it?
video put him on a timeline that was too close for him
It's at
not to
McDutch
have
Oven,
heard it,
right?
if you believe the state's timeline. Without the kennel video, anything could have happened. But knowing he's at the kennels
You
at
gotta follow
8:44
Ted.
and the
Has to
sting
follow Ted.
that they were
Please.
killed around 8:49.
Ted is one of my
The kennel
heroes
video
of Twitter.
pulls it
Literally. Literally. Ted is a hero to me on Twitter. He is my hero.
Okay, so what are they pulling up? They're just gonna let him. Oh, they pulled up pictures of something.
I think that's right, Ted. Is that right? Is that your
I don't know
handle?
what they're pulling up.
Is that your hand?
But Alec is gonna fill the space with something,
Ted is most excellent.
and that's what he's doing.
He is. He's one of my besties on.
They are
He's one
flexing
of my
back and
besties.
forth between the financial crimes. But
I
they're
think it's
pulling up
McDutch
pictures of
Oven.
something. And if Creighton oversteps, it's going to make the jury.
Yeah,
feel
you did, man.
empathetic
You've been
to
patched up. You've been patched up, babe. I'm gonna patch you right up. Granted, I'm the court jester
kind of
of the
cheese? I
group,
was
so
eating
how much power
cheese
I
sticks.
have, I don't know. But
Pepper
yay!
jack
Oh,
cheese.
McDutch
And a Daniel
Oven.
Green
Oh,
body cam
KMS.
video,
You are not going to be
2026.
disappointed. Now you might have to read things twice because I frankly have to read his things twice sometimes to understand them. But you will be like, hello.
I'll answer that.
I thought the account was a couple weeks live account, and I got a bunch of friends, and now it's just me. I'm telling you,
Only
we
ask
attract the
that.
best. We are like, we all find each other. All the best people, we just all like kind of find each
I think
other.
he said,
I'm
"What do
great
I
for you
know?"
too, Ted. Ted has stood up beside me against some of the biggest fucking Twitter trolls on the planet. And he has told me what's happening behind the scenes, which is like super helpful.
Okay.
Patriotically tooted.
When was the last time you were here with them? Or talked to them or
Oomph,
anything
you're
like
on
that?
fire.
It was earlier
Oh, I'll do it.
tonight.
I'll do it again.
I don't know the exact time, but
Okay.
I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
That was Sergeant Green, correct?
Yeah,
Give Ted some lovin'.
And at that point in time,
Put some lovin' in that
Sled was
McDutch
not
oven.
there. No one had gotten GSR from you.
Fair.
The law partners
Whoa!
from Sheriff Hill were not
Almost
there.
fell over.
That's correct.
No one had asked you about your relationships. David Owen was not there.
That's correct.
But you still told the same lie. And all those reasons that you just gave this jury about the most important part of your testimony was a lie too.
Actually, everyone, you should drop your
Isn't that
handles
true,
because
Mr.
Twitter
Murdoch?
is. You're the only good people left on Twitter. You should drop all your handles in the fucking chat because you need
How
each
would
other
he
over
know
there.
to
My
lie
God.
about 45
Ladies and
minutes
gentlemen, we take a
before
break now. Please do not discuss the
if
case.
he didn't know when they were killed? And that's
Oh my
why I think
God.
the kennel video is the most important thing. How would
There's
he have
there's
known
Marie. Follow
what the
Marie.
timeline needed to be to fit a lie if he didn't kill them? And that's what the prosecution is going to argue. The defense is going to argue, no,
I love me
he's
some
just
Ted.
simply wrong as to the time. But he lied about the last time they saw him to the very first officer.
He knows all about the
that came
left
up.
wing assholes
Didn't
too.
mention it to 911 at all. Well, when I left, they were by the
Please do not
kennels.
discuss the case. We'll take 15 minutes.
Yeah, she has to
15
protect
minutes
herself from the
for us
chuds.
to answer some questions. So
A
let's
lot
do
of
that real
defense.
quick. We're gonna
All right, we're gonna
get
actually
to the
just.
questions real quick.
Is it
and
terrible that
I'm
I
gonna
just
thank
turn
you
her off? 700,000, yay! Let's see what we're at. Let's see what we're at. Don't you feel like that has to be like? Don't you feel like that has to be like? She bought followers. How does your numbers just go up like that constantly? I don't understand that. KMS, who are you again? God, KMS, who the fuck are you? KMS was in Weeds. You can't say who she is, but she was in Weeds. I mean, I feel like it has to be bots, right, Pepper? I mean, I kind of like this music. Should we put this music behind us? What do you think of that? Is that too distracting, or do you like it? I really am digging this, like, behind the scenes music. Oh, okay. Yep. Okay. Thank you, Max. Everyone follow Max Flower. Max Flower. Little boxes on the hillside. Little boxes made of ticky-tacky, and they all like and they all look just the same. And the Beatles and the B1 and my dad used to sing that every time we drove through Daly City, south of San Francisco. Every time we drove through Daly City, my dad would sing that song. Because I think it was about that song. It was about that city. Because they had like these little houses on the hills in Daly City. Little boxes on the hillside. Little boxes made of ticky-tacky. And they all have little people. And they all look just the same. There's a green one and a pink one and a blue one and a yellow one. And they're all made out of ticky-tacky. And they all look just the same. So I don't know it as a theme song. It was what? Woody Guthrie. Wasn't it a Woody Guthrie song? Oh, look, I want you guys to have the candle. We need the candle in here. Come on, man. Let's just like vibe with the fucking candle. I'll even make myself bigger so you have to look at me. Oh, Weeds. Okay. Oh, I remember. That's right. That was the theme song to Weeds. Oh, I am so digging this. I'm really digging this. You guys are so cute. A year later, you're discovering who each other were. Oh, Pete Seeger. You're right. No, you're absolutely right. It was not fucking Woody Guthrie. I'm sorry. Of course it was Pete Seeger. Oh, I loved Pete Seeger. He was so sweet. We used to listen to a lot of folk music when I was a kid. My dad used to listen to the Kingston Trio all the time. I think it's a zero. Is it what? Yay! Hi, Mrs. James's mom. You got high. I did some chores, but then I got high. I was with Mrs. James' mom, but then I got high. I wish I could make you all high in a safe way. Sorry if I'm a bit off. Girl, you are not off topic ever. There is no off topic in this room. There is only on topic. And if you bring up a new topic, well, then we're on topic. Me too, Mrs. James's mom. I'm higher than usual. I don't understand it. Right now, I'm not. So I need to I'm kind of thinking I might. I don't know if I will just stay live. I'll leave this on. I think I'm going to fucking do that. You're high in a safe way. I was high in the bakery aisle, and I thought, donuts. Donuts make me hungry. I don't think I've had a donut in about, I don't know, maybe a year or more. Don't eat donuts very often, but I like them. If I stop talking, then maybe I'll smoke. But I don't know. Let's see. What else rhymes with tooted? Fruited. Their meals are fruited. Nope, that doesn't make any sense now. We're writing a song. Thank you for staying while I'm writing a song. I really dig this fucking music. Muted reminds me, and that's something that rhymes with lucid. But what about the chuds? Could be muted. Maybe they're live streams. In buckets they pooped. While their streams I muted. Because if I don't keep singing it, I'll forget it. While the streams are muted. While their streams are muted. That song. And I don't care what you did. My name's Chuck Chud, and I don't care what you think. My name's Chucky Chud. I don't care what you think. My name is Chucky Chud. I don't care what you think. My name not down. My name is Chucky Chud, and I don't care what you think. And I don't care what you think. What you think. Poor Oomph keeps getting these texts from me with just random lines for a song. I'm sorry, Oomph. I know you're trying to probably work or do something important and be, whatever important thing you are. I know I'm not going to say it, but you really want to get these song lines, don't you? Okay, wait, let's go over the song again. I need to kind of come up on a hook here. I think chuds are stupid. I wish they were lucid. Their views are so putrid. Incestuous grouped. Their morals are fluid. Ignorant and stupid. In buckets they pooped. Their bellies are drooped. Dim incels recruited. Patriotically tooted. While their streams are muted. My name is Chucky Chud, and I don't care what you think. My name is Chucky Chud, and I don't care what you think. My name is Chucky Chud, and I don't care what you think. Because freedom. My name is Chucky Chud, and I don't care what you think. My name is Chucky Chud, and I don't care what you think. Because freedom. Mrs. James's mom, I had better weed in Africa. I got so fucked up in Africa. Let's do it again. I think chuds are stupid. I wish they were lucid. Their views, they're so putrid. Incestuous grouped. Their morals are fluid. Ignorant and stupid. It's they pooped. Their bellies are drooped. Deals recruited. Patriotically tooted. While their streams are muted. Yeah, their streams are muted. My name is Chucky Chud, and I don't care what you think. My name is Chucky Chud, and I don't care what you think. Hell yeah, my name is a Chucky Chud, and I don't care what you think. Because freedom. Because freedom. We did it! We wrote a song. We've made pot pie. We've written songs. Oh my goodness, children, what haven't we done today? And things are lucid. I probably will take a break, actually, before the lounge. Oh, boo, yeah. Oh, that is what we are. We are Chucky Chuds. Their views are stupid. I wish they were lucid. Oh, the streams are muted. Fuck. I got timing wrong on that one. Come on, you guys. How do we do our MAGA makeover show? We have to take this on the road. Can't tell a cherub from Cupid. I don't know how to fit that in, Thinks a cherub is Cupid. While the streams are muted, they think a cherub's a Cupid. They think a cherub is Cupid. Oh my god, they're so stupid. Oh my god, they're so stupid. Thinks cherubs is Cupid. Oh my God, they're so stupid. Crystal meth. Crystal meth. Ooh, crystal meth. They're crystals. I gotta put that in all caps. Because there's too many crystals. There's too many crystals. There's too many crystals. One too many crystals. And they're all full of meth. Yeah, isn't it ironic? Isn't it really ironic? Their name is Crystal. And they look like they're on meth. And the name of meth is, yeah, it's called crystal meth sometimes. Oh yeah, oh yeah, too many crystals. I could do this all day, you guys. I literally could fucking, I'm so sorry. You literally just turned on a button. I won't do it all day, but I'm telling you right now, you turn me on and this is what you do. I mean, we got a candle here. I got the lighting. I might make something. I want to do a space if I get 15 followers. I liked her little, Dana put up that picture of Leslie Knope. You got this. Leslie Knope hates you, Dana. Where's Dana? Why doesn't she come on the show? No scrubs, no chuds, no, 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 no chuds. New song. No chuds, no chuds, no, no. Inspired by Gal. Gal, why didn't we think of that? Gal, why didn't we think of that? That's so perfect. No, I don't want no Chud. Chud is a guy who can get no love from me. Hanging off his bobtail ride. He keeps doing polls to ask if he should do space. I mean, oh my God. No, I don't want no Chud. Chud is a guy that can get no love from me. Hanging on the back of my... I'll have to think about that one. Hanging at the passenger side of Big D's ride, trying to holler at me. KMS! 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 Oh, what's wrong? Oh, this is, I'm like burning my hand. I wrote a parody about being all out of fucks, sung to Air Supplies. I'm all fucks. Oh, would you email it to me? We'll do it together. Let's go ahead and do it together, Mrs. James's mom. That would be funny. I'm all out of fucks. I'm hopeless without you. Oomph and I are working on a song. I have to do my part. He did his part. I have to do my part. Oh, I don't want no Chud. Chud is a Chud who can get no love from me. Well, but you're doing a pretty good job. And this one, you don't even have to stick anything in your vagina. So there's that. I don't know if they do that at sororities. I'm just imagining that's what happens at sororities. maybe my college experience was a little bit different. I don't know. Emily, are you speaking? Oh no, you're not
Motive
speaking.
an element of murder? No. Motive is not an element of murder.
Well, that was a fun
The jury can
interlude. I really love that.
motive and opportunity, but it is not something that has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
Oh, No, I
It's
can't
something
do
that the
that.
prosecution's allowed to bring
Scrub
in,
is the guy that thinks
but it's
he's
not
fly and
something that
also
has
none
to
of the
be
bus. Always
proved.
talking about
And in a lot of cases, I never even touch
no,
murder.
I
I
don't
don't know
want
if
your
people do what they
number.
do.
No, I don't want to give you
Here comes the
mine.
jury. So the judge already said bring the jury. I was talking.
Wait,
Poot wants to make an argument.
I gotta go back
The
because I
court
want
doesn't
to
want to
make
hear
sure
it.
I get all these lines.
I think Poot argue.
Ooh, what happened?
Oh my god, this is buffering. I'm gonna
Oh my
switch
god.
feeds quick.
Oh my god. Get out of there.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't think they were ready for redirect. I think they wanted to bring their experts. Ah, me.
This is good. This gives me a chance to get a little more high because, you know.
Mr. Murdoch, we spent a long time yesterday and a fair amount of time today talking about financial misdeeds.
They called that jury in and they're like, Poot, sit down.
Have you been criminally charged for those financial crimes?
I have been.
You have pending charges.
I do.
He's got 99 problems, Jim. We know.
You were asked specifically about $792,000 in Ferris fees that you diverted from the law firm. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
And I think you were asked about an accounting or where that money went, and it went out pretty quickly, roughly.
Yes, sir.
And you recall
This feels
testimony
more
that
like a cross-examination.
$500,000 went to Curtis Eddie Smith.
I do.
And what would that have been for?
That would have all been for pills?
For opioids?
Yes, sir. Specifically, all I was taking at that time was oxycodone and OxyContin.
And you were an addict, were you not?
I am an addict.
You are an addict. And did you repeatedly lie to those you love to cover up your addiction?
I did.
And were you concerned that you would
Are we doing a little 12-step back right now?
if you didn't
Is that what we're
continue
doing?
to lie
This
about
feels like a cross-examination.
conduct?
That's leading. See how the answers are short, yes, no answer, and the questions
If you didn't continue to lie about your
give you the answer?
conduct?
Is T. Jennings here?
This feels much more like a cross-examination.
Toilet
some
papered.
specific
They
things
toilet
you were
papered an
asked about,
attic,
which I'd
and
like
I had
go
to
over.
shovel
One-
shit because I was full
one
shit for
thing
2
you had
hours.
referred to
That was for
I hate the
sneaking in the
message that you'd seen
boys'
later on,
dorm when we were supposed to be
between
in. You are
Maggie
such
and
a
Blanca.
slut,
You recall that?
KMS.
I do.
I wish I could say it is worth it.
And it's in the evidence as Defendant's Exhibit 54. And Doug, if you could pull that up, please, sir.
You win today,
If you
KMS.
could highlight the Blanca text. Is
I wish
this
you
the
could-
text message you're referring to?
You're too funny. Where is T. Jennings?
It is.
And I'll just
I have
read it.
no
It says,
idea.
TY,
I don't know
that-
anything about.
Thank you.
I thought they were one and the same.
It says, TY, I'm waiting at Dr.
Is that not
Alex
true?
wants me to come home. I had to leave door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut a lot for me. His dad is back in the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, it pneumonia. And then she has some faces. Alex is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Alex needs to take care of himself as well. Is that the text message you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
And did Blanca share this message with you after Maggie was murdered?
Blanca ultimately she shared that with me. She first told me that, Maggie was worried about me, how much she loved me, and that she was worried about me, and had texted her.
This guy is so awful.
We've heard this text from
Now,
Maggie
you were,
a lot. If this is your
asked-
first time
hang
hearing the
down
text
there.
from
You
Maggie,
were asked
yes. Blanca was asked about it
questions
too.
about
These are Alex brothers that they keep showing in the other camera. Randy
conversations,
and John Marvin. That's John
around the
Marvin.
dinner table on
Yeah,
the
she is.
7th about, well, didn't eat at the table, but around while you were eating dinner about Paul's health. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I
So they
think we'll
keep
do the lounge
showing
from the kitchen too.
His two brothers. They're saying Ferris fees.
179,
The
180.
$792,000 are the Ferris.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take
fees.
a break between now and the lounge.
These two.
I won't stay on.
This feels much more like a
I
cross-examination.
want to be fresh.
So, that's John Moss.
Shower.
I can.
And what are they?
It's text from let's see, it's a text from Paw to me on May the 30th.
And then, and what's 180?
I mean, that makes
Exhibit 180 behind it.
that. I think they'll make
That's
that.
a
I mean,
picture
they'll
of
make that, but
Pawpaw's
I
feet.
mean,
Your Honor, we've
50.
moved
I know,
to
50,000. I don't
Exhibits
understand. Was he
179,
just
180
being
in the evidence,
gouged?
so this time without objection, I
What
believe.
does it say?
Without objection, Your Honor.
The first version of OxyContin was brand name and it was
You have
supposed to be
179?
long acting, but from my
Let me
experience,
put
it
it
would
on
drop a
memo.
patient off a cliff and the withdrawal was fast, so needing more sooner. Oh God,
Do these,
gross. That is so
text message
gross.
refer to Paul's feet swelling?
They do.
How disgusting.
So if you'll do,
Drug companies are so disgusting. I'm
pull
sorry.
it up. Like,
That's so
go up a little
gross.
more so we can read it.
I don't mean
And it says,
I don't mean ever.
from
I
Paul,
just mean
and
anywhere
that phone
near
number,
that
is that
time
your phone
frame.
number?
That is.
And that's
It's my
probably the
phone
top
number,
percent of
1227.
drug dudes
My
in
feet
the
swell up.
world
It has
making
something to do with my
50K
blood
off a week of
pressure.
anything. I
Keep me
know, that's the
appointment as
thing.
soon as
I mean,
it's
I don't even
convenient.
know about that, Ted, but
And what's the date
that's
of
just
this?
a lot of pills.
May the
He said
thir-
100
May-
pills a day. I don't even know how you would take
May
100
the
pills a day.
30th.
Like, wouldn't you have an ulcer?
2021, right?
Did he
Yes,
not have
sir.
an ulcer? Like,
And
was his stomach not
you'll
eaten
show the
out by the
picture.
medicine he was
This is a
taking? Come
blow
on,
up of the
this
picture
is
that's in this exhibit 180.
nonsensical.
Okay.
Pull out.
No, it's just
And got a
nonsensical,
picture of
sir. It's
Paul's
quite
feet.
nonsensical.
that Paul had sent you of his feet swelling up.
It is.
Is this what y'all discussed? You know, when
Maybe-
you're eating dinner?
He was being
Yes.
gouged. Yeah, I mean, he probably was. You're right.
Along with many other.
I would. I'd charge him top dollar.
So he
You'd
got.
also,
So he got a doctor's appointment. Did he
Oh,
not?
filters through the liver.
you were asked questions.
Wouldn't that be in your
Wow.
stomach first?
Thank you all for not diagnosing Paul's health problems. I appreciate
your
it.
dad's condition.
It should be used only for
whether
only
it's
post-surgical
terminal or
pain
not.
and end of
Remember
life.
that?
The
Yeah.
other day we're
I do
talking
remember
about it.
questions about him.
I mean,
really
it's
matters
pretty
more.
severe. NSAID filter through the kidneys and can cause ulcers. Oh, okay.
Extended timeline, is it
Okay.
states 530, is that the right number?
Oh, bacteria. Oh,
Stage
okay.
520, if you'll
See,
pull it
this
up,
is what I
please.
know.
It's already in the
I don't
act.
spread medical
If you go to
disinformation.
page 14,
I appreciate the super chat.
Thank you. Thank
I
you,
don't think it's an
ladies.
unpopular opinion.
and if
I
you'll
don't
blow
know.
up
I think
the,
there's a great mix on this case. I think there's.
I know
I
I'm
don't
putting
think
my
there's a
foot on the
unanimous
counter. I
agreement
don't care. My
on
legs are
this at
too
all.
short.
bottom of the page.
So
I didn't know that. I thought.
I still think there are many
Is this a,
that have
Wouldn't
questions
it hurt the
about whether
lining
he
of your
killed
tummy?
his
That you
family.
and-
I don't think that's
and we'll-
unpopular.
Can
I
we
think
agree
there's
that
a split
taking
opinion
100
on
pills
this.
of anything would
do you
hurt the
recall,
lining of your
the
tummy?
text that you and other family members received about your father's condition?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it says, Daddy was just seen by the pulmonologist in Savannah. His opinion is dramatically different from the other doctors. He thinks Daddy has pneumonia and needs to be hospitalized to be treated for pneumonia. He thinks there could be an obstruction, but is more confident than it is all or mostly pneumonia. Daddy is being admitted to
Oxycodone
Kansas
has
St.
the
Joseph's
same
Hospital now.
opiate
He will have a study
as
done to see whether or
OxyContin,
not
but
there
it
is
has
an therapy.
Tylenol with
His
it.
treatment will
Okay.
be
Thank you, Mrs.
tailored
James's
accordingly.
mom.
Right now, his pulmonologist does not.
Thank you for the
go to the next
information, because we have the smartest chat. We have the smart. I love the song we wrote today. Oh my God, we have just done so much good work here.
Radiation treatment to try to open the airway is a
Seriously,
seriously, most likely not work.
Okay, so
And it goes on to say if he is
OxyContin
right,
never
this is
had
pneumonia,
a
it's much
Tylenol
more
enhanced.
treatable
Oh,
and can certainly give immunotherapy a chance to
My
work.
mom's pain doc
Is
gave
that what you're referring to?
That's the
her
text I was talking
oxys
about.
because
Came
she
when
knew she
we've been talking to Jeannie Seconder.
I
she knew
absolutely
she
think it'll
wouldn't
be a
abuse
recross.
it. In
And
fact,
this wasn't
she
a
never used
terminal
it
diagnosis on the
because
7th, was it?
afraid of constipation. That's right. It causes horrible
Not on the 7th.
constipation.
That was
I've heard
actually
that. I don't think I've actually.
a little bit
I
of
think there's been one
positive
time
news.
after a surgery I've had
That was short-lived, but it was
OxyContin.
positive at the time.
I think I've had oxycodone like after, like tooth surgery or
Take that
whatever.
down for now, Doug.
I don't know if I've had OxyContin. I feel like I've only ever had
That
oxycodone
exhibit.
prescribed but not very frequently,
You were asking if you go to page
which I'm glad for. I don't want
46,
anything that is potentially
please, the same exhibit,
weird.
520.
I've got enough weirdness about me. I don't need anything else. Ow. Between nursing and having a kid that had
This goes to
cruel
answering
pain,
why he didn't go to his father's.
you learn a few things. Yeah.
I
I have a
actually
feeling
some
you've
more.
learned it all the hard way, Mrs. James's
Alec
mom.
knows his I think it's better for the defense if Alec knows his dad's term.
Now, Alec, do you remember being asked about these?
Why would he need to kill his wife and kid to get away with anything?
Travel during this period of time.
I do.
I think I need more candles. I'm gonna get more candles.
And I think you testified your belief was you
I like
just
candles.
getting ready to leave to go to your mom's house. Is that right?
That's correct.
I'll answer that more at the
And
break.
that would have been the time I was right before left to go there.
And you were, looks like you had made some phone calls during this period of time, correct?
Yes, the record show.
Alec, did you have Maggie's phone with you at any time between 9:02 and 9:06?
Hydrocodone. Yes, I've had that too.
The state stayed well away from that line of questioning.
Name
They asked everything
brand.
else.
And Doug, if you'll go to
Percocet. Oh, I've had
They
Percocet.
did not ask about that on cross.
If you go to the entry at
Dilaudid,
8:53:15 to 8:55:32.
Oh, I've heard that. I've heard Dilaudid can make you really sick.
So his dad being terminal goes both ways.
We're just kind of,
because
we're
he said
kind
he
of
was gonna go see
delicate.
his dad, but if his dad was terminal,
just babies.
why does he need the sympathy or
We're drug
empathy from
babies.
killing Maggie and Paul? If that's what the state is
This
saying.
is my speed. This is
because
it.
his dad passes 2 days
No
later. That would have
alcohol.
delayed all the
I don't need
hearings, too.
alcohol. I just need this.
Can you
Well, it just makes me goofier than I already am, which is already goof.
go up one more?
You're missing it. Me, this whole trial, Evelyn. I don't think I'm sticking up for Alex.
No,
I'm
the one
trying
before
to look at both sides of this case because a lot of
And then
things in this
take it all
case.
the way to the-
But it's okay. You can talk to the people in the chat that think I'm rooting for the prosecution. Y'all can have a discussion.
This is in evidence.
This
And
case
is
goes both
Agent
ways.
Rudowski's
I do my best to show you both lines of thought for the lawyers.
timeline. It says Maggie
Defense
Murdoch's
Out of
phone-
bed for the opioid
Prosecution's going to do
conversation.
this, so you can
iPhone
see
shows
both.
59 steps traveled.
What are you doing in bed?
8:53:15 and 8:55:32.
What are you doing in bed?
Were you walking with Maggie Murdoch's phone during that period of time?
State
I wasn't
never
walking with
brought this
Maggie's
up.
phone
It's the
anytime
middle of
that
the
night.
day.
And if you'll look at Agent
We
Rudowski's
have a late night.
entries, is there entry of her phone showing steps during any time between
It's raining so bad.
If the jury doesn't
9:02
believe Alec, it's
and
not going to matter.
9:06? Do you see any on this page?
Nap
From
time. Sorry.
8:53
Okay.
to
I understand.
8:55.
Sorry.
If you'll turn to the next page,
I'm
But
just
those
jealous.
phones weren't moving together.
page 46.
Oh man, stop it. I'm headed
Going
there.
down to your steps,
Not far behind
Jenny
you.
H in the chat
recording
said
of
she found all dressed ruffles
phone steps,
in Vegas.
phone
I have to. I
recording
cannot
Maybe
read
should
this.
ask the
I need to
grocery
read it
store
from over
instead
here.
of Ruffles.
to the data we now have for Maggie's phone at any point in time up to 9:02.
No, sir.
All hopped up on
I am
Goofball.
here for Bubba, truly, in this
And
whole
had you
trial.
Exactly.
I'm rooting for
asked,
Bubba.
I am
Justice
always
for
hopped
Bubba.
up on Goofball.
Get the data
I noticed
from
something
the OnStar, from the cell phones,
where my mother-in-law, I got a bill
to
every
evaluate
month
whether
for her
your phone and
meds. The
Maggie's
same
phone-
company
Maggie's phone were
provides the
ever
meds
moving at the same time.
for
You
her
made that
assisted
multiple
living
requests.
communities
I
around here. They have a
repeatedly
monopoly.
asked
Oh
David
man,
Owens
do not get me
about
fucking
that
started.
information.
Becky, it's Bubba. We're here for
And
Bubba.
when you
at
asked
this
that
point.
question, were you aware that Maggie's phone had been located, down the road, a mile or, I mean, half a mile or more.
Oh
Is
my
that right?
God. Are you making
Yeah, I
a
knew where
joke
her
right
phone had
now?
been located.
Are
And
you
why
making
was
a joke
why
right
was
now,
it important to you to get that information?
Because I knew that
Is
whoever
that a dig?
had done this to them had Maggie's phone. And I knew that my phone and Maggie's phone and my car were never together.
Sure, boomer.
So his phone, his
Yeah,
car,
send
and
me
Maggie's
some
phone were never
text.
together at any
Oh,
point in
you're
time.
waiting till I take a
Now,
nap? Is that what you
you
were saying?
have
Are you being a smart aleck?
given inaccurate times
You being a
in
smart aleck
many
right now?
statements to law enforcement in this case, have you not?
Oh my
I
God, I
did.
did. I
I
sent
feel
a bunch of
attacked on all the
texts during your
timelines.
nap.
I couldn't do it.
So
And then we
sorry.
reviewed some of those in your direct examination. I mean, one was
You didn't say you were taking a nap.
Paul getting to Moselle around
It's
5
not my
p.m.
fault.
Do you remember that?
I do.
Were you lying to Agent Owens or anybody when you said Paul got there at 5 p.m.?
No, I wasn't lying to him. I mean, I thought that at the time.
Oh, good. My phone,
And
my
when
computer's
you,
charging. God damn it.
Most of the times or a lot of the times when I gave times, I qualified them and say, but, you can look at this. I pointed them to my office, to the call log, to the key card.
Sounds
we
like
talked
the
about, or
mafia.
my
I know.
phone,
I
or my
just,
OnStar.
I think we need.
And when you
I really hope that this administration is more about drug
told the
pricing. I
agents
know
that you
that it was
thought
a
you got
good
to the
start
office
to get the
8:30,
drug
9
pricing on
o'clock on
Medicare
that June 7th, well, you were wrong,
negotiated, but I feel like
I
there's
was
so much
wrong.
more to do.
right? Were you lying?
No, I wasn't
And
lying.
private insurance. Could we just get rid of private insurance now?
And when
Thank you.
Deputy Green
Thank you for coming to
drove
my
up,
TED Talk
I
about
think he's
single
assuming.
payer.
you had the first encounter with him, I believe you told him that you had been gone to your mom's house for an hour and a half. Is that right? We just heard it.
The last one.
So much greed.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there's so much
Yeah,
greed
hour
in
and a
this
half.
world.
I think that is what I told him.
Hour and a half. And that
I don't get
the
it.
last time you saw Maggie and Paul was 45 minutes before that.
We are having wild
That's what
weather.
he
Yeah,
said.
that's what I said.
That's
And when
wild
you
out
spoke
here.
to Deputy Green, it was about,
Hey,
I think the record showed they
J31C, how
didn't
you
arrive on the scene until
doing?
10:22 or something like that. Is that right?
That sounds right. I mean, I think that's what the record showed.
I think I'm gonna take my
Sounds
shoes off.
right.
If you learn anything from this trial,
And
it's
that,
don't give specific times if
Sorry.
you don't know them.
Like, toes up on there.
And if you do, use your
Were you lying
context
to
clues.
Deputy Green?
They better have
told him what
MMJ
how long
in
you
the
thought you'd been at your
nursing
mother's?
He
homes
thinks
when
he
I'm
doesn't know.
ready to
Last
get
time
in.
you saw
Oh,
Maggie and Paul?
let me just
No,
tell
sir,
you
I
what
wasn't
they
lying
better
to him.
have, Max.
Doesn't make sense with Shelley Smith's testimony.
You got to
That's the
come to
problem.
Lolo's home for
But he doesn't think he's
badasses
lying.
Were you trying
because
to
our
mislead
drugs
him in
will
any
be
way?
the best.
No, sir.
We are going to
Mr.
actually
Green
grow
got
our
there.
own.
Now, you've
Good news,
admitted
folks. I'm done with
the
my last
first few
deadline.
questions that I asked you yesterday and multiple times today that you
doesn't
lied
Thank
to
God it's
Agent Owen and Deputy Rutland,
Friday.
and
Wait,
Agent
wait, wait.
Owen
We
and
need some
Agent Cross.
music for
He's more
KMS.
And-
Hold on.
indirect because he doesn't
We
have
need
to
some
be on
music for
guard. He
a couple
KMS.
trusts him
occasions
to not
about your
try to
whereabouts
shit him
following
up.
dinner, correct?
I did lie to them, as we discussed
So he's not.
And
repeatedly.
He's more
you've
comfortable.
explained
Wait,
that
hold on,
it
hold
was
on.
this addiction, opioid-induced paranoia you just couldn't shake. Is that right?
That's right. Like I said, there's certain things, anything, that make you paranoid, but I could get over it really quickly. But that night, I didn't.
And you had
Because
a
for some
bag of
reason
pills in
I
your
just
pocket, did you
couldn't
not?
that night.
I did.
And when you got down to the kennel,
Kind of his own star in
I'm
this
gonna
case
repeat
because
all
the
that,
own
but-
star is snitching.
did you ever see anybody down there? Anybody else?
No, there was nobody.
Thank God it's
Can you hear it? This is for you, KMS. Thank God it's Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Oops, sorry. Stepped on my cat. Okay. A lot of dancing. Okay. That was for you, KMS. Friday to begin. Oh, wait. What'd you say, Max? Hold on. Let me get us back on sound. I'm so sorry. That was very self-indulgent.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know exactly. It all had to come together so quick. I don't know that I was trying
Wizzy.
to
Oh,
protect Curtis
Wizzy.
Eddie
Yeah.
Smith.
You went there and you said
I
something
may have
about
been, but
A4A is a disaster.
it was
Isn't a
just,
disaster
you know,
relief
I
org?
wasn't supposed to be
They're
there.
not.
And then I was.
They're not.
When you say I wasn't supposed to be there, what do you mean by that?
We know what he
I
means,
intended
Jim.
for him to.
Oh, Al.
I
Good for Al.
intended to be
He tries.
gone. I intended for him to shoot me, and I intended
There you go, girl.
to be gone.
And as you
the
can
one
imagine,
thing,
the owner of the pharmaceutical supply company owns the biggest mirror.
Concern at
Of
that
course.
point was that I did not want
Eat the
Buster.
rich.
My kiddo says hello.
Eat the rich.
I did not want Buster knowing that I had tried to do that.
Can't take it with you.
That was my motivation in telling that story.
I see.
Can't take it with you.
Did you eventually voluntarily
Jim.
convey to
Yep.
Jim.
Thank you,
Agent Kelly and
J31C.
others
Jim.
that was
Thank
a
you.
fabrication?
You spoke through most of that interview with Pooh.
I don't know, a few days in
You and Pooh.
I feel like I'm not getting
when I
the
finally
draw
got
on this.
initial, where I could
Got it.
function.
Thank God.
I think I told you first.
Oops, I gotta turn this down.
Then I think I told Buster. Then I think I told Randy and John, and y'all arranged either the next day or 2 days later to come, and we called.
Oh, they're
Ryan
still in
Kelly.
the parking lot. Yeah. I would love. I had good experiences at the VA. I mean, you know,
I've
doctors are
never seen
doctors.
law enforcement allow
Well,
an interview
you've
like
lied
that.
to your
ever.
family.
My dad had access to stuff. It just took him a
Ever.
while
Many
to
years.
figure out
They
to
tell the attorneys
diagnose
to be
him.
I
quiet.
lied to my family about.
So
And
that's
leave
more
when
of
they get
a
quiet.
competency issue than it is a
And you hid
VA.
from them you were stealing client money, did you not?
Oh, I never. They didn't know anything about that.
Listen.
And you've lied to your law partners about financial dealings and perhaps your addiction.
I'm stealing
Yes.
stealing thunder, but you didn't lie
And
to
you've
this
lied to
jury.
law enforcement about not going down to the kennels after dinner, but eating dinner and taking a nap. Did you not?
And mostly administration, top, heavy costs in private sector. Listen, okay, I'm just going to say this. I've been on Medicare now, or Medi-Cal, not Medicare, Medi-Cal,
Alec, did you
since
murder
I have not been
Maggie?
working and I don't have access to
I would never.
I don't have access to unemployment ananymore, so I literally have zero income, and I can't be put on my daughter's. I don't know. Anyway, because she doesn't take me off her taxes. It's a whole thing.
If
Anyway,
I was under
point
the
is, I've
pressure
been
that
on
they're talking
Medicare,
about
and
here, I
the
can promise
the
you
medical
I would
care
hurt
has
myself
been more consistent and better than when I had private insurance.
before I would hurt one of them.
You've got
Without a
chocolate
doubt.
chip cookies, coffee, and some weed. You are literally
Will
prepared for
the
the
jury
lounge.
believe him?
And you've had, thank God it's Friday, as the theme song played.
That you were concerned
KMS.
when you talked to David Owen about the bad pills in your pocket, correct?
You dozed through the handle drop. Okay, we will redrop of the handles.
I mean, no, sir, I'm not saying that I was concerned about that.
You
I don't
follow
think I told
Max,
you I
right,
was
Oom?
concerned
You
about
already
that. I'm just
follow
telling
Max?
you that was a fact. I had a bag of pills in my pocket, and that was one of the things, that was one of the many things that came together that night.
Coming in
trying to tell this jury that as a reasonable husband and father in this situation,
hot. Coming in hot.
concerned about a bag of pills in your pocket was more important to you than telling law enforcement and honoring
That's
the
for you.
time when you last
That's
saw
because
your wife
Medi-Cal
in
demands
Solo.
good notes and follow-up
That's
on
what you want to
patients.
convince
I know.
the jury of?
I actually,
No, sir, because
I
mean,
love
the bag of
my
pills
doctors.
in my
I
pocket.
love
No,
my
sir.
staff.
I want to convince him that I didn't
Max,
tell my
if
wife
Oomph
and son.
isn't following you,
sitting in
drop
there.
your
It was,
handle, although
as
I
I
think
said,
he
it
is.
was one of the many things that was going on. But I
Yeah.
wasn't
Oh
sitting
man,
there
we could
worried
just fix
about
all of this, couldn't
those
we?
pills in my pocket.
Nobody asked me what my
Because
ideas
he
are,
wasn't
You were
actually
asked
afraid of law
about
enforcement.
but I have good
requesting
ideas. Yes, expand the public
phone
option
and
first. We could do that right now.
automobile data. And that was because as a prosecutor and a lawyer, you
Oh
would
my
have
God,
been
think of how
manufacturing
balanced the risk would
alibi
be if every
of
American
your
was
tracks.
covered.
No, sir, that's absolutely wrong.
Okay. Sure, boo-boo. That's exactly what Creighton wants to say.
Anyone
Uh-huh.
else drop your Twitter
Sure,
handles or
You
Mastodon
admit you
for
were
Oomph
wrong
and everyone.
about a lot of
Oomph, you
things
got to drop your handles
in what you told law
too.
enforcement about June 7th. Correct.
I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll look. Have you ever seen that? Did you guys see Bird Box? I'll do it. I'll look. My daughter and I say that all the time.
Okay.
You were asked whether or not you voluntarily confessed
I need a bunch of
to Agent
surgeries.
Kelly, but you only did so after
But none of them
being
are actually
confronted
important.
with undeniable information. Correct?
No, sir, that's not correct at all. What I was told is
Oh,
that,
sweet.
J31C, this came from
man,
Randy.
that
What I was
sounds
told is
awesome. I would love to read that. That comparative analysis. I would love to read that. I think that's fascinating.
Seemed like it was consistent with my
I
story,
think that's
and they needed me to
fascinating.
verify some things, is what they told me. And, you know,
It's really, a lot of our
that
problems are about.
resources had already been wasted. I didn't want them wasting any more resources. And
Twixt. What's
I
Twixt?
told them the truth, but there wasn't any. Nobody had presented me with any evidence.
I'm so confused.
And you just testified that you told Jim Griffin first, correct?
Why am I
I
so
believe
confused?
that I told Jim Griffin first.
But
Jim
at that
Griffin's
time,
in
you
the
didn't
I know, what
say
a great
anything about
subject.
those kennels, did you?
All of it.
To Jim Griffin at that time, no, sir.
Did I spell it right?
Jim Griffin is in the middle
Good
of
joke.
all of the things.
Oh, Twix, like doxed. Oh, fuck.
It's odd
You
how in the
testified
middle
back yesterday,
and we
and
see
you were
it.
asked about leaving the kennels with your new story in light of the evidence that's been presented in this trial. Your words were, I got out of there.
Capitalism,
correct?
absolutely.
Those
I'm
were his
sick of it.
words.
Can we move
I
to
believe that's what I
post-capitalist
said, yes,
now,
sir.
please?
And you also said
Please and thank you.
during your testimony on
Well,
cross-examination.
I would take 100 pills and I will take
I did say that.
100 more. Because you will
Good
take
job sitting down.
100.
In saying that, Mr. Waters, I just want to explain that answer.
Nope.
And he just asked me a question about what I
He's
said.
arguing with the judge.
Explain why I said it.
I was going to say dozed.
As I told you earlier, you're implying to this jury and to me that was
Yeah, I know.
me talking
That's
about
right.
hurting Maggie
We pay
and
for them.
Paul. And that's not what that was. What that
Oh,
was
just
is me
ignore my
saying,
fucking. I don't know
I
how to
know I
type.
hurt my brother, my partners, my clients, many of whom I told you I love, all of whom I
I
care
would
for.
take
And that's
100
what that
pills
was when
and
I'm talking
I would
about
take 100
how my
more to
misdeeds,
see this guy go
how I
to
hurt the
prison
people
for
worst
the
were the
rest
ones I
of
loved the
his
most.
I
miserable
just
life.
asked you what you said, correct, Mr. Murdoch?
You did ask me what I said, but in asking me that, you're putting an implication on there that I am explaining.
Uh-huh.
I just asked you what you
My
said.
hips
Okay,
hurt.
yes,
God,
sir.
my hips don't lie, they hurt.
That was Creighton's best part.
Oh,
He argued back with the
I
judge.
wish my hips don't hurt.
That is a
His
level of
liver would
audacity
never have
that I
been as
have
good.
seen.
I
That isn't
know.
even Brooks level audacity. That
I
is a different
know.
audacity.
Come on
I'll stand
now.
for a
Come
minute
on
while Council
now.
approach.
Come on
I want to
now.
stand. They're going to talk scheduling.
Richest
Oh
dopeman is
my God.
the richest dopeman in
Chat.
South Carolina.
I've never seen a defendant argue with a judge like that. Very few defendants in the cases
Oh
we
God,
cover
did
lawyers, but
I talked over something good.
the amount of control that Alec was trying to exert was
You know what I'm
something
going to eat
that
before the lounge? Chicken
Creighton
pot
wanted the
pie.
jury to see. And he's like,
Yeah.
you're putting an implication on it. He goes, no, those
You
are just
guys,
your
we
words.
made the most delicious
Those are
chicken
just
pot
your
pie
words,
on the
Mr.
face
Murdoch.
of the
Those
universe.
are just your words. Look, what have you learned from me about folks? What is one of the most powerful
Yeah, he probably
things in any case? Most powerful, using your words against you, right? Using a party's words against them, using their exact words, use their own words against them. It is a very powerful strategy. I don't know what they're all talking about, and I am pissed that I'm not getting to see it, but I'm glad we're standing up.
Yes.
Look, we're gonna wiggle.
Well, let me show you.
It's just, I've been sitting in this chair a
This
lot.
is what we ate
We're
last
tired.
night. We ate half, like a third of it.
A lot of gesticulating going up in the bench. Are they gonna break for the day? It's Friday.
Please.
Are
It
we gonna
doesn't
break
look
early?
like really great. It's pretty ugly,
Let's break
actually.
early.
It
I
is
gotta figure
so
out where I'm gonna be.
delicious.
I think I'm on News Nation tonight.
Oh my God. It's so
They
rich.
reschedule stuff
It's
so
really
frequently.
rich. I did Instagram it. I did.
And we will return now and resume at 9:30.
Woo!
Morning. Have a great weekend. Do not discuss the case or allow yourself to be exposed to any information concerning the case. And we'll see you Monday morning. Have a great weekend.
I think it's at Lolo Loves
Jury's
Democracy.
excused.
That is the end of week 5.
Oh, yeah, I'll just put up the links because actually I took off some of the links, but it has my Instagram here.
The end.
Chicken crumble. You know, actually,
week 5,
it's a
y'all. We're gonna get to
decent.
quest a minute. We'll be
Hold on.
back on Monday.
It's a decent. Actually, I'm off. I know we should have paid attention, and I'm really sorry about that. I'm real sorry about that. But anyway, what I was going to say is, yes, I Instagrammed pictures of it, and it is really fucking delicious. Like I seriously, I ate a lot last night. My daughter had some too when she got home from work, but I mean, it's huge. And I'll probably, I don't know, I guess, I mean, I think we'll probably eat it. Oh, okay, no problem, Max. Well, here, no, I'll go show it. Let's do it. Come on now, let's take a tour of the Instagram. Instagram. La 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 la. Instagram. Look at, oh my God, you guys, let me tell you exactly what's happening with these notifications. You might look at that and go, oh my God, 54 notifications? That's amazing, Lolo. How amazing. This is all the ones that are getting. Let me show you the reel that's actually getting all attention on my fucking Instagram. Let's take a look at it, Lolo. What could it be? Anyway, yeah, that's my. That one is like, how many likes does it have? 1,000 likes. It has 1,000 likes, you guys. Whoops. Oh yeah, here's my profile. Okay, so here it is before I baked it. This was before I baked it. I'll show you a picture. Actually, I think, what did I put? Did I put another one? Balls. Where did I put it? Where the fuck I put it? Hold on. Yes, we did it. We did it. We really, really did it. Who has the backpack? I have the backpack. Wait, let me show you a picture of it for reals. Well, actually, it doesn't really look that. I'm going to tell you right now, it's ugly as sin. Like, it's not a pretty looking casserole. Oh, that's not baked. Dump, 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 dump. I mean, it basically looks the same. It looks the same. Wait. Make sure I can see this. It looks the same. I'll do it. But look at, see, I'm going to burn my hair. Look at, it doesn't really look any different after I baked it as it did. Well, look at that. That's ridiculous. Like, you can't even tell. I try to post everything, Ted. I try to post all my Instagrams on Mastodon. So I'm sorry. People have to go different places. It's a pain in the fucking ass. Yeah, I could freeze that. Actually, you know what I did, Marie? I didn't freeze it because I think I'm going to eat them sooner than that. But I have this thing. Have you seen these before? It's silicone, but it has like, oh shit. Fuck. It has silicone, like, but it has like little compartments. And I put some of the extra pot pie mixture in there. And it tastes delicious. It tastes delicious. It really does. I'm going to be honest. I nailed the motherfucking crust. That crust, you'll hit your mama. You'll hit your mama. Marie, good point. Good point. No, you're going to smack your mama. You're going to smack your mama after you eat some of this. But what I wanted to say was, yeah, I know. And then you can put those little silicone things. I got it on Amazon. You can put those silicone things in the freezer, like when you make soup and shit. Because I make soup, but like the two of us just don't eat like a huge thing of soup, right? But you make like 4 little like of soup, and then you just pop it out when you're ready. Put it in a pan, and we don't have a microwave. I don't know why, but we just don't like microwaves. It's not because we're weird or anti 5G or any of that shit. I just don't like microwaves. So, yeah, I don't use a microwave. Boop, 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 boop. I did actually brush the top, Marie. How embarrassing. I actually did. I made an egg wash, but I did dilute the egg wash with a little bit of water. So, there's that. But yeah. Let's see, what else? Let's see. Is there anything else on Instagram that we missed? Hold on. Oh, I was just being really depressed there. Okay, that's sometimes I just post things because I'm depressed. We already went over all that. Okay, let me see. What else? Let's see. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, let's see what else is going on YouTube. I don't want to leave you guys yet. I mean, you can leave me if you're bored. I totally understand. Oh my God, oh my God, the Chudleys. Oh, Damnation Drive. Okay, wait a minute, you guys. I want to put this up so that you guys see this. I think these two kids they're not kids, they're adults. They're fully ass grown adults. Sam Singe and Baldy Banks are the hosts of Damnation Drive-In, so I highly recommend subscribing here. We'll give them a little. Um, uh, and they do these things where they show really funny old, like funny movies. Young egg. Oh, milk. Shit. I used water. That wasn't a very good idea. Anyway, really fun kid. These two cutie pies are just really funny and really fun, and they show a lot of fun stuff. And tonight it looks like they've got some real fun planned. A QSN Griftathon. That looks like it could be exciting. I'll be tuning in. So meet up with me. Oh, actually, I won't be tuning in. Okay. Well, I will in spirit. But the other thing that we will do, hold on. At 5, I'll also be visiting the folks at the 5-8. Let's see, where are they? They've got to have an announcement, don't they, darlings? Don't they? Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Do 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 do. I wanted to name my daughter Clementine when she was born, but I couldn't. I didn't do it. Well, I don't know why I didn't do it. I should have, because I thought the name Clem is such a cute nickname for a girl. I thought that would have been so cute. And I've always been like into like gold country and stuff. When I was growing up, going to like Sutter Mill and the gold country was always like, it's like I was back in the Wild West. I don't know. I had this weird, like, it's a long story. We're at the Hagerstown Walmart, and we're at the Hagerstown Walmart, and we're begging for water. Oh, we're signing a truck. All right. Well, neither here nor there. I'll sub soon. I'm waiting on money. No, yeah, don't sub money for anything. Don't give money to any of us. Yeah, come right after the 5-8. Go to the 5-8, and thing is don't. No, I don't have any. I'm not doing any of that. I have my Patreon for people who really are diehards, but there's nothing worth that. Don't give me any money. Don't give anyone any money is what I meant. Anyway, I identify as a billionaire. That's right. Send me your money. Send me your money. Send me your money. I'm going to be star level. That's right. We're not going to worry about any of that stuff. If you build it, they will come. I'm working on it. I'm working on a pitch so that we can do the MAGA makeovers. And I love your love. I want your love. I want all of your loves. That's what I want. I'm rich in friends, and I am rich in friends. You guys make me happy. You don't know. I mean, some of you know. Some of you know better than others how sad I get. But you guys make me so happy, and I just, like, for now, I don't even really want to go, but I feel like I should just probably take a break and freshen my shit. Freshen my makeup up. Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. I have wanted to sing my entire life. But yeah, no, I love you guys. But the subscribing to YouTube shows is free. And you can also, you can subscribe, which will help them in terms of their algorithm. But it is free of charge. And also, sometimes I subscribe to a lot of shows, but I say no notifications. So that you don't get overburdened. Now, granted, you absolutely want to have notifications on for Lolo, because goodness knows, children, you just don't know when I'm going to go live. Oh my Lord in heaven. I share a couple accounts to try to help out. Yeah, exactly. That's really nice. Oh, great hair guy in LA when you get the makeover thing going. Yes, Max, let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Yeah, Musky Devil. Laugh all day. Don't forget our Chud song. Isle of X and You're Kissing. I don't know what that is. I don't know what those are, Sharon. You're scaring me. Anyway, I'm going to go. I'll see you guys in a couple of hours for the lounge. I hope you're able to stop by tonight. I know if you have gorgeous and beautiful, whatchamacallit, what am I talking about now? If you have plans for tonight and they don't include Lolo, that's okay. All right? I don't mind, because I love you and I want you to have a wonderful full life full of social interaction that you want. So I'm saying right now, don't worry if you cannot make it tonight, but you will be missed. You will be missed. So I'll see you at the 5-8. I'll see you in Baldy Banks and Samson Damnation Drive-In. I'll come and visit both places. And then we're going to have some fucking fun in the lounge. Anyway, I love you guys. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you every day, every day. But we do need to think about what to watch when this fucking case is over, because the case is going to be over and I'm still going to be needy. Okay? All right. I love you too. Thank you.